My tired potatoes, welcome back. Tonight we're slipping quietly into the Edwardian era, a world that looked polished and elegant on the surface, but underneath was filled with routines, expectations, and small everyday habits most people today would never think about. The tea being poured, the careful social rules, the sounds of busy streets outside glowing windows at dusk, all of it moved to a rhythm very different from our own. For the next little while, we're going to wander through those quieter corners of daily life together, not focusing on kings or major events, but on the ordinary people trying to keep up with a rapidly changing world. So if these slow human stories from the past help you unwind, feel free to follow along, leave a like, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. I always enjoy seeing where these stories drift to at night. Now dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the rest of the day slowly fade into the background. Tonight we are stepping into a world of polished brass, coal smoke and starched collars. The Edwardian era ran from 1901, when Queen Victoria finally released her grip on the century she had more or less owned, to 1914, when the war arrived and changed the shape of everything that followed. In those 13 years, Britain occupied a particular kind of suspended moment, perched between the heavy certainty of the Victorian age and a modern world that was rattling loudly at the front door. Let yourself settle. Close your eyes if you like. The year is somewhere around 1908. The house is large, the ceilings are tall, and somebody downstairs is already stoking a fire. You're not the first person awake in this house. That distinction belongs to a girl of about 15, plain named in the way girls of her station often were in this era. Something solid and dependable. Alice, perhaps, or Edith. She has been scullery maid here for 8 months, and her room is a narrow slot near the attic. Just wide enough for an iron bed, a narrow chest of drawers with a slightly crooked handle, and her opinions about the cook, which she keeps to herself with considerable discipline. She was awake at 5:30 this morning, possibly earlier. The kitchen range in a house like this does not light itself, and it cannot be persuaded to skip a day. The range is the iron heart of everything that happens below stairs. It is a massive, ridged, soot-darkened creature that occupies most of one kitchen wall, and it demands attention the way a newborn demands attention, which is to say continuously and without apology. Alice came down in the dark this morning with a stub of candle and raked out the ash from the previous day's fire first, bagging the cinders carefully, because nothing in a well-run Edwardian household goes to waste if there is any conceivable alternative. Then she laid fresh coal on crumpled paper, coaxed a flame with patient persuasion, and waited. While the fire builds itself up, you're still asleep upstairs. Your room is considerably warmer than hers. A housemaid, one step above Alice in the domestic hierarchy, came through sometime before 7 o'clock and set a fire in your bedroom grate. She carried the coal scuttle up 2 flights of stairs without making more sound than a shadow. She's trained to be invisible in the mornings. The art of performing physically demanding work in total silence while being absolutely present in the room is, in this era, regarded as a professional skill of real value. By the time the grate catches and the warmth begins spreading toward the middle of the room, you're drifting upward toward waking on your own. The bed is substantial, as Edwardian beds tend to be. Yours has a horsehair mattress beneath a thick feather overlay, and the linen sheets smell of lavender water from the laundry. The pillowcases are ironed flat. 2 extra blankets wait folded at the foot of the bed, and the curtains at the window are heavy enough to turn 9 o'clock into a convincing approximation of midnight. This is partly why you are only waking now. You can hear the house arriving at its day around you. There is the distant sound of something metallic in the kitchen far below the floorboards. There's the sound of careful footsteps on the back stairs, the narrow uncarpeted ones tucked behind an unobtrusive door in the corridor wall. Those stairs connect every floor of the house without involving the main staircase, and the sound moving up them now is purposeful and quiet, the sound of someone who has somewhere to be. In 1908, the average middle-class household in London employed somewhere between 3 and 6 domestic servants. This was not considered excessive. It was considered how a house of this size and standing was expected to function. The cook, the parlour maid, the housemaid, the scullery maid, possibly a lady's maid if the mistress of the house required one, which in a household of this kind she generally did. In larger establishments there would also be a butler, a footman, and a coachman. The hierarchy among all of them was carefully observed and taken with a degree of seriousness that would feel unusual now. You stretch under the sheets. The room smells of coal smoke from the grate, still new enough to smell like something happening rather than something already established. There is also a faint smell of beeswax, which is the smell that underlies everything else in this house. Every surface that can be polished is polished on a regular schedule, and beeswax polish is simply what a well-kept Edwardian room smells like in the morning, the way certain places have their own settled, particular smell that you stop noticing after a few days but immediately recognise when you return from somewhere else. On your bedside table sits a plain ceramic water jug and a glass. The jug was filled last night by the housemaid before she left for her own room. This is routine. Nobody in this household pours water from a tap if they can possibly avoid doing so, not because the taps do not exist, but because having things done for you is part of the point of having people to do them. Washing and getting dressed is not a quick or casual business in this era. The housemaid has already brought up a copper can of hot water and poured it into the basin in your dressing room. That basin sits in a marble-topped washstand, and arranged beside it on a low tray are a bar of soap, a nail brush, a hand towel of clean white linen, and a larger towel for your face. The soap is likely Pear's, which has been manufactured in essentially its current form since 1889, or possibly something from Yardley, with a scent that is faintly floral or lightly medicinal depending on the household's preference. Edwardians associated a clean, distinctive soap smell with proper hygiene in a very deliberate way. There is probably no bathroom en suite to your room. Edwardian houses of this type typically had one bathroom on a given floor, shared between 2 or 3 bedrooms. The bathroom contained a deep clawfoot tub with brass fittings, a geyser water heater on the wall that ran on gas, and if the house was recently enough built, a flush lavatory behind a separate door. Running hot water at the turn of a tap existed in the newest and most expensively fitted homes, but it was still remarkable enough to mention when describing a property. The idea that every person would have their own private bathroom with instantaneous hot water, available on demand at any hour, was the kind of thing the most forward-looking architectural writers were beginning to suggest might become normal. They were correct, but it would take another 2 or 3 decades. Your clothes for the day have been laid out. This is one of those details of Edwardian life that is easy to read past but takes a moment to actually absorb. Your clothes were selected and arranged by someone else, in the order in which you will put them on. If you are a woman, your corset, your petticoats, your blouse and skirt or your day dress are positioned on the chair or across the foot of the bed in sequence. If you are a man, your shirt has been pressed to a stiffness that makes it feel like a legal document, your collar studs have been located and set out, and your shoes from yesterday have already been cleaned to a finish that erases any evidence you wore them outside. The corset deserves a particular moment of attention. Edwardian women's corsets were designed to create the specific silhouette that defined fashionable dress in this period. The finished shape featured a narrowed waist, an exaggerated forward tilt of the hips, and a generous shelf of chest. The style was called the S-bend silhouette by fashion historians, named for the curve it created when viewed from the side. Getting into a properly fitted corset required someone standing behind you, pulling on the laces, and applying a steady, knowledgeable pressure that no amount of personal flexibility could quite replicate alone. A lady's maid was trained for this among her other duties. The relationship between a woman and her lady's maid was consequently one of the closer working relationships in the household, marked by a physical intimacy that feels surprising to consider now, built out of daily necessity rather than any particular sentiment. By the time you're fully dressed and your hair is properly arranged, at least one other person has contributed meaningfully to the result, possibly 2. The clock on the mantelpiece shows 10 minutes to 8. Downstairs, the dining room is being set for breakfast, and the smell of bacon has made its way up through the back of the house like a slow, friendly announcement. Come down now. Not through the main staircase with its polished banister and the framed watercolours on the landing wall, but the other way, the back stairs. These stairs are uncarpeted. They are steeper and narrower than the main staircase, lit by a single narrow window on the half landing that admits enough light to work by and not quite enough to lift the mood. The paint on the walls is pale institutional green, the colour of places where function is the only brief. These stairs are used constantly, all day, from before 6 in the morning to past 10 at night, and the centre of each step has been worn slightly concave by years of purposeful feet. Through the door at the bottom is the kitchen. The kitchen in an Edwardian townhouse of this standing is a world entirely its own. It occupies the basement level, half underground, with windows that sit at street level and look upward through iron railings to the pavement outside. From the right position inside the kitchen, you can watch the boots of passers-by moving past at eye level. Polished boots, workman's boots, the occasional wheel of a delivery cart. It is a perspective that belongs entirely to this room, and the cook and her staff inhabit it for most of their working hours. The cook occupies a position of considerable authority. In a well-run household, she's addressed as Mrs. regardless of her actual marital situation. This is a professional courtesy, a formal title acknowledging the seniority of her role and the weight of her responsibility. She reports to the mistress of the house, who may visit once each morning to discuss menus and sign off on orders. Within the kitchen itself, however, the cook's word is the nearest thing to law that exists in this room, and her preferences about how things are done carry the authority of long professional experience. Her day begins early and compresses a remarkable amount of physical work into its hours. Breakfast must be on the dining room table at 8 o'clock, not approximately 8, not whenever things are ready, 8 o'clock. The Edwardian breakfast was an ambitious affair by any standard, and by the standards of most countries in most eras, it was close to extraordinary. A typical middle-class spread included porridge in a covered silver bowl, 2 or 3 cooked dishes kept warm under metal lids on a heated sideboard, toast in a rack, butter on a flat dish surrounded by crushed ice, marmalade in a cut glass jar, possibly kedgeree on certain mornings if the household preferred it, bacon, eggs cooked in at least 2 ways, and a large pot of strong tea accompanied by a smaller pot of hot water for those who preferred it less strong. This was considered a reasonable and unremarkable way to begin the day. The cook has been in motion since well before 6. The porridge is on. The bacon is started. The bread arrived at 7:30, brought by a boy from the baker 2 streets away who rings the back doorbell and hands the loaves to whoever answers without any ceremony. The marmalade is already spooned into its serving dish. The eggs wait in a bowl near the range, ready to be cooked to individual preference once the family comes down. A breakfast of this scale is not thrown together. It is organised with the care of someone who understands that the morning's mood in the rooms above depends significantly on how well this part goes. Parallel to the cook's domain, but kept carefully separate from it, is the butler's pantry. The butler operates in a different register from the cook entirely, where the cook commands through heat and steam and the compressed authority of feeding people reliably. The butler works in a key of composed formality. He is responsible for the household silver, the wine cellar, the correct arrangement of the formal table, and the general standard of the house's front-of-house presentation. He also supervises the footman if the household employs one, and he is, in the household's outward-facing moments, its public face. He is polishing the silver this morning, which he does every Tuesday without variation. The silver polish has a faint, chalky, slightly metallic smell that catches in the back of the throat if you stand too close. He works through each piece with a methodical patience that suggests a man who has found something satisfying in precision itself, rather than in the individual result of anyone polishing. The cutlery goes piece by piece. The candlesticks, the sugar tongs, the cream jug, the toast rack. Everything is examined against the light from the pantry window, returned to its felt-lined drawer in exactly the right position, and crossed off a mental list that exists only in his head. The housemaid and the parlour-maid occupy the middle range of the household hierarchy, and their duties are divided with a specificity that leaves little room for improvisation. The parlour-maid manages the rooms the family actually uses: the drawing room, the dining room, the morning room, and the front hall. She sets the table, clears the dishes after meals, answers the front door, and carries the tea tray up when required. The housemaid deals with the bedrooms, the fires, the chamber pots, and the general cleaning of the upstairs rooms. The distinction between them is maintained carefully, because the alternative is argument, and this household runs on the principle that argument is a waste of everyone's time. Chamber pots deserve a mention here, not because they are the most glamorous element of Edwardian domestic life, but because they are an honest one. Even in comfortable households with a proper bathroom on the first floor, chamber pots remained in use in bedrooms for nighttime convenience. Emptying, cleaning, and replacing them was among the housemaid's morning duties, performed before the family woke if possible, because the invisibility of this particular task was considered important by everyone involved. The bathroom itself, with its clawfoot tub and wall-mounted geyser, represented a genuine improvement over what previous generations had managed. The geyser, a gas-powered water heating device, produced hot water on demand with an impressive roar and a thin blue flame, and required a match and a specific lighting sequence that guests were occasionally warned about if they were unfamiliar with the technology. Below the housemaid, below the parlour maid, below almost everyone, is Alice, the scullery maid. She washes pots. She scrubs the kitchen floor on her knees with a stiff brush and cold water. She peels vegetables in the scullery, which is a low, damp workroom attached to the back of the kitchen, where the messier and wetter aspects of food preparation happen out of sight of the main cooking. She carries coal scuttles and empties ash buckets. She works with her hands in cold water for a significant portion of each day, and her hands show it. They are red and rough and have fine cracks along the knuckles that sting when she plunges them into the washing up. She is, in the current moment, hoping for a promotion to kitchen maid within the next year. She has mentioned this once to the cook, who acknowledged it without committing to anything, which Alice has decided to interpret as encouragement. The rules governing the lives of domestic servants in this period varied from household to household, but followed a recognisable general shape. Most servants lived in, meaning this house was also their home. They had one afternoon off each week, usually Thursday, and one Sunday per month. They were expected to return by a specified time on their days out. They could not receive visitors below stairs without the knowledge and permission of the household. Followers, meaning romantic attachments, were formally prohibited, though the degree to which this rule was enforced depended very much on the particular employer. What they did have was steady employment, a roof, regular meals, and in some households a degree of informal domestic warmth that made the work more bearable than its conditions might suggest. The cook and the butler, who are of similar age and have each been in service for close to 20 years, do not particularly like each other. They have been polite about this for 6 years and show every sign of continuing indefinitely. Come back upstairs now. The dining room is ready. The tablecloth is white damask, ironed to a smoothness that has required a specific amount of effort and a very hot iron. It is pulled taut at the corners and falls to a precise point on each side. The place settings follow a geometry that leaves no room for casual interpretation. Forks to the left, knives and spoons to the right, in the order in which they will be used, working from the outside toward the plate. The water glasses stand at a particular angle behind the knife. The napkins, made of proper linen and not to be reused without laundering, are folded into a form that has more ambition than the available material always supports. On the sideboard, the covered serving dishes sit over low spirit lamps whose job is to keep them warm. Lifting the lid on the first releases a curl of steam and the smell of creamed mushrooms, thick and savoury. The second holds bacon, and what the cook calls devilled kidneys, which involves mustard and Worcestershire sauce in a quantity that is considerably more assertive at 8 in the morning than its polite name suggests. The toast rack stands at the end of the sideboard, the toast already beginning to cool in the way toast always does, faster than seems physically reasonable. The porridge bowl is covered, the marmalade is in its glass dish. The butter sits in its own lidded container surrounded by crushed ice, because butter that has gone soft at the breakfast table is a quiet failure that carries an outsized social weight. Breakfast in the Edwardian household is eaten by the family and not the servants, who take their own meals in the kitchen and servants' hall at different times, maintaining the careful separation between the two populations of the house. The family comes down in their daytime clothes and serves themselves from the sideboard. This degree of self-service is considered the informal mode of this particular meal. You chose your own bacon, you poured your own marmalade, you were for approximately 30 minutes moderately independent. The morning newspapers are on the table. In 1908, a household of this standing would have taken at least 2 newspapers. The Times was the paper of record for a particular class of English household, read with deliberate seriousness and held at a vertical distance that suggested the reader's primary relationship was with the idea of being well informed. The Daily Mail, launched in 1896 and regarded with mild condescension by older readers as something breathless and populist, was nonetheless present in many of the same households and read with its own kind of engagement, the Morning Post, the Daily Telegraph. The choice of newspaper said something about who you were, and people in this era understood what it said. The news on a typical morning might include reports from the House of Commons on the Irish Home Rule question, which had been agitating Parliament and the country for decades. There were reports on the activities of the suffragettes, who by 1908 had moved well past polite petitioning, and were generating the kind of headlines that made some readers reach for their tea with an extra firmness. There were updates on the German naval building programme, which certain politicians were tracking with a concern that had not yet reached the public at full volume. There were the society pages, which tracked who had attended which function and what they had worn, and the advertisement columns, and the cricket results, and the shipping news. After breakfast, the household divided along its habitual lines. The gentleman of the house left for the city. If he was in one of the professions, law or medicine or finance, or one of the newer commercial callings, he was out by 9 o'clock at the latest. The parlour-maid met him in the front hall with his hat, his gloves and his cane from the stand by the door. He stepped out into the street and joined the stream of similarly hatted men making their way toward the bus stops, the underground stations or the cabs. The mistress of the house remained, and her morning had its own architecture. The first fixed point was the daily meeting with the cook, which happened not in the kitchen but in the morning room, observing the conventional separation between the two domestic territories of the house. The mistress would review what was in the larder, approve or redirect the cook's proposed menus for luncheon and dinner, and go through the tradesman's orders. The tradesman, in 1908, came to the house. This is worth pausing on, because the domestic logistics of this era were built on a system of delivery and personal supply that required no trips to any shop at all if you did not want to make them. The butcher, the fishmonger, the grocer, the greengrocer, the dairy, the baker, the wine merchant, and the coal merchant all had delivery rounds that served particular streets and particular households. You did not select your own lamb chops from a refrigerated case under fluorescent light. You entered your requirements in the household order book, or you gave them verbally to the tradesman's delivery boy who appeared at the back door at a regular hour, and the goods arrived that same day or the next morning. This system required a long and stable relationship between a household and its suppliers, and it meant the cook knew the fishmonger well enough to complain specifically when the turbot was below standard, and the fishmonger knew her well enough to take the complaint seriously. After the household management, the morning room belonged to the mistress for correspondence. Letter writing in the Edwardian era was not a task completed in 30 seconds between other tasks. It was a social obligation, a skill, and in some households almost an art form. A morning might produce 4, 5 or 6 letters responding to invitations, thanking someone for their hospitality, extending condolences, arranging the details of a future visit, declining something with sufficient warmth to leave the social fabric undamaged, or simply maintaining the web of correspondence that kept a person connected to their wider circle. The pen used for this was a proper nib pen dipped in an inkwell, and the handwriting was considered a reflection of character. Cramped, hurried writing said something. A clear, well-formed hand said something better. The Edwardian postal service in London was remarkable by any later standard. There were multiple deliveries per day in the city, beginning early in the morning and continuing through the afternoon. A letter posted before noon could be answered, and the reply back in your hands by the same evening. A letter sent on Monday morning about a matter requiring an urgent decision could, in theory, have that decision communicated back to you before Monday dinner. This was the real-time communication system of the era, and people used it with the same fluency and expectation of speed that later generations applied to electronic messages. After correspondence, there might be callers. A morning caller, a friend or relation who appeared with relatively little ceremony and presented herself at the front door, was a welcome variation in the rhythm of the day. Tea would be sent for. The morning room would comfortably seat 2 or 3 people in the chairs arranged near the window. A conversation would develop that moved, depending on the people involved, between domestic news, observations on people they both knew, discussion of something they had recently read, and whatever question was currently pressing enough to have entered casual conversation. The question of women's suffrage was frequently pressing enough. Emmeline Pankhurst had founded the Women's Social and Political Union in Manchester in 1903, and by the late years of the decade it had become impossible to ignore. The window smashing, the disrupted political meetings, the arrests, the prison sentences, the hunger strikes, and the force-feeding that followed them were all being reported in the newspapers sitting on the dining room sideboard. Women in morning rooms across London, over tea and the ordinary language of friendship, were forming opinions on these events. Some were horrified, some were sympathetic in ways they expressed cautiously. Some, when the caller had gone and the room was quiet again, sat for a moment with something that was closer to conviction than they had allowed themselves to acknowledge while anyone else was in the room. You're going out this afternoon. Put on your hat first. In the Edwardian era, Leaving the house without a hat is not something a person of any respectability does voluntarily. The hatless figure in the street attracts notice, and the notice is not favourable. A hat announces participation in the social world. It says, in its quiet material way, that you understand the conventions of the time and place you inhabit. Hats in this era are not modest accessories, they are statements. The fashionable hat for women in 1908 is wide, considerably wide. It sits atop an elaborate arrangement of hair and pins and is decorated with an ambition that treats the top of the head as an opportunity. Ostrich feathers are the primary embellishment, long and soft and curving, dyed in colours that the bird itself would not recognise. Egret plumes are also popular. In more extreme examples, entire small taxidermied birds have been incorporated into the construction, wings spread, posed in attitudes of surprised flight. The millinery trade's appetite for feathers was, by 1908, beginning to attract criticism from people who had noticed what it was doing to certain species of wild bird. The Plumage League and the Society for the Protection of Birds, the latter of which had been founded by Emily Williamson in 1889 partly in response to precisely this fashion, were making the argument in print. They were not yet winning it outright, but the argument was being made, and it would eventually contribute to regulations that changed the trade significantly in the following decade. For men, the hat choice is calibrated to the occasion, with a precision that requires some familiarity to navigate. A silk top hat is correct for formal morning business. A black bowler suits a less formal outing in commercial or professional company. A straw boater is the appropriate choice for leisure, for garden parties, for the races, for a boat on the river, or for any sunny afternoon that presents itself as a social opportunity. The peaked cap, in tweed or cloth, is for the country and the working man, and wearing one in the wrong context sends a signal you may not intend. Step outside. The street is alive in ways that do not translate cleanly into any photograph of the period, because photographs of the Edwardian era do not transmit smell, and smell is a major component of the experience. The streets of London in 1908 smell of horse, not offensively, at least not always, but persistently and completely. There were, at the turn of the century, somewhere in the region of 300,000 horses working in London. They pulled hansom cabs, four-wheeled growlers, omnibuses, delivery carts, coal wagons, brewers' drays, milk floats, and the vans of every tradesman who serviced a household. The road surface was composed of compacted earth and gravel and stone sets, covered with a layer of packed straw, and what was politely described as road deposit, and in wet weather the smell of the whole arrangement rose with the rain in a way that was simply the smell of the city, understood and accepted by everyone who lived there. Alongside the horses, and multiplying rapidly, were the motor vehicles. London's first motor omnibuses began operating in 1902, and by 1908 they were displacing the horse-drawn buses on the main routes with enough speed to be noticeable. The vanguard, the general and other operators were running motor buses through the centre of the city, and the sight of a horse bus and a motor bus occupying the same stretch of road simultaneously was a daily reminder that two eras were sharing the same street while one of them prepared to retire. The Underground Railway offered an alternative to the chaos of the surface. The Metropolitan Railway had been running since 1863, initially powered by steam engines that made the tunnels genuinely impressive places to spend time in ways the modern definition of impressive does not cover. By the early 1900s, the inner lines had been electrified, and the experience of the underground had improved considerably. The smell was now of warm electricity, rubber, and compressed human presence, rather than coal smoke. Travel times across the city were reliable in a way that surface travel could not always match. The underground was regarded by some Londoners as a modern marvel, and by others as a slightly undignified way to travel, and both opinions were held simultaneously by many of the same people. The motor taxi had arrived in 1903. The meter that calculated the fare was called a taximeter, and so the vehicle became a taxicab, and the word has not required revision since. Hailing a motor taxi in the street was a new experience that felt, in 1908, like the beginning of a habit rather than an established one. Some people still preferred the hansom cab for short journeys, on the grounds that the horse-drawn cab was quieter, less likely to break down, and driven by men who knew the city better than the early motor taxi drivers, who were working from a combination of experience and confidence that did not always produce accurate navigation. At major road junctions, police constables stood directing traffic with their arms. There were no signals, There were no painted lines on the road. There was a constable in a dark uniform and a tall helmet standing in the middle of the intersection, applying the authority of his position to the problem of several horses, 2 motor buses, a delivery cart and a taxi arriving from different directions simultaneously. The system functioned because everyone involved, horse, driver, pedestrian and cyclist, understood the constable's authority and responded to his signals. It was not a perfect system, it was the system available. The department store was reshaping the way the middle classes understood shopping. Harrods in Knightsbridge had been building toward its current form since the 1840s, and by 1908 the building was substantially the one that stands in the same spot today, though the interior was continuing to evolve. Selfridges on Oxford Street had not yet opened, which would happen on the 15th of March 1909, when Gordon Selfridge, an American who had studied what retail could be in his years working for Marshall Field in Chicago, launched his store with an advertising campaign of a scale London had not previously seen in the service of a shop. He believed shopping should be pleasurable in itself, not merely purposeful, and he built a store with a library, a restaurant, a roof garden, and an information bureau that would tell you whatever you needed to know about the city, whether or not any of it led to a purchase. Liberty on Regent Street, Fortnum and Mason on Piccadilly, the Army and Navy stores near Victoria. These establishments were understood as destinations rather than outlets. An afternoon shopping expedition for a woman of means involved clothes, conversation, observation, the consideration of things not purchased, the occasional encounter with someone she knew, tea if the hour suggested it, and the possibility of finding something unexpected in a department she had not planned to visit. The parks were in use throughout the day, and in most kinds of weather. In Hyde Park, Regent's Park, and St James's Park, the paths were occupied by nursemaids pushing enormous perambulators with the focused concentration of people navigating complex machinery. Old gentlemen sat on benches with the patient authority of people who had earned the right to sit. Young men rode on the Serpentine, or attempted to with varying technical success. Women walked in groups of 2 or 3, their hats extraordinary, their conversations carried out at a volume suited to being heard only by each other. The technology of the city was changing fast enough to feel exciting, and slowly enough that it had not yet produced real alarm. Electric street lighting was gradually replacing gas lamps across the central districts. The process was slow, neighbourhood by neighbourhood, and in many streets both types coexisted for some years. The lamplighters, who had walked the same routes each evening with a long pole and a small flame, were slowly becoming a diminishing trade, their skill inherited from a time when darkness was a genuine nightly problem requiring deliberate management. The telephone was spreading from commerce into domestic life, but slowly. Telephone exchanges had existed in London since the 1880s, and by 1908 a growing number of households had installed a telephone. It sat in the hall or the study, on its own low table, and was used primarily for matters of some urgency, rather than for the casual conversation that later generations would conduct over it. The concept of telephoning someone for no specific reason, simply to talk, had not yet established itself as natural. The first rough map of the Underground Railway network, attempting to show all the lines and stations, was available to passengers in this period, though the map tried to follow actual geographical coordinates, and was, as a result, considerably more confusing than useful. The elegant simplified diagram that transformed the Underground map into an object of clarity and even beauty would not be produced until 1931, when Harry Beck, an engineering draftsman, submitted it to the London Underground on his own initiative after developing the idea in his spare time at home. By 3:30 in the afternoon, the question of tea has become pressing. This is not an exaggeration. In 1908, afternoon tea in a household of this kind was not a pleasant optional custom that happened when circumstances aligned. It was a social institution with its own rules, rituals, timing, and attendant expectations, and the household organised the middle of the day around it, with the same seriousness it applied to dinner. The parlour maid has been instructed to bring tea to the drawing room at 4 o'clock. The drawing room, which may have been glimpsed in passing this morning, is the most formally maintained room in the house, and the one most likely to be seen by people outside the family. The ceiling is higher than elsewhere. The furniture is larger, more carefully chosen, and arranged with reference to the fireplace as the room's focal point. A sofa with carved legs occupies the centre position. 2 matching chairs face it across a low table. The The glass-fronted corner cabinet contains the better china, which is brought out when the occasion justifies it, and today it does. The fire in the drawing-room grate has been lit since mid-afternoon. By 4 o'clock it has settled into the kind of fire that provides warm, steady heat without drama. The kind of fire that is doing its job properly and knows it. The tea tray arrives with the deliberate care appropriate to something that is also, in its way, a performance. It is silver-plated, and it has been polished recently enough that it still reflects the lamplight with some ambition. The teapot on it was warmed before the tea went in, which is not a preference but a requirement. A cold pot produces tea of a different and inferior character, and producing tea of a different and inferior character in a household where these things are understood is a failure that carries weight disproportionate to its scale. The water poured over the tea was boiling, not merely hot, because the temperature at which water meets tea determines the quality of what happens in the pot, and this is something the Edwardian household had opinions about. The tea in the pot, in a household of this standing, is likely a blend sourced from Fortnum and Mason or a similarly established supplier. The Edwardian preference was strongly toward Indian teas, primarily from the Assam and Darjeeling regions, which had gradually displaced Chinese teas in popular favour through the latter half of the previous century. The British East India Company had introduced commercial tea cultivation to India in the 1830s and 40s, partly in response to the political instability of the Chinese tea trade, and partly from an understanding that controlling the supply chain from the garden to the cup was commercially preferable to depending on foreign producers. By 1908, the Indian tea industry was one of the great agricultural enterprises of the empire, and the tea in the pot in front of you has probably travelled from an Assam estate, through the docks at Mincing Lane in the city, where the tea auctions were held, to a blender's warehouse, to the shop, to this house. Milk in the cup before the tea or after it? This question was already a mild but recurring controversy in 1908, and the two camps held their positions with the cheerful certainty of people who do not think of themselves as having particularly strong convictions, but somehow always do on this one point. The argument for milk first was originally practical. Adding a small amount of cool milk to a fine porcelain cup before pouring boiling tea into it reduced the thermal shock that could crack thin china. The argument for milk second was one of precision. You could watch the tea change colour and stop when it reached the shade you wanted. Both arguments were sound within their own terms. Neither side was prepared to concede the match. The sandwiches on the lower tier of the cake stand were made with the crust removed. This detail, which reads now as a mild affectation, had a practical origin. Bread crusts toughen in the air more quickly than the crumb does, and a sandwich that sits for any length of time on a tray becomes significantly less pleasant to eat at the crust than at the centre. Removing them standardised the texture across the whole sandwich and allowed it to be cut into fingers or triangles that were genuinely uniform. The fillings were deliberately gentle. Cucumber, sliced thin and lightly salted. Egg mayonnaise, made with the new commercial mayonnaise that had become available in jars, or made properly from scratch if the cook felt the occasion required it. Potted shrimp from a pot delivered by the fishmonger. Smoked salmon for a more elaborate tea. Watercress with a thin scraping of butter. The smallness of the sandwiches was intentional. They were not a meal. They were an opening, the thing your hands were occupied with during the first part of the conversation. After the sandwiches came the scones. Edwardian scones were somewhat plainer than the versions associated with cream teas now, often made with very little sugar because the sweetness was provided by what went on top of them. The debate over what went on top of them was, and remains, a matter of genuine regional feeling. In Devon, tradition held that cream came first, spread thick and white, and jam sat on top of it. In Cornwall, the jam went directly onto the scone, and the cream, which in Cornwall was clotted rather than whipped, went over the jam. In London, and the home counties and most of the territory between, people applied whatever order felt natural and treated the question as an enjoyable topic for conversation rather than a matter requiring resolution, which was either admirably relaxed or entirely unprincipled depending on where you were from. The social ritual of calling was embedded in the tea hour. If you were visiting someone else's home for afternoon tea, you brought your calling card. This was a small, neatly printed card carrying your name in a good typeface and sometimes your address. It was left in the silver tray in the front hall, and its presence there served as a record of your visit. If the mistress of the house was not available to receive visitors that afternoon, Whether because she was genuinely out or because the morning had been difficult and she had instructed the parlour-maid to say she was not at home, you left your card and departed. You had fulfilled the social obligation. The call had been made. The card proved it. The rules surrounding formal calling visits were specific enough to reward study. There were appropriate days for calling on certain kinds of acquaintance. There was an expected duration of approximately 15 to 20 minutes for a formal call, though the boundary between a formal call and an easy visit between friends was a social sense that required some calibration. A skilled hostess who wished to end a visit had a range of signals available to her. She might stand. She might shift her attention in a way that suggested the conversation had reached a natural landing point. The visitor understood and rose, and the parlour-maid was called to see them to the door. The whole mechanism allowed a great deal of human contact to take place without overwhelming anyone. Tea was also, in practice, where certain conversations happened that would have been harder to have in more formal settings. The suffragette movement, by 1908, had moved well past the point where it could be discussed as an abstract principle about the future. The Women's Social and Political Union, founded by Emmeline Pankhurst 5 years earlier, had made it concrete and present and impossible to be neutral about. The newspapers were full of women being arrested, of meetings disrupted, of the specific and striking tactic of chaining oneself to railings outside government buildings. Women sitting in drawing rooms over Indian tea and cucumber sandwiches were talking about these events with complicated feelings. Some were appalled by the disruption, some were convinced, some were navigating privately between a position they felt expected to hold and a position that made more sense to them each time they thought it through. The conversation around tea was rarely as light as the occasion appeared to require. Dinner at 7:30 meant the 2 hours before it were spent preparing for it. Getting dressed for dinner in an Edwardian household was not a minor operation. For a formal dinner party, the correct dress for men was white tie, meaning a black tailcoat, white waistcoat, white bow tie, and a stiff-fronted shirt whose surface had been pressed to a rigidity that made it feel less like cloth and more like a decorated architectural panel. For smaller, less ceremonious dinners among friends, black tie was increasingly acceptable. For women, evening dress meant low necklines, long trains on the skirt that required management while walking, long white gloves reaching above the elbow, and whatever jewellery the occasion and the household safe could supply. The lady's maid was involved again, for the third time in the day. The hair came down and was rebuilt for the evening in a style different from the day's arrangement, higher and more elaborate, constructed with pins and pads, and the particular skill that produced a result that looked, when complete, as though it had simply grown that way. The jewellery was brought out and fastened. The dress was helped into, which for a gown with a fitted bodice and a long train was a process that benefited from 2 pairs of hands and a mirror positioned at the right angle. The final inspection in the full-length glass was a practical step, and also a moment with its own quiet weight. The last private assessment before the evening's public performance began. Dinner itself was served in a style that had been fashionable in Britain for several decades. The system called service à la Russe, which had arrived from Russia via France and had been adopted by progressive households from the 1860s onward, involved serving each course in sequence from the kitchen, rather than placing all the dishes on the table simultaneously in the older English fashion. This meant the dining table itself could be decorated generously with flowers, candelabras, and decorative objects without being cluttered by serving dishes. The food came to you, brought by the parlour-maid or the footman if the household employed one, in a sequence that might run to 8 or 10 items on a formal occasion. Soup served in wide, shallow bowls from a tureen, a fish course, an entree of some lighter preparation, the main joint or roast, a savoury course toward the end, often something sharp or salty, a neat preparation of anchovies or cheese, then dessert, which in this era meant pudding and fruit and perhaps a sweet biscuit, not the single-plated item that later usurped the name. The wine changed with each course, selected and decanted by the butler, who had spent time in the cellar earlier in the day making his choices with reference to what the cook had told him about the menu. Conversation at dinner operated by a convention that was widely understood. For the earlier courses, you directed your attention to the person seated on your left. At a certain point in the meal, following a signal from the hostess, the conversation shifted, and you turned to the person on your right for the later courses. This system, which sounds mechanical when described, had the practical advantage of ensuring that every guest spoke to both their neighbours during the course of the evening, rather than becoming stranded in an exclusive conversation with one while ignoring the other entirely. It required some social flexibility. It occasionally produced awkward transitions. It was better than the alternative, which was the unmediated chaos of a table, where conversational drift determined who talked to whom, and some people were left out entirely. Topics appropriate to dinner table conversation were understood by the participants, at least the experienced ones. Music was always safe. Travel was excellent. Books, if handled with enough lightness to leave room for different opinions, worked well. The theatre offered neutral territory, and the advantage of having specific productions to discuss, rather than abstract principles. General events of the day could be touched lightly, steered away from the political and toward the cultural. What dinner table conversation actively avoided, at least in polite company at a formal dinner, was sustained argument on any subject that divided the table into genuine opposing camps, not because argument was undesirable in principle, but because dinner was not a debate, and the experience of sitting through a dinner where two people were genuinely at odds was, for everyone else at the table, not the evening they had expected. After dinner, the household divided by gender. The women withdrew to the drawing room while the men remained at the table with port and cigars. This arrangement, which looks most foreign to modern eyes among all the customs of this era, was in practice shorter than its reputation suggests. The separation lasted perhaps 30 minutes, sometimes less. The conversation that happened on each side of it was reportedly different in character, the men's side more willing to address things directly, the women's side more interested in what had actually been happening to people they knew. Both descriptions are probably partial. At some point the men joined the women in the drawing room, and the company reunited around the fire for coffee. If there was a piano in the drawing room, it would probably be played. This house has a piano. It is an upright piano with a walnut veneer case and an elaborate candle sconce on either side, though the candles have been replaced with small electric fittings. The piano was purchased 12 years ago when the oldest daughter was 7 and beginning lessons. The oldest daughter is now 19 and plays with a genuine facility that goes somewhat beyond what was strictly required by the conventional accomplishment curriculum. She has opinions about Chopin that she has not been asked for and will offer them if the evening develops toward music. The piano was the central domestic musical instrument of the 19th century and remained so well into the 20th. Long after the gramophone could technically reproduce orchestral music in the home, there was a quality to live playing, the responsiveness of the sound to the room, the visible effort of the performer, the possibility of requests that mechanical reproduction could not substitute for, at least not yet. The music hall was the dominant popular entertainment of the era, and it drew audiences from a much wider social range than the legitimate theatre. Music halls had developed through the second half of the previous century, from the concert rooms attached to public houses into purpose-built theatres seating several hundred or several thousand people, running programmes of varied acts over a long evening. The formula was variety, a comedian whose material depended on topical references that the audience already understood, a singer whose songs the audience already knew and would join in with if the performer turned toward them at the right moment, an acrobatic act that asked the audience to hold its breath and rewarded them by not making anyone actually fall, a novelty turn involving skills or animals or both. The great performers of the music hall circuit had a fame that was immediate and personal, in ways that later celebrity would become more mediated. Marie Lloyd, whose performances combined warmth and a kind of knowing wit that landed differently depending on what you brought to it. Alba Chevalier, who performed character songs about London working-class life, with an affection that his largely working-class audiences received as recognition rather than condescension. Dan Leno, the dame comedian whose physical comedy was precise enough that later writers would reach for the word genius and mean it. These were names that meant something specific and beloved. A night at the music hall was not a refined occasion. You could eat, you could drink, you could talk to the person next to you without causing offence. The relationship between performer and audience was closer and more mutual than the formal theatre permitted. The legitimate theatre had its own audience and its own ambitions. The West End was running dozens of productions on any given evening, ranging from Shakespeare staged with the full resources of major houses to new plays by writers who were using the theatre to address questions that drawing rooms were still learning to formulate. George Bernard Shaw was the most prominent of these, with a body of work that managed to make social criticism entertaining enough that audiences came back for it. His plays about class, about the gap between what people said they believed and what their behaviour revealed, about the mechanics of respectability, were being discussed in terms that suggested the form itself was changing. The newest entertainment, regarded with some condescension by people who went to the theatre, and with considerable enthusiasm by people who did not, was the moving picture. Public film exhibitions had been running in Britain since 1895, when the Lumiere brothers' cinematograph was shown in London. By 1908, moving pictures were being screened in purpose-built Nickelodeons, in converted halls, and in any space that could accommodate a projector, a screen, and enough chairs to make the evening financially worthwhile. The films were silent. A piano player sat at the side of the screen and improvised music to match the mood of what was happening in the images, which required a particular kind of concentrated attentiveness, and a large repertoire of pieces that could be started, stopped, or altered at a moment's notice. The films themselves were short, often 10 or 15 minutes, and the programmes combined several of them into an evening's worth of content. Watching a moving image of a size larger than your own body on a screen in a dark room was an experience sufficiently unlike anything that had preceded it, that people who had seen hundreds of films still found the medium surprising. The gramophone was bringing music into the home in a different way. The flat disc gramophone record had improved steadily through the first decade of the new century, and by 1908 a household gramophone could reproduce music with enough clarity to identify the tune and the singer, even if the reproduction was thin and added a consistent crackling presence to everything it played, like listening to music through a window. Enrico Caruso, the Italian tenor, had made recordings that were considered remarkable in their fidelity, and his discs were among the most purchased of the period. The gramophone was wound with a handle on the side, ran for about 3 minutes per record, and needed to be rewound between sides. Putting on music in 1908 required some active participation. After the music cards were played, whist was still the most familiar card game in this kind of household, played in pairs across a table with a focused attention that the English found socially comfortable because it gave everyone something to do with their hands and their eyes while their mouths were between sentences. Bridge was establishing itself among people who preferred a game with more cognitive demand, more variables, more to talk about afterward. The cards moved around the table. Someone played a card that surprised everyone else, and received a reaction that was disproportionate to the actual stakes, which suited the hour perfectly. The clocks in this house do not quite agree with each other. The one in the front hall is almost certainly correct, because the butler winds it on a precise schedule, and treats accurate timekeeping as a professional responsibility. The one on the drawing room mantelpiece runs about 4 minutes fast, a tendency it has had for as long as anyone can recall, and no one has adjusted it, because a clock that runs fast is considered marginally preferable to one that runs slow, which is a moral position as much as a practical one. The one in your bedroom gains a few minutes each week and is corrected on Sundays. It is somewhere between 10 o'clock and past. The house is settling into its quieter rhythm. The servants are withdrawing to their own quarters. The kitchen has been cleaned to the cook's standard, which is exacting. The range has been banked for the night, meaning the fire has been reduced to a slow, sustainable burn that will hold the heat through the darkness and be ready to be brought back up in the morning by Alice, who will be down the back stairs again before most of the city is thinking about waking. The parlour maid has drawn the curtains in the main rooms, turned down the lamps, and carried a final covered tray upstairs with whatever the household favours at the end of the day. Hot milk, perhaps, barley water, a short glass of port for the gentleman of the house, which he considers medicinal, and which probably is, in the way that pleasures taken quietly before sleep often are. Getting ready for bed is another sequence of brief ceremonies, performed with the same attentiveness that attended the beginning of the day. The bedroom fire has been tended again and is warm. The nightclothes are laid out. These are, by any later standard, practical rather than decorative. Cotton in warmer months, flannel in the winter, high-necked, full length, designed to retain heat through a night in a room that will cool significantly once the fire drops. The Edwardian bedroom in January, even in a comfortable house with good fireplaces, was cold in ways that required practical management. The lady's maid comes up one final time. The process of undressing reverses the morning sequence. The gown is helped off. The jewellery is removed, catalogued, and returned to its case. The hair comes down, shaken out of its pins with a relief that has been building since approximately 9 o'clock. It is then brushed, a process that was performed to a specific count in most households, and which the lady's maid could do with a uniform pressure and rhythm that the woman herself rarely managed to replicate on her own. A nightcap of soft cotton or silk may be put on if the night is cold, which in an Edwardian winter it frequently is, pulled over the hair to keep the heat in through the hours of sleep. Skincare in 1908 was present but not complicated. Cold cream was the main preparation applied to the face before sleep. It had been a staple since ancient times in one formulation or another, and the Edwardian version was a thick, pale mixture of oils and waxes and rose water that removed the day's powder and tinted preparations and left the skin feeling clean and slightly cool. Pear's soap served the same purpose that it had served since Joshua Brooke reformulated it as a transparent bar in the 1820s, which was to provide a cleaning agent that felt light and smelled of something pleasant and not too aggressive. The elaborate multi-step skincare system, with its numbered products and layered applications and specific morning versus evening formulations, was still decades away from being commercially invented. Outside the window, the city is quieter, but nowhere near silent. There are still horses in the streets at this hour. The last deliveries, the night cabs, the occasional dray from one of the breweries moving through the city, while the roads are less obstructed. The sound of a tram on a main road several streets distant, its overhead wires humming at a frequency that carries through the air even at this distance. A fog has been settling over the Thames since early evening, and in the streets near the river the sounds are muffled and slightly strangened, arriving with less definition than the same sounds would have an hour earlier. The gas lamps on the pavement cast their light upward toward the curtains, the faintest amber trace of it coming through where the fabric does not meet perfectly. In the rooms that have been fitted with electric lights, the switches have been turned off one by one, each room going dark as the evening moves through the house toward its close. There is something about turning off an electric light that is cleaner than extinguishing a flame, more complete, and it changes the character of the darkness slightly. The room does not smell of the extinguished candle, it simply goes dark. The bedroom is quiet now. In 1908, standing in this room on this particular evening in the long peculiar lull between the Victorian century and whatever comes next, the world outside seems to be operating on two simultaneous clocks. On one of them, things are stable, the house functions, the tradesmen deliver, the silver is polished, the newspapers arrive with the reliability of good habits, the letters are answered in the same day they are received. The morning tea is made correctly, which is a modest but genuine satisfaction. On the other clock, everything is moving. The motor car is altering the sound and smell and pace of the city, faster than anyone who thought about it 5 years ago would have predicted. The telephone is beginning to change what a letter is for and who is expected to have one. The gramophone is moving music into rooms where it was not available before, creating a new relationship between private life and public art. The suffragettes are making the question of who is permitted to participate in civic life into something that cannot be deferred into the next generation and the one after that. The moving picture, still young and technically limited, is building a vocabulary of image and narrative that has no clear precedent. And there are, on the horizon of things that people in this room cannot quite see yet, changes of a different and larger order that will arrive in 6 years and reorganize everything. Most of the people in this house do not know this. They cannot. The war that is coming does not feel inevitable from here, the way it feels inevitable looking backward from the other side of it. The Edwardian era is remembered now with a quality of golden melancholy, partly genuine and partly constructed by the people who survived what came after and needed to believe that something had been lost. Whether the era was actually golden, for everyone who lived in it, for Alice scrubbing the kitchen floor before dawn, for the suffragette in prison, for the music hall performer catching the last bus back across the city, is a longer and more honest conversation. What is certain is that tonight, in this room, the day has run its full and ordinary course. The coal was brought up from the cellar before 6 in the morning. The range was coaxed to life. The breakfast was made and served and cleared. The morning letters were written in a clear, careful hand. The hat was selected and worn correctly. The tea was made with the pot warmed first. The sandwiches had their crust removed. The dinner ran from soup to savoury to sweet, and the wine was decanted at the right temperature, and the conversation followed the table to the right at the appropriate moment. The piano was played, the card game concluded, the fire was brought down. You have spent a few hours inside a world that moved at a different pace, and organised itself around different assumptions. A world where the invisible labour of several people made the visible comfort of a few people possible, and where almost everyone involved understood this arrangement without it being named. A world where a letter sent in the morning could be answered by evening. A world where not wearing a hat was a statement about your relationship to society. A world where the question of milk before or after tea could generate a genuine opinion in an otherwise reasonable person. Let all of it sit for a moment. The bed is ready. The pillow on the cooler side has been warmed by the warming pan that was run through the sheets a few minutes ago, a long-handled copper pan filled with hot embers, drawn slowly across the bed under the blankets to take the cold out of the linen before you get in. The sheets are smooth and pressed flat. The blankets are the right weight for the season. The fire in the grate is low and steady, giving off its heat without noise or drama, doing the last of its work before it drops entirely in the small hours. Outside, London is settling into its own long, foggy night. The boots have stopped moving past the basement window. The trams have made their last runs on the main roads. The butler has locked the front door and checked it twice, because checking it twice is what he does, and will do, and has done, and the fact of it is one of the quiet, dependable certainties of this household's nights. Sleep well, my tired potatoes. The house is warm, the letters are sent, and the morning, with all its particular requirements, and its reliable smell of coal smoke and beeswax and strong dark tea, is still a long way off. Imagine the Mediterranean Sea in 218 BCE as a vast blue stage where two great powers circled each other like cautious dancers. On one side, Rome, still young, still hungry, expanding from its 7 hills with the methodical determination of someone organising a particularly complex filing system. On the other, Carthage, ancient, sophisticated, wealthy beyond measure, its merchant ships threading through every port like silver needles, stitching together the fabric of ancient commerce. You need to understand that these two civilizations were as different as wine and olive oil. Both valuable, both essential to Mediterranean life, but fundamentally incompatible when forced to occupy the same vessel. Rome built its strength on citizen soldiers who farmed in peacetime and fought when called. Men who viewed military service as a civic duty roughly equivalent to paying taxes, except with significantly more marching and considerably less paperwork. Carthage, meanwhile, had turned commerce into an art form so refined that Roman merchants looked like children playing store by comparison. While Romans were still figuring out maritime trade, Carthaginian sailors had been navigating by stars their ancestors had named, following currents their grandfathers' grandfathers had mapped, and moving goods between continents with the casual efficiency of someone who's done the same route so many times they could do it blindfolded. The city of Carthage itself sat on the North African coast like a jewel in a setting of lesser stones, its harbours engineered with such precision that Roman engineers would later study their ruins the way you might study a master craftsman's techniques. The famous circular military harbour could shelter over 200 warships, each in its own covered berth, protected from both weather and prying eyes. Imagine an ancient naval base designed with the kind of security and efficiency that would make modern military planners weep with envy. But what made Carthage truly remarkable wasn't just its wealth or its ships. It was the vast trading network that stretched from the Pillars of Hercules in the west to the eastern reaches of the Mediterranean, and even beyond to mysterious lands that Romans only heard about in sailors' tales. Carthaginian merchants traded in tin from distant Britain, amber from northern forests, frankincense from Arabia, and exotic animals from deep within Africa. They were the Amazon prime of the ancient world, except delivery took months instead of days and occasionally involved elephants. Rome and Carthage had already fought one major war, the First Punic War, which lasted 23 years and ended with Rome acquiring Sicily and developing a navy almost by accident. It was the kind of conflict where both sides started out thinking it would be quick and decisive, then found themselves still fighting 2 decades later, having spent fortunes and lost entire generations, all over an island that neither had particularly wanted in the first place. The peace that followed was the awkward kind where both parties smile at each other, while mentally cataloguing grievances and planning for round 2. Carthage retreated to rebuild, focusing on Spain. where silver mines promised the wealth needed to pay war indemnities to Rome. Rome consolidated its gains and eyed Carthage's Spanish holdings the way you might eye your neighbour's attractive lawn furniture. Into this delicate balance came Hannibal Barca, whose very name would eventually make Roman children behave and Roman senators lose sleep. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand the world he inherited, a Mediterranean basin where established powers and rising ambitions created a situation as stable as a table, with one leg shorter than the others. Something was going to shift eventually. It was just a matter of who would provide the push and which direction the whole arrangement would tumble. The landscape itself seemed to reflect this precarious balance. The Mediterranean's northern shores rose into mountain ranges that had channeled and shaped human movement, since people first figured out that walking around obstacles was easier than going over them. The Alps stood like a natural wall between southern Europe and the north, their peaks catching clouds and creating weather patterns that determined where cities grew and armies marched. Southern Spain, where our story truly begins, offered a different geography, hot, mineral-rich, and populated by tribes who had been metalworking since before Rome was even a village. The Carthaginians had established themselves there not through conquest, but through the more subtle art of making themselves commercially indispensable, which is like winning a war without the expense of actually fighting one. This was the world in 218 BCE, balanced, prosperous in patches, divided by mountains and united by sea, waiting for someone to disturb its equilibrium in ways that would ripple across centuries. The stage was set, the actors were in position, and somewhere in Spain, a young Carthaginian general was planning something that would make the Roman Senate wish they'd paid more attention to geography lessons. Let's talk about young Hannibal for a moment, because understanding his dream requires understanding the man, and understanding the man requires going back to when he was just a boy watching his father prepare for war. Hamilcar Barca, Hannibal's father, was the kind of man who carried grudges the way other people carry family heirlooms, carefully, protectively, with every intention of passing them down to the next generation. He'd commanded Carthaginian forces in Sicily during the First Punic War, watched his city forced to accept humiliating peace terms, and spent the rest of his life rebuilding Carthaginian power in Spain with the single-minded focus of someone planning an extremely elaborate comeback. According to ancient sources, and you can decide how much to trust stories that were written down by people who weren't actually there, Hamilcar once brought 9-year-old Hannibal to a sacrifice and made him swear eternal enmity to Rome. Whether this actually happened or was later propaganda doesn't particularly matter. What matters is that Hannibal grew up in a household where Rome wasn't just an enemy, but the enemy, the obstacle between Carthage and its rightful place in the world. Hannibal's education was the ancient equivalent of an advanced degree in how to make Rome uncomfortable. He studied Greek because that was what educated people did in the Mediterranean world, the same way modern professionals learn English regardless of where they're from. He learned warfare from his father and later from his brother-in-law Hasdrubal, watching how to manage mercenary armies composed of Iberians, Numidians, Libyans, and others who had no particular loyalty to Carthage beyond regular pay and competent leadership. But more than tactics or languages, Hannibal learned to think strategically in ways that most of his contemporaries couldn't match. While other generals planned campaigns, Hannibal planned wars. While they thought about next season's fighting, he thought about how to reshape the entire strategic situation. His dream wasn't simply to defeat Rome in battle. That was just Tuesday for a competent general. His dream was to break Rome's power so completely that Carthage would never again have to worry about Roman interference. Here's where you need to understand the Roman power structure, because Hannibal understood it better than most Romans did. Rome's strength didn't come from its legions, impressive as they were. It came from its alliance system, the complex web of treaties and relationships that connected Rome to hundreds of Italian communities. These allies provided soldiers, supplies, and strategic depth that made Rome almost impossible to defeat through conventional warfare. Hannibal looked at this system and saw its vulnerability. Rome's Italian allies weren't joining gladly. Many had been forced into alliance through conquest. They provided troops not from a love of Rome, but from lack of alternatives. If someone could demonstrate that Rome wasn't invincible, if someone could march through Italy showing that Roman protection was worthless, then perhaps these alliances would crumble like old bread, leaving Rome isolated and defeatable. This insight was the foundation of Hannibal's dream. He would take the war to Italy itself, not through a naval invasion that Carthage's weakened fleet couldn't support, but through an overland route that everyone knew was impossible. He would march an army from Spain, through Gaul, over the Alps and into northern Italy. Then he would defeat Roman armies in their own territory and offer their allies a better deal. It was the kind of plan that sounds absolutely insane when you first hear it. Like someone today suggesting they'll walk from New York to Los Angeles just to prove it can be done. Except with war elephants and hostile tribes and mountain ranges that had never been crossed by an army. But Hannibal had advantages that made the impossible merely extremely difficult. First, he had inherited his father's Spanish base, complete with silver mines that funded his operations and veteran soldiers who'd been fighting together long enough to trust their commanders. Second, he had diplomatic contacts throughout Gaul who could provide intelligence, supplies and guides. The ancient equivalent of having friends along the route who'll let you crash on their couch. Third, he had elephants, which might seem like a logistical nightmare, but were actually brilliant psychological warfare tools. Nothing says "I mean business" quite like showing up with creatures that most people had only heard about in travellers' tales. But beyond these practical advantages, Hannibal had something more valuable. The ability to inspire people to attempt things they would never consider on their own. His soldiers followed him, not because they were forced to, but because they believed in his vision, or at least believed that following him would lead to plunder, glory, and stories they could tell their grandchildren. In 218 BCE, at 29 years old, Hannibal stood at the head of an army in Spain and looked north toward the Alps. Most generals would have seen an impassable barrier. Hannibal saw a route to immortality. His dream wasn't modest. It involved rewriting the power structure of the entire Mediterranean world. But here's the thing about impossible dreams. They remain impossible right up until someone accomplishes them, at which point everyone claims they knew it could be done all along. The decision to march was made not in a moment of passion, but after careful calculation. Hannibal spent months preparing, gathering supplies, securing agreements with Gallic tribes, and studying what little information existed about Alpine passes. He sent scouts ahead and made arrangements for supply depots. This wasn't impulsive adventurism, it was methodical planning applied to an outrageous objective. As spring approached and the campaign season opened, Hannibal's army began its march north from New Carthage in Spain. The dream was about to become a very cold, very difficult reality. But first, they would spend months crossing relatively friendly territory, giving Hannibal time to train his diverse forces into a cohesive unit, and giving his soldiers time to contemplate exactly what they'd signed up for. Picture yourself on a warm morning in late spring, 218 BCE, standing on the outskirts of New Carthage, modern Cartagena, watching an army assemble for what most observers thought was just another Spanish campaign. The smell of dust and horse sweat mingles with the salt air from the Mediterranean, and if you closed your eyes, you might think this was just another military deployment, the kind that happened regularly throughout the ancient world. But open your eyes and really look at what's gathering. This isn't just an army, it's a mobile nation, a self-contained world preparing to walk from Spain to Italy. 90,000 infantry from a dozen different tribes and nations, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 elephants whose handlers treat them with a careful affection you might show a particularly temperamental but beloved family member. The diversity is staggering. Libyan spearmen in their distinctive linen armour stand near Iberian tribesmen carrying the falcata, that distinctively curved sword that could cut through Roman shields like an aggressive letter opener. Numidian cavalry from North Africa sit on their horses bareback, making Roman cavalry, who at least use saddles, feel like they're overdoing it with equipment. Balearic slingers, whose accuracy with their simple leather slings rivals modern target shooters, practice their craft with stones that hum through the air like angry bees, and the elephants. We need to talk about the elephants, because they're both more and less important than you might imagine. These aren't the massive African bush elephants you see in nature documentaries. These are North African forest elephants, smaller, now extinct, but still impressive enough to make an entrance. Each one requires about 300 pounds of food daily, drinks enough water to fill multiple bathtubs, and has a handler who knows its moods, preferences and personality quirks the way you know your closest friend's coffee order. The elephants serve multiple purposes beyond their obvious combat role. They're mobile propaganda, walking advertisements for Carthaginian power and exoticism. They're psychological weapons that will terrify enemies who've never seen anything larger than a cow. And they're symbols of Hannibal's confidence. Only someone absolutely certain of success would burden themselves with such high-maintenance companions on a journey through hostile territory and impossible mountains. The march begins with deceptive ease. The army moves north through Spain, following well-established routes through territory that's partly under Carthaginian control and partly inhabited by tribes who've decided that not interfering with this particular army is the better part of valour. The pace is deliberate rather than rushed, roughly 10 to 15 miles per day, because moving 90,000 people with their equipment and supplies isn't something you can do quickly without creating the kind of logistics disaster that ends military careers. Each evening, the army stops and transforms itself into a temporary city. Tents rise in organised patterns, fires are lit for cooking, sentries are posted, and for a few hours the world takes on a rhythm that feels almost domestic. Soldiers clean equipment, repair sandals worn by the day's march, and share food and stories in languages that span the Mediterranean. The elephants are fed and watered, their handlers checking them for injuries or illness with the thoroughness of nurses. Hannibal moves through these evening camps with practiced ease, stopping to speak with different units, asking about supplies and listening to concerns. Leadership at this level isn't about dramatic speeches, it's about being seen, being accessible, and demonstrating that you share the hardships you're asking others to endure. When Hannibal eats soldiers' rations and sleeps in a regular tent, it builds loyalty more effectively than any amount of inspiring rhetoric. The army crosses the Ebro River, that traditional boundary between Carthaginian and Roman spheres of influence in Spain. This is the point of no return, the moment when the campaign becomes an official act of war. But the crossing itself is anticlimactic. Just a long day of ferrying men and equipment across a river that flows with the muddy determination of all major waterways. The elephants wade across, enjoying the bath, while their handlers curse and pray in roughly equal measure. Beyond the Ebro, the territory becomes progressively less friendly. Spanish tribes who owe no loyalty to Carthage eye this massive army with understandable nervousness. Some offer tokens of submission, food, guides, and promises not to attack if the army just keeps moving. Others prepare for resistance, gathering warriors and sending messages to neighbouring tribes about this unprecedented invasion force. Hannibal handles each situation with a flexibility that keeps his army moving while minimising delays. When resistance seems serious, he offers overwhelming force, defeating tribal armies with such efficiency that other communities decide cooperation looks more attractive. When tribes seem willing to negotiate, he's generous with promises and modest with demands, understanding that the goal isn't to conquer Spain, it's to pass through it with minimal damage to his army. The weeks blur into a rhythm of march, camp, occasional skirmish, and march again. The soldiers stop asking where they're going and focus on the immediate tasks of surviving each day's journey. Equipment wears out and is repaired or replaced. The weaker soldiers fall out and are left behind with wounds, illness, or simple inability to maintain the pace. The army that continues north is smaller but harder, winnowed by the journey into something approaching fighting trim. By the time they reach the Pyrenees, that mountain range separating Spain from Gaul, Hannibal has already sent home about 10,000 soldiers whose loyalty seemed questionable. Better a smaller army that's committed than a larger one that might desert or betray at a crucial moment. It's the kind of ruthlessly practical decision that characterises Hannibal's entire campaign. Better to solve problems early than watch them grow into disasters later. The crossing of the Pyrenees is a preview of greater challenges ahead. The mountains are steep, but not impossibly so. The pass is well used by traders and shepherds. Still, it's the army's first real taste of what moving through serious mountains involves. The thin air that makes breathing harder, the rocky terrain that tears at sandals and hooves, and the cold at higher elevations even in summer. When they emerge on the Gallic side of the Pyrenees, the army has shrunk to perhaps 50,000 infantry and 9,000 cavalry. The elephants remain, though the mountain crossing has left some showing signs of stress. But the survivors are now veterans of a journey that has already exceeded what most armies would consider a major campaign, and they haven't even reached the Alps yet. Gaul sprawls before them, a vast patchwork of tribal territories where Celtic peoples live in a relationship with Rome that ranges from hostile to merely suspicious. Hannibal's diplomatic preparations pay dividends here. Tribal leaders who've been contacted months earlier provide guides, supplies, and permission to pass through their territories. Others, hearing of this unprecedented army's approach, decide that maintaining neutrality is the wisest course. The march through Gaul takes on a different character than the Spanish portion. Here, Hannibal isn't just passing through potential enemy territory, he's building alliances that might prove useful later. Celtic tribes who resent Roman expansion see Hannibal as a potential ally against their mutual enemy. They offer warriors to supplement his forces, provide intelligence about Roman movements, and share knowledge about the Alps that will prove invaluable in the weeks ahead. As summer wanes and early autumn approaches, the army reaches the Rhone River, that major waterway that flows from the Alps to the Mediterranean. The crossing becomes another major logistical challenge. The river is wide, swift, and contested by local tribes who aren't thrilled about an army crossing through their territory. Hannibal solves this through a combination of negotiation and intimidation, arranging for boat builders to construct rafts, while cavalry demonstrates what happens to tribes that actively oppose the crossing. The elephants present a special challenge. Some are coaxed onto rafts disguised to look like solid ground, the ancient equivalent of tricking a cat into a carrier by making it look like a cosy hiding spot. Others have to be persuaded through more direct means, their handlers using every trick learned through years of experience. One story claims an elephant was led onto a raft by its mother, only to jump off and swim the river when it realised the deception, with its handler clinging to its ear the entire way. Whether true or embellished, it captures the mixture of comedy and danger that define the entire enterprise. Beyond the Rhone, the Alps rise in the distance like a promise and a threat. The army can see them now on clear days, snow-capped peaks that seem to touch the sky, ranges that no army has ever crossed with supplies and equipment intact. Hannibal's soldiers look at those mountains and begin to understand what their general is really asking of them. But they've come too far to turn back now. Behind them lies territory they've already crossed, where Roman armies are surely mobilizing to cut off any retreat. Ahead lies the only path forward, up and over mountains that everyone says are impassable, toward Italy and the war that will determine whether Hannibal is a visionary or simply someone who led 50,000 men to die in the snow. The march toward the Alps continues, each day bringing those peaks closer, each evening camp filled with quieter conversations, as soldiers contemplate the impossible challenge ahead. Hannibal walks among his troops and tells them that the mountains are just another obstacle, that together they've already overcome challenges others thought impossible. Whether they believe him or not, they continue marching. Because that's what armies do. They march, they camp, they march again, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of their commanders until those dreams become reality or turn into nightmares. And somewhere ahead, in passes that have seen only traders and shepherds, the Alps wait to test whether Hannibal's dream has any substance beyond ambition and will. Let me tell you what it's like to stand at the base of the Alps in late autumn, looking up at mountains that seem less like geography and more like mythology made solid. The air has a crystalline quality at this altitude, sharp and clear and cold enough that each breath feels like drinking from a mountain stream. Behind you, The rolling hills of Gaul descend toward the Rhone Valley. Before you, rock and snow rise toward clouds that tangle in the peaks, like wool caught on thorns. Hannibal chose his route based on intelligence gathered from Gallic guides, who knew these mountains the way sailors know familiar coastlines. The exact pass he used remains debated by historians. Was it the Col de Clapier, the Col du Mont-Cenis, or perhaps the Col de la Traversette? Each has its advocates and its geographic logic. But for our purposes, what matters isn't the precise location, but the experience itself, the reality of moving an army through terrain that actively resists human passage. The initial ascent is deceptive. The lower slopes offer decent footing and enough vegetation to graze horses and pack animals. The army moves in a long column that stretches for miles, each unit finding its own pace as the trail narrows and steepens. The elephants do surprisingly well initially. Their sure footing and strength make them better at mountain travel than you might expect, though their handlers remain in constant anxiety about what lies ahead. But as the army climbs higher, the mountains begin to reveal their true nature. Trails that looked reasonable from a distance turn out to be barely wider than a man's shoulders, with drops on one side that make even veteran soldiers nervous. The air thins, making breathing laboured and increasing fatigue beyond what the physical exertion alone would cause. Veterans who've marched across Spain and Gaul find themselves stopping frequently to catch their breath, puzzled by their own weakness until someone explains what altitude does to human bodies. The local Celtic tribes who inhabit these heights add their own complications. These aren't sophisticated city dwellers impressed by elephants and diplomatic overtures. These are mountain people whose wealth consists mainly of what they can take from travellers, and a slow-moving army laden with supplies represents opportunities that are hard to ignore. They know every trail, every hiding spot, and every place where a handful of defenders can make the path impassable. Hannibal faces ambushes at narrow points where his superior numbers mean nothing because only a few men can fight at once. Boulders roll down slopes, triggered by defenders who understand leverage and gravity better than they understand formal warfare. The army's advance slows to a crawl as each suspicious cliff and narrow passage must be scouted, secured, and passed with agonizing caution. Imagine being a soldier in this situation. You're exhausted from altitude and constant climbing. Your sandals, designed for Mediterranean terrain, are falling apart on these rocky paths. The weather shifts with unsettling rapidity, warm in direct sunlight, frigidly cold in shadow, with winds that seem to come from every direction simultaneously. You watch men ahead of you dislodge rocks that tumble down the trail, forcing everyone behind to freeze until the danger passes. You're cold, you're tired, and you're starting to wonder if your commanding officer's vision might actually be fatal insanity. But you keep climbing because everyone around you keeps climbing, because stopping means dying. There's nowhere to go but forward or back, and back means admitting defeat to comrades who've become family through shared hardship. Because your general is somewhere in this column, sharing the same cold and danger and exhaustion, and if that determined Carthaginian can keep placing one foot ahead of the other, so can you. The elephants become a project that consumes enormous effort. Handlers coax them over narrow paths, sometimes building up edges with stones to widen the trail enough for their massive bodies. When an elephant balks at a particularly difficult section, everything stops while the animal is encouraged, bribed with food, or sometimes simply given time to work up its courage. The patience these handlers demonstrate would impress any modern animal trainer. They understand that forcing an elephant in these conditions would be counterproductive and potentially fatal. Snow begins to appear, first in patches on shaded slopes, then more persistently as the army climbs higher. The white powder is beautiful in an austere way, catching sunlight and transforming the mountains into something that might grace a landscape painting. But its beauty is deceptive. Snow hides trail edges, conceals hazards, and creates surfaces where pack animals slip and slide like drunks on ice. The nights become genuinely dangerous. The army camps wherever it can find space, often on slopes where sleeping means preventing yourself from rolling downhill. Fires are difficult to start and impossible to maintain properly. There's little wood at this altitude, and what exists is often too damp or too wind-battered to burn well. Soldiers huddle together for warmth, sharing cloaks and body heat, discovering that survival requires cooperation at the most basic level. Frostbite claims fingers and toes. Altitude sickness leaves some soldiers dizzy and nauseous, unable to keep down the food they need for energy. Pack animals, never complaining but suffering nonetheless, begin to fail from the combination of cold, altitude, and insufficient fodder. When animals die, they're quickly butchered for meat. Wasting food in these conditions isn't just foolish, it's suicidal. Then the army reaches the summit of their chosen pass, and for a moment the suffering almost seems worthwhile. From this height they can see back across the route they've climbed, a dizzying descent that makes clear how far they've come. More importantly, they can see ahead to Italy. The Po Valley spread below them like a promised land, green and warm and inviting in the autumn sunlight. Hannibal gathers his troops at this high point and, according to legend, tells them the worst is behind them. He's lying, of course, but it's a useful lie. The descent proves as difficult as the ascent, just in different ways. Trails on the northern slopes are steeper and often covered in ice that makes footing treacherous. Gravity, which was an enemy on the way up, becomes a dangerous ally on the way down, threatening to send men and animals sliding uncontrollably down slopes. The army descends in a controlled fall, each step a negotiation between progress and disaster. A story passed down through ancient sources describes a section where the trail has been destroyed by a landslide, leaving the army stopped at an impassable cliff. Hannibal's solution demonstrates both practical engineering and psychological leadership. His soldiers spend days building up the trail with rocks and earth, creating a passage where none existed. They heat rock faces with fires built from precious timber, carried up from below, then douse them with vinegar. The rapid temperature change fractures the stone, making it easier to clear. Whether this specific detail is accurate or an embellishment hardly matters. What matters is that the army finds a way through obstacles that should have stopped them completely. The elephants negotiate these final obstacles with what can only be described as determination bordering on stubbornness. Several are lost to falls or simply to exhaustion, their handlers mourning them with genuine grief. But most survive, making the descent with the same surprising agility that got them over the summit. By the time the army reaches lower elevations where the air is thick and breathing comes easy again, the elephants that remain have earned their place in history through sheer endurance. After 15 days in the mountains, though some sources suggest it might have been longer, Hannibal's army descends into the Po Valley in northern Italy. They've lost about half their soldiers to combat, desertion, exposure, and the simple attrition of an impossible journey. The survivors are ragged, frostbitten and near starvation, their equipment damaged and their morale hanging by threads of shared accomplishment. But they've done it. They've crossed the Alps with an army, with supplies, with elephants. They've accomplished something everyone said was impossible, and that accomplishment transforms them from soldiers into something more, witnesses to, and participants in a legendary feat that will be discussed for thousands of years. As they descend into Italy's relative warmth and plenty, Hannibal's soldiers probably don't think about their place in history. They think about food, about warmth, about rest. They think about replacing worn-out equipment and letting frost-damaged fingers and toes heal. They think about the fact that they're alive when so many others aren't. What they don't yet realise is that crossing the Alps was the easy part. Now they have to conquer Rome with an army that's been reduced by half and is exhausted beyond anything normal military experience would encompass. The worst, despite what Hannibal told them at the summit, is definitely not behind them, but that's a problem for tomorrow. Tonight they camp in the foothills where the air is warm and breathing doesn't hurt. Tonight they tend their wounds and tell each other stories about the crossing that will grow with each retelling. Tonight they are men who have walked over the roof of the world and survived, and that's enough. The first thing Hannibal's soldiers probably noticed about northern Italy was how flat it seemed after the Alps. The Po Valley stretched before them like a gift from geography itself. Fertile plains where rivers meandered through farmland, settlements dotted across a landscape that looked prosperous in the hazy afternoon light. After weeks of mountains, even modest hills probably looked imposing. The second thing they noticed was that they were in terrible shape. Crossing the Alps hadn't just reduced their numbers, it had transformed healthy soldiers into something approaching medical emergencies. Frostbite had claimed extremities. Exhaustion had settled into bones deeper than any night's sleep could fix. Equipment was damaged or simply worn out. The elephants, those survivors who'd made the journey, needed care and feeding that the barren mountains hadn't provided. Hannibal understood that he couldn't fight in this condition. His dream of liberating Rome's Italian allies required first making his army capable of fighting, which meant rest, recovery, and recruitment. The Gallic tribes of the northern Italy, who had their own reasons for resenting Roman expansion, provided what Hannibal needed most: time and space to rebuild. The army established itself in territory controlled by the Insubri, a Gallic people who viewed Rome the way you might view an aggressive neighbour who keeps expanding their fence line onto your property. They offered food, shelter, and most valuably, warriors to replace Hannibal's losses. Young Gallic men, hearing tales of the legendary crossing and eager for glory or plunder, or simply adventure, joined the Carthaginian force in numbers that helped restore its strength. During these weeks of recovery, something remarkable happened within Hannibal's army. The shared experience of the Alpine crossing had created bonds that transcended the usual mercenary relationships. Libyans, Iberians, Numidians, and now Gauls, men who spoke different languages and worshipped different gods, had become something approaching comrades through the simple act of surviving together. The Alps had been a forge that transformed disparate peoples into a unified force. Hannibal used this recovery time to train and integrate his new Gallic recruits, creating a fighting force that combined Carthaginian tactical sophistication with Celtic enthusiasm and local knowledge. He also began his diplomatic offensive, sending messages to Roman allies throughout Italy offering them a simple proposition: Rome doesn't protect you, and I'm here to prove it. Join me, or at least stay neutral, and together we can end Roman domination. It was during these autumn months that Rome first began to grasp what Hannibal had accomplished. A Carthaginian army in Italy shouldn't have been possible. They'd posted forces to stop any invasion through Spain, stationed fleets to prevent naval crossings, and generally assumed that the Alps would do their defensive work for them. Learning that Hannibal had simply walked around their defensive strategy must have been the ancient equivalent of realizing someone had burglarized your house by coming through a door you didn't know existed. The Roman response was swift, but hampered by the simple fact that they'd prepared for the wrong war. Legions were marching towards Spain to confront Hannibal there. Fleets were positioned to intercept Carthaginian ships, and nobody had thought to station significant forces in the Po Valley because nobody expected to need them there. It's the kind of strategic surprise that military planners study as an example of why you should always expect your enemies to do the thing you think is impossible. The first confrontation came at the Ticinus River, a relatively small engagement where Hannibal's cavalry proved decisively superior to their Roman counterparts. It wasn't a major battle by ancient standards, more like a large skirmish that happened to involve several thousand men, but it sent an important message. Despite the Alpine crossing, despite the army's reduced size, Carthaginian forces could defeat Roman legions in open combat. The psychological impact of Ticinus exceeded its tactical significance. Hannibal had proven he could hurt Rome in its own territory, and Roman allies throughout Italy began reconsidering their commitments. If Rome couldn't protect itself, could it protect them? If this Carthaginian general was as capable as rumour suggested, might joining him be safer than opposing him? Winter approached, bringing the traditional end to the campaign season. Ancient armies generally didn't fight during winter months. Supplies became scarce, weather made movement difficult, and everyone recognised that there were better uses of time than fighting in snow and mud. Hannibal established winter quarters in Cisalpine Gaul, allowing his army to recover while he planned the following year's campaign. This period of relative calm was when Hannibal truly demonstrated his gift for leadership. Managing an army in combat is one thing. Any competent general can order charges and retreats. Managing an army during months of inactivity, keeping soldiers trained and motivated while preventing the kind of indiscipline that idle armies develop requires different skills entirely. Hannibal maintained his troops' edge through regular training and occasional raids that kept both his soldiers and their enemies alert. He rotated units through different duties, ensuring no one felt their service was less important than others. He settled disputes, enforced discipline, and maintained the careful balance between firmness and fairness that marks effective military leadership. The elephants required special attention during these months. These weren't hardy mountain animals adapted to Italian winters. They were creatures from North Africa, suffering in climate conditions their biology wasn't designed to handle. Handlers spent enormous effort keeping them warm, healthy, and mentally stimulated, understanding that these animals were valuable psychological weapons worth the investment of time and resources. As winter progressed, Hannibal received intelligence about Roman preparations for the following year. Rome was raising new legions, calling in allies, and generally mobilizing for the kind of total war effort that their military system enabled. The Roman Senate wasn't panicking. Romans didn't panic, at least not publicly, but they were taking Hannibal seriously in ways they hadn't bothered to before his arrival. Hannibal used this time to refine his strategic understanding of Italy. He studied maps drawn by local guides, interviewed traders who knew the road networks, and carefully considered which Roman allies might be persuaded to switch sides. His goal wasn't to conquer Italy city by city. That would take more resources than Carthage possessed. Instead, he aimed to break Rome's alliance system, leaving the city isolated and vulnerable. The quiet months also allowed Hannibal's soldiers to fully recover from the Alpine crossing. Frostbite healed or scarred over into permanent reminders. Bodies regained strength, lost to starvation and exposure. Equipment was repaired or replaced, and the army that emerged from winter quarters was fundamentally different from the ragged force that had stumbled out of the mountains months earlier. Spring brought renewed campaigning, and the realization that Hannibal's arrival in Italy had transformed the strategic situation in ways Rome was still struggling to comprehend. The legions sent to intercept him in Spain were now uselessly positioned hundreds of miles from the actual war. The fleets meant to prevent invasion found themselves with nothing to intercept. Rome's careful defensive planning had been rendered irrelevant by one audacious march. But more importantly, Hannibal's mere presence in Italy was forcing Rome to fight on his terms rather than their own. Instead of choosing when and where to campaign, Rome had to respond to Carthaginian movements. Instead of taking war to enemy territory, they had to defend their own homeland. The psychological shift was profound. Rome had always been the aggressor, the expanding power. Now they were reacting, defending, and uncertain. The Po Valley, where Hannibal had established himself, became a stage where two very different military philosophies would test each other. Rome relied on citizen soldiers organized into legions, fighting in tight formations that emphasized collective discipline over individual heroism. Hannibal commanded mercenaries from a dozen nations, each with their own fighting styles, united by their generals' tactical brilliance and the promise of plunder. As the weather warmed and roads dried, both sides prepared for the campaign that would determine whether Hannibal's incredible journey would become a lasting strategic achievement or simply a spectacular suicide mission. The Alps had been crossed, the army had recovered, and now the real test would begin, not of endurance or determination, but of whether Hannibal could actually accomplish what he'd come to Italy to do. Let's pause here in the story as winter turns to spring in northern Italy, and talk about something that ancient historians often skip over in their excitement to describe battles and conquests. Let's talk about the waiting, the preparing, and the long stretches of time when armies existed but didn't fight, when soldiers were simply people trying to survive another day in a foreign land far from home. Hannibal's camp during those months between major engagements would have felt less like a military installation and more like a mobile city. Picture rows of tents arranged with military precision, yes, but also the organic chaos that develops wherever humans settle temporarily. Smiths work portable forges, repairing equipment and occasionally creating new items when materials allow. Sutlers, those civilian merchants who follow armies like seabirds follow fishing boats, trade luxuries and necessities with soldiers who have coin or goods to exchange. The smell would be distinctive. Smoke from countless fires, food cooking in various styles as different ethnic groups prepare meals according to their traditions, the ever-present odour of horses and elephants, and the tang of metal being worked and leather being treated. It's not unpleasant exactly, but it's dense with information if you know how to read it. A sudden increase in metalworking means the army expects combat soon. More food being prepared than usual suggests either a celebration or preparations for a march. The sounds create their own rhythm. Soldiers training in the mornings, the clash of wooden practice weapons, the counting cadence used to coordinate movements, occasional laughter when someone makes a mistake that's funny rather than dangerous. Animals being tended, horses whickering for food, elephants making those low, rumbling sounds that you feel in your chest more than hear with your ears. Multiple languages in conversation, the linguistic diversity of the Mediterranean world compressed into a few acres of Italian countryside. Hannibal moved through these camps with a familiarity that suggested he was as comfortable here as anywhere. He'd spent most of his adult life with armies and understood their rhythms and needs. When he inspected troops, he didn't just check their equipment, he asked about their health, their concerns, and whether they were receiving adequate supplies. This wasn't merely calculated leadership. It reflected a genuine understanding that soldiers fight better when they believe their commander actually cares whether they live or die. The elephants required constant attention even when not preparing for combat. These animals couldn't simply be parked somewhere and ignored until needed. They were complex beings with physical and psychological requirements that their handlers worked to meet. Each elephant had a personality, preferences and moods that varied as much as human moods vary. Some were naturally bold, eager to advance when given the signal. Others were more cautious, requiring encouragement and reassurance before confronting anything unusual. Training elephants for combat involved strange compromises between the animal's nature and military necessities. You can't force an elephant to charge into danger it finds genuinely terrifying. The animal is too large and powerful to compel. Instead, handlers work to make combat situations seem safe enough that the elephant's trust in its handler outweighed its natural caution. It was a relationship built over years, based on mutual respect, and the elephant's recognition that following its handler's directions had always led to safety and food in the past. During these calm periods between major engagements, the army also dealt with the administrative realities that kept any military force functioning. Supplies had to be inventoried, distributed and protected from theft or spoilage. Pay had to be calculated and distributed. Mercenaries fight for money, and armies that don't pay regularly tend to dissolve through desertion or mutiny. Letters from home, carried by merchants or travelling soldiers, brought news that connected these warriors to lives they'd left behind months or years earlier. Medical care occupied significant attention. Ancient warfare generated injuries that didn't immediately kill but required extended treatment. Wounds that needed cleaning and monitoring to prevent infection. Broken bones that needed setting and time to heal, and illnesses that spread through camps with depressing regularity. The army had physicians, but their knowledge was limited by contemporary understanding of medicine. They could set bones, stitch wounds, and had some effective herbal treatments, but infection remained a mysterious killer that struck seemingly at random. The psychological toll of military life during these periods manifested in various ways. Some soldiers became superstitious, developing elaborate rituals meant to ensure survival in the next battle. Others became reckless, affecting an attitude of careless bravado that masked genuine fear. Many simply became quiet, conserving emotional energy for the challenges they knew were coming. Hannibal's leadership during these calm periods was perhaps more important than his tactical brilliance in combat. Keeping an army cohesive and effective during months of relative inactivity requires different skills than winning battles. He had to maintain discipline while preventing the kind of harsh enforcement that would breed resentment. He had to keep soldiers trained and ready, while not exhausting them through pointless drill. He had to balance competing demands from different ethnic groups within his force, ensuring no one felt consistently disadvantaged or disrespected. The Gallic warriors who joined Hannibal's army brought their own cultural expectations about warfare. They were used to seasonal raiding, quick campaigns followed by returns home to handle agricultural work. The idea of multi-year campaigns far from home, fighting not for plunder but for strategic objectives, represented a cultural adjustment that required patient explanation and management. Religious observances provided structure and meaning during these waiting periods. Different groups within the army worshipped different gods, conducted different rituals, and observed different festivals. Hannibal, who'd been raised in the religiously diverse world of Carthage, understood that allowing these observances strengthened rather than weakened his army. Soldiers who felt their gods were honoured fought with more confidence than those forced to abandon their spiritual practices. The passage of seasons marked time in ways that the mere counting of days couldn't capture. Spring brought warmer weather and the resumption of serious campaigning. Summer meant heat and dust, long marches under the Mediterranean sun that turned armour into portable ovens. Autumn brought harvests that could be appropriated to feed the army, and the knowledge that winter would soon limit mobility again. Each season had its rhythm, its challenges, and its opportunities. News from the wider world filtered into camp through various channels. Merchants trading with the army, deserters from Roman forces, and diplomatic envoys from Italian cities considering their options. Through these sources, Hannibal tracked Roman preparations, learned which allies were wavering in their loyalty, and gathered the intelligence that informed his strategic decisions. Letters from Carthage arrived irregularly, bringing news from home and instructions from the government that theoretically controlled this campaign. But distance and the difficulty of communication meant Hannibal operated with enormous autonomy. The Carthaginian Senate might pass resolutions about what he should do, but by the time those instructions reached Italy, circumstances had usually changed enough that they were irrelevant. Hannibal fought his war according to his own judgment, for better or worse. The relationship between Hannibal and his soldiers during these calm periods created bonds that would be tested in coming battles. When soldiers had watched their general share their hardships for months or years, had seen him eat the same food and endure the same weather, and had observed him making decisions that prioritized their welfare when possible, they developed loyalty that couldn't be purchased or commanded. This loyalty would prove crucial when battles went badly, and retreat seemed more rational than continued fighting. As each period of relative peace ended and the army prepared for the next campaign, soldiers performed the small rituals that warriors have always performed before combat. Equipment was checked one final time. Personal items were secured or given to comrades for safekeeping in case of death. Some soldiers wrote letters to be sent home if they didn't survive. Others simply spent quiet time alone, contemplating mortality in whatever terms their religion or philosophy provided. The elephants sensed these shifts in mood and routine. The handlers could tell when the army was preparing for combat by subtle changes in the animal's behaviour. Increased nervousness, reluctance to eat, and the way they grouped together as if seeking mutual reassurance. Managing these magnificent but temperamental creatures required understanding that they responded to human emotional states with surprising sensitivity. And then the waiting would end. Scouts would report Roman movements, or intelligence would arrive about a vulnerable target, or strategic necessity would demand action regardless of whether anyone felt ready. The camp would transform from a temporary city back into a military machine, all those months of waiting and preparation distilling into renewed purpose. But even as the army prepared to march toward whatever awaited them, the memories of these calm periods remained. Soldiers carried with them the knowledge that their comrades were people, not just weapons to be employed in combat. Commanders understood that their decisions affected real lives, families back home who depended on husbands and fathers and sons returning from this foreign war. This human dimension, the waiting, the wondering, the quiet moments between dramatic events, is often lost in historical accounts that focus on battles and movements. But for the men who lived through Hannibal's Italian campaign, These calm periods were as much a part of their experience as any dramatic confrontation. They were the times when friendships formed, when fears were shared, and when the reality of being far from home with an uncertain future pressed most heavily on consciousness. Now let's fast forward through the years that followed, not because the battles aren't important, but because tonight's story is about something deeper than tactical victories and strategic manoeuvring. It's about how one man's dream and one impossible march created ripples that spread across centuries, changing how humans thought about possibility itself. Hannibal would spend 15 more years in Italy after crossing the Alps, winning battles that should have destroyed Rome but never quite achieving the decisive victory that would break Rome's power. He won at Trebia, at Trasimene, and most famously at Cannae, where he destroyed a Roman army twice his size through tactical brilliance that military strategists still study today. Yet Rome refused to surrender, refused to negotiate, simply raised new legions, and continued fighting with a stubbornness that eventually wore down even Hannibal's remarkable army. The story's end isn't happy by conventional measures. Hannibal was eventually recalled to Carthage to defend against Roman invasion. He lost his first battle at Zama, not because he'd forgotten how to fight, but because Rome had finally learned from its defeats and produced a general, Scipio Africanus, who could match Hannibal's brilliance. Carthage sued for peace on Rome's terms, accepting conditions that guaranteed they'd never again threaten Roman power. Hannibal lived on for years after the war, serving his city as a civil administrator, trying to rebuild Carthaginian prosperity through commerce, since military competition was no longer possible. Eventually, pursued by Roman demands for his surrender, he took poison rather than be captured, dying in exile far from the Carthage he'd spent his life trying to protect. It's the kind of ending that ancient tragedies were built around. The brilliant hero undone not by lack of skill, but by forces larger than any individual could control. But here's what makes Hannibal's story worth remembering 2 millennia later. He permanently changed what humans thought was possible. Before Hannibal, armies didn't cross the Alps with elephants. They didn't march from Spain to Italy through territory that geography said was impassable. They didn't win battles through tactical creativity that turned expected advantages into fatal vulnerabilities. The Mediterranean world had assumptions about warfare, about logistics, and about what was feasible, and Hannibal casually demolished those assumptions through the simple expedient of ignoring them. His crossing of the Alps became the standard example for impossible journeys. When Napoleon crossed the Alps centuries later, using proper roads that hadn't existed in Hannibal's time, he explicitly compared himself to the Carthaginian general, because that's how deeply Hannibal's feat had embedded itself in Western consciousness. When military planners talk about bold strategic moves that ignore conventional thinking, Hannibal's name comes up with the regularity of a metaphor that's earned its place through sheer appropriateness. The tactical innovations Hannibal demonstrated at battles like Cannae influenced military thinking for centuries. The double envelopment he executed there, where his army surrounded and destroyed a larger Roman force, became a template that generals dreamed of replicating. Modern military academies still teach Cannae as an example of perfect tactical execution, which means 20-something cadets today study a battle fought by a Carthaginian general 2,200 years ago. But Hannibal's deeper legacy isn't really about military tactics or strategic innovation. It's about what his story teaches about human capability, determination, and the relationship between dreams and reality. Consider what Hannibal actually accomplished. He took a diverse army of mercenaries who had no particular loyalty to each other, led them through a journey that everyone said would kill them, and forged them into a force that repeatedly defeated the ancient world's most successful military power. He did this not through overwhelming resources or supernatural intervention, but through leadership, planning, and the ability to inspire people to attempt things they didn't think they could achieve. The soldiers who crossed the Alps with Hannibal weren't special forces or elite troops at the start of that journey. They were ordinary men, farmers' sons, tribal warriors, poor young men seeking fortune, who became extraordinary through the simple act of continuing when continuing seemed impossible. That transformation suggests something important about human potential. Our limits are more flexible than we assume, and sometimes the only thing preventing achievement is our certainty that achievement isn't possible. Hannibal's story also demonstrates how individual vision can overcome structural disadvantages. Carthage was weaker than Rome by almost any objective measure. Smaller population, less extensive alliance network, fewer resources. A conventional strategic analysis would have concluded that Carthage couldn't win a direct conflict with Rome, which was probably accurate. But Hannibal didn't attempt conventional strategy. He invented a new approach, found a route no one expected, and nearly defeated Rome despite all structural advantages favouring his enemy. This has implications beyond ancient warfare. In business, politics, personal life, anywhere someone faces challenges that seem overwhelming. Hannibal's example suggests that creative approaches can sometimes overcome apparently insurmountable obstacles. Not always, not reliably, but often enough that attempting the seemingly impossible isn't automatically foolish. The story also illustrates the limitations of individual brilliance. Hannibal was possibly the most gifted military commander of ancient times, yet he ultimately failed to achieve his strategic objectives. Rome's institutional strength, its ability to absorb defeats and continue fighting, its extensive alliance system and its governmental stability proved more durable than Hannibal's personal genius. Sometimes the structural realities really do win, no matter how capable the individuals challenging them. This tension between individual agency and structural forces is part of why Hannibal's story remains compelling. He succeeded beyond any reasonable expectation, yet ultimately failed to change the historical trajectory he challenged. He was simultaneously incredibly successful and fundamentally unsuccessful, which makes his story more interesting than if he'd either conquered Rome or been immediately defeated. The human element of Hannibal's legacy might be its most enduring aspect. Here was someone who cared enough about his soldiers to share their hardships, who developed relationships with war elephants that his handlers respected, and who could inspire loyalty from people who had every reason to desert or betray him. In an era when military commanders often viewed soldiers as expendable resources, Hannibal treated them as humans whose welfare mattered beyond their utility in combat. This approach to leadership, combining strategic brilliance with genuine concern for those being led, has influenced thinking about management and command ever since. Modern military leadership doctrine still emphasizes the importance of leaders who share their subordinates' hardships, and business management theory often discusses the value of leaders who prioritize employee welfare. These ideas trace back through various sources, but Hannibal's example is one of the earliest and clearest instances of this leadership philosophy in action. The elephants themselves became legendary, symbols of Hannibal's audacity and exoticism. For centuries after, writers who wanted to suggest something was impossibly difficult would compare it to taking elephants over the Alps. The fact that most of the elephants died during the Italian campaign, from climate, combat, and simple exhaustion, somehow doesn't diminish the legend. If anything, it enhances it, demonstrating that Hannibal attempted his impossible journey despite knowing the costs would be enormous. Rome itself was transformed by the Hannibalic Wars in ways that shaped its future development. The near-death experience of facing Hannibal in Italy convinced Romans that their survival required total dominance of the Mediterranean world. The Roman Empire that would later stretch from Britain to Mesopotamia was built partly on lessons learned during those desperate years when a Carthaginian army wandered through Italy, seemingly unstoppable. Carthage's eventual destruction, raised completely in a later war, its territory sown with salt in a gesture of absolute annihilation, was partly motivated by Roman trauma from Hannibal's campaigns. Rome had been so frightened by what one Carthaginian general had accomplished that they decided the only safe Carthage was no Carthage at all. It's a sobering reminder that sometimes success creates its own disasters. Hannibal's brilliance helped ensure his civilization's destruction. The cultural memory of Hannibal spread far beyond the Mediterranean world. His name appears in text from cultures that had no direct contact with Carthage or Rome, passed along through trade routes and cultural exchange until even people in medieval Europe and Asia knew stories about the general who crossed the impossible mountains. This kind of cultural persistence suggests that his story touched something universal about human ambition and achievement. Modern historians continue debating details of Hannibal's campaigns, which pass he used, exactly how many troops he had, and whether specific accounts of battles are accurate. But these scholarly debates, important as they are to specialists, miss the larger point. Hannibal's legacy isn't really about the precise details of his campaigns. It's about the story those campaigns tell regarding what humans can accomplish when they refuse to accept conventional limitations. As you settle deeper into your blankets and feel sleep beginning to pull at your consciousness, let's bring this story to its quiet close with some final thoughts about Hannibal and his march through time and memory. Somewhere in northern Italy, if you look carefully, you can still find traces of the routes Hannibal's army followed. Not obvious monuments or dramatic markers, but subtle signs visible to those who know what to look for. Old roads that follow paths chosen for military logistics rather than commercial convenience. Place names that echo in languages descended from the tribes who witnessed that unprecedented army's passage. The Alps themselves remain, unchanged by the armies that have crossed them over millennia. The passes that seemed so impossibly difficult to Hannibal's soldiers are now threaded with highways and rail tunnels, made manageable by engineering that would seem like divine intervention to ancient travellers. Yet for anyone who's walked in genuine mountain wilderness, who's felt altitude steal their breath and cold numb their fingers, Hannibal's achievement remains impressive regardless of modern technological advancement. Think about those soldiers who made the crossing, the ones who survived to tell their grandchildren about the time they walked over the roof of the world, following a general whose dreams seemed like madness until it succeeded. They returned eventually to homes in Libya, Iberia and Numidia, those who survived the Italian campaigns, carrying memories of snow-covered peaks and desperate mountain passages. Some probably exaggerated their stories, making the mountains higher and the dangers greater with each retelling. Others probably understated them, finding that the reality defied description and that listeners couldn't really understand what they had experienced. The elephants that survived the crossing lived out their remaining years in Italy, exotic creatures far from their African homes, cared for by handlers who'd crossed impossible mountains in their company. When these elephants died, from age, combat, or simple exhaustion, their passing marked the end of one of history's most unusual military logistics efforts. No one would attempt war elephants in Alpine campaigns again, partly because Hannibal had demonstrated both that it was possible and that the cost probably exceeded the benefits. Hannibal himself, in his later years of exile, sometimes spoke about the Alpine crossing to those who visited him. By then it had been decades since that extraordinary march, and the world had moved on to other conflicts and concerns. But for Hannibal, the crossing remained central to his identity. The moment when he'd proven that will and planning could overcome barriers everyone else considered absolute. In his final moments, taking poison rather than surrendering to Roman capture, did Hannibal think about the Alps? What about the young men who'd followed him over impossible mountains because they believed in his vision? About the elephants struggling through snowdrifts and the scouts finding paths where no paths should exist? We can't know, but it's pleasant to imagine that his last thoughts included some satisfaction about that impossible achievement, that dream made real through determination and leadership. The story of Hannibal's crossing lives on because it speaks to something fundamental about human nature. We need stories about people who refused to accept limitations, who looked at impossible challenges and decided to attempt them anyway. Not because these stories guarantee success. Hannibal ultimately failed in his larger strategic objectives, but because they remind us that impossible is often just difficult in disguise, and that human capability exceeds what we typically demand of ourselves. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself on that mountain pass, looking back at the route you've climbed and forward toward the descent into Italy. The air is thin and cold, the path ahead uncertain, but you've come too far to turn back now. Around you, thousands of others are making the same journey, sharing the same hardships, bound together by common purpose and shared impossibility achieved. This is what Hannibal gave to history, not just tactical innovations or strategic lessons, but a story about what becomes possible when people refuse to accept conventional limitations. A story about leadership that inspires rather than compels, about soldiers who become heroes through simple perseverance, about elephants in snowdrifts and armies achieving the impossible through the accumulation of small possible steps. Sleep now, comfortable in your warm bed, safe from cold and altitude and the dangers that Hannibal's soldiers faced. But carry with you into dreams the knowledge that 2,000 years ago, people did impossible things because one man dreamed them possible and had the skill to make others share that dream. The Alps still stand, snow-covered and magnificent, indifferent to the humans who cross them. But they remember in their patient, stony way the army that shouldn't have been able to pass but did, leaving footprints in snow that melted millennia ago, but somehow still mark the path between impossible and accomplished. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own challenges, your own mountains to cross, metaphorical certainly, but no less real for being personal rather than geographic. When you face them, remember Hannibal and his soldiers, taking one step at a time through impossible terrain, proving that sometimes the only way to cross an impassable barrier is to stop believing it's impassable and start walking. Rest well. Dream of elephants in snow, of generals who dared greatly, of soldiers who achieved the impossible by refusing to accept impossibility, and know that their story continues as long as people remember that human will, properly applied with skill and determination, can reshape the world in ways that seem like legend until they become history. The calm wars of Rome ended long ago, but their lessons remain, carried forward through centuries by stories told on nights like this, when sleep approaches and the past seems near enough to touch. Hannibal crossed the Alps 2,000 years ago, but his journey continues every time someone faces an impossible challenge and decides to attempt it anyway. Sleep now. The mountains have been crossed. The story has been told. And tomorrow awaits with its own adventures, its own impossibilities waiting to be transformed through determination into achievements that future generations might remember with wonder. You've spent your whole life hearing about the Dark Ages, that supposedly miserable stretch of human history when everyone was filthy, ignorant, and constantly terrified of both their earthly lords and an angry god. You've seen the movies where peasants grovel in mud, where knights commit casual brutality, and where life is, as Thomas Hobbes would later put it, nasty, brutish, and short. But here's what those dramatic retellings rarely mention. Medieval people weren't stupid, and they certainly weren't interested in making their already challenging lives harder than necessary. Tonight, as you settle into the warmth of your bed, let's wander together through a medieval town, not the Hollywood version with its overwrought drama, but the real thing, where ordinary people developed extraordinarily clever systems to manage the chaos of daily existence. These weren't the grand laws debated in royal courts, or the theological proclamations issued by bishops. These were the practical street-level rules that governed everything from when you could hammer a horseshoe to how much your bread should weigh. And the beautiful secret hiding in plain sight, most of these supposedly restrictive regulations were actually making everyone's life considerably easier. Picture yourself walking through a medieval town on an autumn evening, just as the sun begins its descent behind the thatched roofs and timber-framed buildings. The air carries that particular coolness that makes you pull your cloak a bit tighter, mixed with the smoke from countless hearth fires and the earthy smell of the unpaved streets. This isn't the romanticised Middle Ages of troubadours and tournaments, nor is it the nightmare version of plague and poverty. This is somewhere in between, a functional community of people who figured out how to live together in surprisingly sophisticated ways. The medieval world operated on systems so different from your own that they can seem almost alien at first glance. There were no police officers patrolling the streets, no building inspectors checking construction work, and no health department monitoring food safety. Yet somehow, towns functioned, markets operated, people generally got along without killing each other. The trick was in the rules, hundreds of small regulations that sound bizarre to modern ears, but made perfect sense in their context. Take the simple matter of when you could make noise. In your world, you can vacuum at 3 in the morning if you're so inclined, though your neighbours might have words with you about it. You can run power tools on Sunday morning or practice the drums at midnight. Medieval people found this kind of freedom baffling and frankly inconsiderate. They lived in close quarters, with houses practically leaning against each other and thin walls that did little to muffle sound. More importantly, they lived by the sun's schedule and needed their sleep to survive the physical demands of the next day. So they created rules about noise, and these rules were surprisingly specific. In many towns, you couldn't operate your workshop after the evening bell rang. Blacksmiths couldn't hammer, coopers couldn't pound barrel hoops. Even arguments between neighbours were supposed to quiet down once darkness fell. At first, this sounds like the kind of heavy-handed regulation that would drive you crazy. Imagine someone telling you that you couldn't finish a project just because the sun went down. But here's the clever part. Everyone lived by the same constraints, which meant everyone also benefited from the quiet. The blacksmith who had to stop his hammering at dusk knew that he also wouldn't be kept awake by his neighbour, the cooper, working late into the night. The baker who had to cease grinding grain after dark could sleep soundly without the noise of someone else's industry disturbing him. It was a kind of mutual agreement encoded in law, and it worked because everyone was equally restricted and equally protected. You gave up your freedom to make noise at night, but you gained the guarantee of peace when you needed to sleep. Not a bad trade, really. These quiet evening hours also had an unintended benefit that the townspeople probably didn't consciously plan but certainly came to appreciate. They created a natural rhythm to the day. You worked when you could see what you were doing. You stopped when darkness made detailed work difficult. You ate your evening meal by firelight, told stories or sang songs, tended to the small domestic tasks that didn't require much light, and then you went to bed at a reasonable hour. There was no temptation to work yourself into exhaustion under artificial light, because artificial light was expensive and dim. The rules around noise dovetailed with the practical realities of pre-electric life to create a schedule that, while certainly not leisurely, at least made sense for human biology. But how did everyone know when these quiet hours began? You can glance at your phone or check the clock on your wall. Medieval people had something both simpler and more communal, the curfew bell. The word curfew itself comes from the Old French couvre-feu, meaning cover fire. When the bell rang from the church tower or town hall, you were supposed to bank your hearth fire, cover it with ash to keep it smouldering safely through the night, and settle in. The bell wasn't just about fire safety, though. That was certainly part of it. In a world of wooden buildings packed together, an unattended fire could consume an entire neighbourhood in less than an hour. The curfew bell served as the town's collective alarm clock, or rather its collective bedtime reminder. It rang at the same time every evening and everyone heard it. There was no confusion about when quiet hours began, no arguments about whether it was dark enough yet. The bell rang, and that was that. You finished your current task, cleaned up your workspace, and joined your family for the evening. If you were out visiting neighbours or finishing business at the market, the bell reminded you to head home before the streets became too dark to navigate safely. Walking through those medieval streets after curfew was an experience markedly different from your nighttime strolls through a modern city. There were no streetlights, obviously, no illuminated shop windows or neon signs or the ambient glow of civilization that you take for granted. Once the sun went down and people shuttered their windows, the darkness was profound. The kind of darkness that feels almost solid, that presses against your eyes. The only light came from the moon and stars if the sky was clear, and maybe the occasional flicker of a lantern if someone had urgent business out of doors. This darkness was exactly why the curfew made sense. Walking through pitch-black streets where the ground was uneven, where you might trip over a sleeping dog or step into something unpleasant, where criminals could operate unseen, it wasn't just inconvenient, it was genuinely dangerous. The curfew bell encouraged people to be home before navigating became treacherous. It wasn't about controlling the population or restricting freedom for its own sake. It was about basic safety in a world without street lighting. Of course, there were exceptions. Night watchmen patrolled with lanterns, calling out the hours and looking for fires or trouble. Midwives could be summoned at any hour. Babies don't wait for convenient times to be born. Doctors or priests might be called for emergencies. But for the average person, the evening bell marked the boundary between the active day and the quiet night. And most people appreciated this boundary because it applied to everyone, which meant the streets truly did fall silent after curfew, making sleep easier for all. Now you might be thinking that all this regulation sounds oppressive, but consider what you've traded for your modern freedom. You can make noise at any hour, but so can your neighbours, and there's not much you can do about it except complain. You can work 24 hours a day if you choose, but the expectation that you'll always be available, always productive, can feel like a different kind of prison. Medieval people had less individual freedom in some ways, but they also had more collective peace. They couldn't do whatever they wanted whenever they wanted, but neither could anyone else, and that mutual limitation created a kind of social harmony that's hard to achieve when everyone's acting independently. Let's move from noise to another aspect of medieval life that seems overly regulated at first glance: bread. You buy your bread from a supermarket or bakery without giving it much thought. Maybe you check if it's whole wheat or sourdough, whether it fits your dietary preferences. But you don't worry about whether the loaf weighs what it should, or whether the baker is trying to cheat you. Medieval people worried about this constantly because bread was serious business, often the main source of calories for ordinary folks. If your baker was shorting you on weight or adding too much cheap filler to the dough, you were being robbed of essential nutrition. So towns developed elaborate rules about bread. The assize of bread introduced in England in the 13th century was typical of such regulations. It established that the price of bread should be fixed relative to the price of grain, and that loaves should meet specific weight standards. If wheat was cheap, the baker had to give you more bread for your penny. If wheat was expensive, you got a smaller loaf, but at least you knew why. The baker couldn't simply charge whatever he felt like or make whatever size loaf suited him. Inspectors would periodically test loaves by weighing them. Bakers who were found selling underweight bread faced serious penalties. In some places, a dishonest baker might be dragged through the streets on a sledge with the offending loaf hung around his neck, a humiliating punishment designed to shame him in front of his neighbours and customers. In other places, the baker might be fined or even banned from his trade. These weren't gentle slaps on the wrist. The authorities took bread fraud seriously because everyone understood how important bread was to survival. Here's what's clever about this system. It protected both the customer and the honest baker. You knew you were getting fair value for your money because the weights were standardised and enforced. But the baker who played by the rules also benefited because his dishonest competitors couldn't undercut him by selling substandard loaves. The regulations created a level playing field where quality mattered more than corner cutting. An honest baker could build a reputation for consistently good bread, knowing that the cheaters would eventually be caught and punished. The bread rules also did something else. They created trust in the marketplace. You didn't need to carry a scale with you when you went to buy bread. You didn't need to examine every loaf suspiciously, wondering if the baker was trying to trick you. The system of weights and measures and regular inspections, did that work for you? You could hand over your money and receive your bread with confidence, knowing that the transaction was fair. This trust is something you probably take for granted in your modern, regulated economy. But in a medieval marketplace where you knew your baker personally and would see him every week for years, maintaining that trust was essential. The bread regulations extended beyond just weight. Some towns specified what ingredients could be used, and in what proportions. Bakers couldn't add excessive amounts of bean flour or pea flour to wheat bread. These cheaper ingredients could stretch the dough, increasing profit margins, but they also reduced nutritional value and changed the texture. If you paid for wheat bread, you got wheat bread, not some mystery mixture that happened to be cheaper to produce. The regulations ensured that bread names meant something consistent, that white bread actually indicated refined wheat flour, and maslin meant a specific wheat-rye mixture. These standards mattered more than you might think. In a world where most people couldn't read, where written contracts were rare for everyday transactions, and where you relied on spoken agreements and community reputation, Having standardised products within forced definitions created a common language for commerce. When you asked for a penny loaf of wheat bread, both you and the baker knew exactly what that meant. The regulation eliminated ambiguity and the potential for disputes. Speaking of the marketplace, let's wander over there now. It's morning, a few hours after sunrise, and the market square is coming alive with activity. Farmers have brought in their produce from the surrounding countryside. Craftspeople have set up stalls displaying their wares. The butcher has hung up his cuts of meat. The fishmonger has laid out his catch on beds of straw. The whole scene buzzes with commerce and conversation, people haggling over prices, examining goods, and catching up on neighbourhood news. But notice something odd. Not everyone can sell their goods at any time. There are rules about when the market opens, and these rules are strictly enforced. In many towns, no one could begin trading until after a bell rang, or until the mayor or market official had formally opened the proceedings. Everyone had to wait, their goods laid out but untouchable, until the signal came. Why this elaborate ceremony? Why not just let people start selling as soon as they arrive? The answer lies in fairness. Farmers from distant villages might need hours to reach town, arriving just as local vendors were already set up and ready. If trading could begin immediately, those local sellers would have already attracted customers and made sales before the rural farmers even arrived. The delayed start gave everyone a chance to get their goods properly displayed and their stalls organised. When the opening bell finally rang, everyone began on equal footing. The farmer who'd walked 5 miles before dawn had the same opportunity to attract customers as the baker, whose shop fronted on the market square. These market rules extended beyond just the opening time. In many places there were regulations about where different types of goods could be sold. All the butchers had to set up in one area, all the cloth merchants in another, and all the vegetable sellers in a third. This sounds restrictive. Why shouldn't a merchant set up wherever he could find space? But the system actually made shopping more efficient. You knew exactly where to go to compare prices on wheat or to examine different cuts of meat. You didn't have to wander around the entire market hoping to stumble across what you needed. The organisation turned what could have been chaos into a logical, navigable system. There were also rules about who could sell in the market at all. Generally, you needed to pay for a stall and follow the town's trading regulations. This fee supported the market infrastructure. Someone had to maintain the square, settle disputes, and enforce the weights and measures. But it also meant that random peddlers couldn't just show up and undercut established merchants without any accountability. If you paid for your stall and followed the rules, you had the right to trade. If you were caught selling fraudulent goods or using false weights, you could lose that right. The system created accountability in a world without modern business licenses or consumer protection agencies. The market rules even extended to the practice of forestalling, buying goods before they reached the market and then reselling them at a markup. This was considered deeply unethical and was often illegal. The idea was that goods brought to market should be available to everyone at the same time and at fair prices. If wealthy merchants could intercept farmers on the road and buy up all their grain before it reached town, they could then create artificial scarcity and charge whatever they wanted. Forestalling laws prevented this manipulation, ensuring that ordinary townspeople could purchase food and other necessities at reasonable prices. Similarly, there were rules against regrating, buying goods in the market and then immediately reselling them at a higher price in the same market. This practice added no value. It just inserted a middleman who profited from information asymmetry or aggressive purchasing. If you bought grain, you were supposed to use it yourself or take it elsewhere to sell. You couldn't simply stand in the same market buying from one stall and selling from another, taking advantage of customers who hadn't yet found the best prices. Again, you can see the underlying wisdom in these regulations. They weren't about controlling every aspect of commerce for its own sake. They were about creating fair conditions where everyone played by the same rules, where the rich couldn't manipulate the system to exploit the poor, and where quality and honest dealing mattered more than clever tricks. The market was regulated, yes, but those regulations made it function better for everyone except the cheaters. The marketplace also had rules about weights and measures that went beyond just bread. Every town maintained official standards, marked measuring rods for cloth, certified weights for grain and meat, and standard containers for liquids. Merchants had to use these standardized tools, and market officials would check them periodically for accuracy. A merchant caught using false weights faced severe penalties, fines, confiscation of goods, and sometimes even banishment from the market. The severity of these punishments reflected how seriously communities took honest dealing. These standardized measures did more than just prevent fraud. They made trade possible between strangers. If you were buying cloth from a merchant you'd never met before, you needed confidence that his yard was the same length as everyone else's yard. If you were purchasing grain, you needed to know that his bushel measure matched the official standard. The regulations created a common foundation that allowed commerce to happen with a basic level of trust, even between people who had no prior relationship. Now let's turn to something that seems even more intrusive by modern standards. Clothing regulations. You wear whatever you want, within the bounds of weather and social context, of course. You might dress up for a wedding or down for yard work, but nobody's going to arrest you for wearing silk when you're only a clerk or putting on colours reserved for nobility. Medieval people faced a labyrinth of sumptuary laws that dictated what fabrics, colours and styles were appropriate for different social classes. A peasant couldn't legally wear silk or velvet. A merchant, no matter how wealthy, couldn't dress like a noble. Even the length of your shoe's pointed toe might be regulated based on your rank. These laws were passed and repassed throughout the Middle Ages, which tells you something important. People constantly ignored them. Merchants who'd grown rich in trade wanted to display their success, and what better way than by wearing the fine fabrics they'd helped import. Craftspeople took pride in their work and wanted to dress well. The authorities kept trying to enforce these distinctions, and people kept finding ways around them. Why did these laws exist at all? The official reason was maintaining social order. If anyone could dress like a noble, how would you know who deserved respect? How would society function if you couldn't tell at a glance who was a knight and who was a carpenter? But there was a more practical economic reason too, controlling luxury consumption. Fine fabrics, rare dyes, and intricate tailoring were expensive. Money spent on fancy clothes was money not spent on land or business investments. Rulers worried that their subjects would bankrupt themselves trying to dress above their station. But here's where these clothing laws had an unintentional benefit. They created thriving industries and clever substitution. If you couldn't wear silk, enterprising weavers developed techniques to make linen look silky. If purple dye was restricted to royalty, other colours became fashionable among the merchant class. If you couldn't have a mine fur trim, you found other ways to decorate your clothes that showed taste and wealth without breaking the law. The restrictions spurred innovation as people sought ways to look prosperous within the legal bounds. The clothing regulations also created a kind of readable social landscape. You could walk through a medieval town and understand much about the people you passed based on their dress. That man in the rough woolen tunic was probably a labourer. That woman in the neat linen dress with modest trim was perhaps a merchant's wife. Those children in matching livery belonged to a noble household. This instant readability served practical purposes. If you needed to find someone with authority, you looked for good clothing. If you were seeking skilled craft work, you might approach someone whose dress suggested success in their trade. The visual hierarchy made the social world more navigable, even if it limited personal expression. Yet even with all these rules, people found ways to express individuality. The cut of a garment, the quality of the stitching, and the choice of accessories, all these could vary within legal bounds. A skilled tailor could make a legally acceptable outfit that still stood out for its elegance. A woman might not be able to wear silk, but she could ensure her linen was impeccably white and beautifully embroidered. The regulations set boundaries, but within those boundaries there was still room for personal style and pride in appearance. The enforcement of clothing laws was inconsistent, which probably saved them from becoming unbearable. In practice, authorities tended to crack down on sumptuary violations when they needed revenue from fines or when they wanted to make an example of someone who'd gotten too uppity. Most of the time, if you dressed slightly above your station but weren't too blatant about it, you could probably get away with it. The laws existed as much as social pressure and aspiration as actual legal constraint. As evening approaches in our medieval town, let's consider one of the more surprising regulations: hospitality laws. In your world, you're free to turn away visitors, lock your door against strangers, and keep your home entirely private if you choose. Medieval people had a more complicated relationship with hospitality, particularly when it came to travellers and those in need. Many communities had rules requiring innkeepers to provide lodging to travellers who could pay, or compelling householders to offer shelter to wayfarers during storms or emergencies. These weren't just nice suggestions, they were legal obligations. If you ran an inn, you couldn't turn away a decent stranger just because you didn't like his looks or wanted to save the room for a possibly better customer. If a traveller was caught in dangerous weather, you might be required to offer basic shelter, even in your private home. This seems intrusive, even alarming by your modern standards. The idea of being legally forced to welcome strangers into your home or business sounds like a violation of basic rights. But consider the world these rules emerged from. Travel was dangerous, roads were poor, often barely more than muddy tracks through forests. Bandits operated with relative impunity between towns. Weather could turn deadly without warning. If you were caught miles from any settlement when night fell or a storm arose, you could die. Not metaphorically, you could actually freeze or be killed. Hospitality laws created a safety net for travellers, and by extension for commerce and communication. A merchant transporting goods needed to know he could find shelter along his route. A messenger carrying important letters needed reliable stopping points. Even a pilgrim travelling to a holy site needed assurance that he wouldn't be left to die in a ditch, because no one felt like helping him. The laws made travel possible by making shelter predictable, but here's the reciprocal element. These same laws protected innkeepers and hosts. If you were required to provide lodging, you were also protected in how you provided it. You didn't have to offer luxury accommodations. Basic shelter, simple food, and a place to sleep were sufficient. You could charge reasonable rates as established by local custom, and if a guest caused trouble, you had legal recourse to remove them and seek compensation for any damage. The regulations cut both ways, protecting both the traveller's need for shelter and the host's right to maintain order in his establishment. The hospitality rules also created a kind of social insurance system. Today, if you fell on hard times while travelling, you might end up sleeping in your car or at a shelter run by charities. Medieval people who couldn't afford an inn might rely on religious houses or invoke hospitality customs to find a night's shelter. It wasn't charity exactly. It was obligation, encoded in law and custom. And because it was an obligation rather than charity, it came without quite the same stigma. You weren't begging for kindness. You were claiming a right that any traveller possessed. There's something profound in this arrangement. It acknowledged that anyone might someday be the stranger in need of help. The wealthy merchant enforcing hospitality laws at his inn might someday find himself stranded far from home, grateful that someone was required to take him in. The peasant offering his barn to a traveller during a storm might someday be that traveller, seeking shelter in someone else's barn. The laws created reciprocal obligations that wove a safety net across the landscape. Religious houses, monasteries, convents and hospitals operated under particularly strict hospitality requirements. They were expected to welcome travellers, feed the hungry, and care for the sick regardless of ability to pay. This wasn't optional charity. It was central to their religious mission. A traveller could arrive at a monastery gate with reasonable confidence that he'd receive at least basic hospitality, a meal, a place to sleep, perhaps medical attention if needed. This network of religious houses created waypoints across the medieval landscape, making long-distance travel feasible even for those of modest means. Now let's venture beyond the town walls into the forests and common lands, spaces that were neither quite wild nor fully tamed, where some of the most practical medieval regulations operated. You might assume forests were free-for-all zones where anyone could hunt, gather wood or pasture animals. The reality was far more controlled. and once again these controls were more practical than you might expect. Forest laws could be severe, particularly in royal forests where the king claimed hunting rights. Killing a deer in the king's forest might cost you your hands or eyes, penalties that sound barbaric to your modern sensibilities. But surrounding those harsh penalties for poaching game were hundreds of smaller regulations about forest use that actually protected common people's rights while preserving the resource. You couldn't cut down trees wherever you wanted, but you did have the right to gather fallen wood and dead branches, a right called deadwood, or windfall. This distinction was important. It meant that common people could collect fuel for heating and cooking without destroying the forest's living trees. The forest remained intact for hunting and timber, while still providing resources for those who needed them. It was a sustainable use policy that protected both the powerful nobles' interests and the poor villagers' needs. Similarly, you might have rights to pasture your pigs in the forest during certain seasons, a practice called pannage. Pigs would forage for acorns and other mast, fattening themselves at no cost to you. But the practice was regulated by season and number to prevent overgrazing and forest damage. You couldn't just turn loose unlimited pigs year-round. There were rules about how many animals each household could run, when the pannage season opened and closed, and what fees might be owed. These regulations sound restrictive, and they were, but they prevented the tragedy of the commons that occurs when everyone takes as much as they can with no regard for sustainability. If every villager could cut all the wood they wanted, the forest would soon be denuded. If everyone pastured unlimited animals, the undergrowth would be destroyed and young trees couldn't grow. The regulations ensured that the forest remained productive, generation after generation, providing for everyone rather than being exhausted by the greediest users. Common lands, meadows, pastures and wastelands shared by a village operated under similar principles. You had the right to graze your animals on the common, but not unlimited animals. You could cut rushes for floor covering or reeds for thatching, but not more than your household needed. These use rights were carefully defined and jealously guarded because they represented real value to families who owned little land of their own. The common land regulations created a functional sharing economy. Your single cow could graze alongside your neighbour's sheep and someone else's goats, and there was enough grass for all because the total number of animals was controlled. If someone tried to run extra animals or take more than their share of resources, the other commoners would quickly object and enforce the rules. The system worked because everyone benefited from sustainable use, and everyone suffered if someone overused the commons. There's a lesson here about how regulations can protect freedom rather than restrict it. You had less individual freedom, you couldn't exploit common resources without limit, but you had more practical freedom because the shared resources remained available year after year. Your children and grandchildren would have access to the same common lands, because the regulations prevented any one generation from exhausting them. Forest and common land regulations also included detailed rules about when certain activities could take place. You might be allowed to graze animals on the common only after the hay harvest was complete, giving everyone a chance to secure winter fodder first. You might be permitted to gather specific types of wood only during certain months, when taking them wouldn't harm the forest's reproductive cycle. These temporal regulations showed sophisticated understanding of ecological processes and resource management. The enforcement of these rules often fell to local officials elected or appointed from within the community. A haywood might oversee common lands, a woodward might manage forest resources, and these officials were typically people who'd lived in the area their whole lives and understood both the resources and the needs of their neighbours. They weren't distant bureaucrats imposing arbitrary rules. They were community members trying to balance competing interests and ensure long-term sustainability. As we circle back toward the town centre, let's consider how time itself was regulated and communal in ways that might surprise you. You have a clock on your wrist or phone, synchronised to the second with atomic timepieces. You know exactly what time it is, anywhere in the world, any moment of the day. Medieval people had a much looser relationship with clock time, not because they were imprecise, but because their needs were different. Churches marked the hours with bells, ringing at intervals throughout the day and night for prayers. These canonical hours Matins, lauds, prime, terce, sext, none, vespers and compline divided the day into segments, but not equal segments. The hours adjusted with the seasons since they were based on daylight. A summer hour was longer than a winter hour. This seems chaotic to you, but it made perfect sense in a world where useful work was limited by available light. The church bells served as the town's timekeeping system, and everyone lived by them. The morning bells told you when to rise and start work. Midday bells reminded you to eat. Evening bells signalled the end of the workday. These shared time signals synchronised the community in ways that individual timekeeping never could. Everyone heard the same bells and organised their day around the same markers. You didn't need to worry about your clock being 5 minutes fast or wonder if you'd misread the time. The bell rang, everyone heard it, and everyone knew what time it was. Collectively, if not precisely. This communal timekeeping also meant that time was less of a burden. You couldn't be late for something if no one knew exactly when it was supposed to start. Meetings happened after the midday bell or before vespers, or when the sun reaches mid-sky. There was inherent flexibility in these arrangements. You showed up within a reasonable period around the appointed time, and that was sufficient. The anxiety of modern punctuality, of being exactly on time or being considered rude, didn't exist in quite the same way. Yet for all this flexibility, medieval people could be remarkably precise when precision mattered. Mechanical clocks began appearing in churches and town halls in the late Middle Ages, and their use was carefully regulated. The town clock needed to be accurate because people made agreements based on it. Markets opened at specific hours. Work shifts at mills or workshops needed coordination. Legal proceedings happened at designated times. So the community invested in maintaining a good clock and ensuring everyone had access to its information. The regulation of time, like so many medieval rules, was about creating common reference points. Just as the weights and measures for bread needed to be standardised, and market hours needed to be known to all, time itself needed to be a shared resource. The bells and clocks weren't just tools for individuals, they were public infrastructure that enabled the whole community to function in synchronised ways when synchronisation mattered. The division of time also reflected and reinforced the rhythm of medieval religious life. The canonical hours weren't just arbitrary divisions, they represented times of prayer that structured the day for monks and nuns, and by extension, for the whole community. When the bells rang for vespers, even if you weren't particularly devout, you were reminded that the day was winding down and that it was time to think about evening tasks and preparation for night. The religious framework for time gave it meaning beyond mere measurement. Let's take a moment to think about what all these regulations about noise, bread, markets, clothing, hospitality, forests and time add up to. They created a world where individual freedom was constrained, certainly. You couldn't do whatever you wanted whenever you wanted. You had to follow rules about the most mundane aspects of daily life. But in exchange for these constraints, you gained something valuable, a functioning community with shared expectations and mutual obligations. You knew your neighbour couldn't keep you awake with his hammering because the noise rules protected you both. You knew your bread was fairly weighted because the regulations protected honest bakers and customers alike. You knew that if you travelled and met with misfortune, hospitality laws might save your life. You knew the common lands would still be there for your children because usage was controlled and sustainable. You knew what time it was because everyone heard the same bells. These regulations created trust. Trust that others would follow the same rules you followed. Trust that cheaters would be caught and punished. And trust that the systems enabling daily life would continue functioning. This trust was the invisible foundation that allowed medieval communities to work despite all their challenges. Without police forces to enforce every rule, and without surveillance technology to catch every violation, the system depended on community pressure, shared understanding, and the knowledge that today's enforcer might be tomorrow's rule breaker needing the community's protection. There's something almost beautiful in how these practical regulations emerged not from theory but from necessity. Nobody sat down with a comprehensive plan for managing medieval town life. Instead, communities developed solutions to specific problems, how to keep the peace at night, how to prevent bread fraud, how to make markets fair, how to ensure travellers didn't die on the roads, and how to preserve shared resources. Each solution became a custom, and customs hardened into regulations, and regulations accumulated into a comprehensive system that looks, from your perspective, simultaneously strange and remarkably sophisticated. Consider how interconnected these rules were. The curfew bell that marked quiet hours also signalled when to bank your fire, which reduced the risk of conflagrations that would destroy the wooden buildings where people lived and worked. The market regulations that prevented forestalling and regrating helped ensure that bread prices remained affordable, which made the bread weight regulations more meaningful. The hospitality laws that protected travellers enabled the commerce that kept markets supplied with diverse goods. The forest regulations that preserved timber resources ensured that there would be wood for building the homes and shops where people followed the other regulations. Each rule supported and reinforced the others, creating a system greater than the sum of its parts. The medieval approach to regulation also reflected a fundamentally different understanding of community than what you might be accustomed to. In your world, there's often a sharp distinction between public and private life, between what the community can regulate and what's purely personal. Medieval people drew that line differently. They believed that almost nothing was purely personal, because almost everything you did affected your neighbours. Your noisy work disturbed their sleep. Your bread fraud cheated your customers. Your wasteful use of common resources diminished what was available to others. Your choice to wear clothing above your station disrupted social hierarchy. Even your private hearth fire, if left unbanked, could burn down the whole neighbourhood. This perspective sounds intrusive to modern ears, but it came from lived experience in densely packed communities where privacy was rare and independence was often impossible. You depended on your neighbours for help with harvests, for defence against threats, and for support during hard times. They depended on you in the same ways. This mutual dependence meant that individual actions had communal consequences, and therefore the community had a legitimate interest in regulating those actions. The regulations weren't about control for its own sake. They were about managing the inevitable friction that comes from people living in close proximity. As the medieval evening deepens around you, and the darkness becomes complete, imagine one final time what it was like to live within this web of rules and customs. Your day has followed a rhythm set by communal bells and shared expectations. You've bought your bread knowing it was fairly weighted, sold your goods in a market where everyone competed on equal terms, dressed in clothing that both identified and constrained you, and now you're settling in for the night knowing that quiet hours will bring actual quiet because everyone is obligated to respect them. The rules haven't made your life easy. Medieval life was never easy, but they've made it workable. They've created predictability in an unpredictable world, fairness in a world that could be arbitrary and cruel, and community in a world where isolation could mean death. You've traded some individual freedom for collective security, and most of the time that seems like a reasonable bargain. These regulations were never perfect. People evaded them, broke them, and chafed against them. The wealthy often found ways around rules that bound the poor. The powerful enforced regulations selectively, to their advantage. Medieval society was far from equitable or just by your modern standards. Yet within all its limitations and inequalities, the regulation of daily life showed a practical wisdom about human nature and community needs. People needed sleep, so noise was controlled. People needed food security, so bread was regulated. People needed fair commerce, so markets had rules. People needed to travel, so hospitality was mandated. People needed shared resources, so commons were managed. People needed temporal coordination, so time was communalised. Each rule addressed a genuine need, and together they created a functioning social order. The genius of these regulations lay in their reciprocity. You gave up the freedom to make noise, but you gained the guarantee of quiet. You accepted limits on your bread pricing, but you were protected from other bakers' fraud. You couldn't monopolise common resources, but neither could anyone else. You had to offer hospitality, but you could also claim it when needed. The restrictions flowed both ways, creating a balanced system where everyone was both constrained and protected by the same rules. As you drift towards sleep, think about your own world's rules and regulations. You have far more individual freedom than any medieval person, and you probably wouldn't trade places even if you could. But you've also lost something they had. That sense of being embedded in a community with shared rules and mutual obligations, where restrictions on your freedom came with protections against others' freedoms, and where giving up some autonomy meant gaining security and trust. Medieval regulations weren't about control for its own sake. They were about making life work in a world where everything was harder, where cooperation was essential for survival, and where individual desires had to be balanced against communal needs. The rules sound odd to your ears, but they emerge from the same impulse that drives you to appreciate noise ordinances, or truth in advertising laws, or national parks with usage limits. They were attempts to create order, fairness, and sustainability in a world that offered none of those things naturally. The legacy of these medieval rules lives on in ways you might not realise. Your assumptions about fair weights and measures in commerce. Medieval bread regulations established that principle. Your expectation that markets should operate honestly. Medieval market rules set that standard. Your sense that excessive noise is a violation of community norms. Medieval quiet hours codified that understanding. Your belief that certain spaces should be preserved for common use. Medieval forest and common land regulations embedded that idea in law. Even your relationship with time owes something to medieval practices. The idea that a whole community should operate on synchronized schedules, that public clocks should be available to all, and that timekeeping is a shared social function rather than just an individual concern. These concepts were hammered out in medieval town squares and church towers. When you check the time to coordinate meeting a friend, you're participating in a tradition of communal timekeeping that stretches back centuries. The specific rules have changed, of course. You don't live by church bells or curfew regulations. You can wear whatever you want and make noise at any hour, at least legally, if not considerately. But the underlying principle remains. Communities need shared rules to function, and those rules work best when they protect everyone by limiting everyone, when they create trust through predictability, and when they balance individual desires against collective needs. Medieval people understood something that's easy to forget in your individualistic age. Freedom isn't just the absence of constraint. Sometimes freedom comes from knowing what the constraints are, knowing they apply to everyone, and knowing they're designed to make life work better for the whole community. You gain freedom to sleep peacefully by giving up freedom to make noise at night. You gain freedom to buy food confidently by accepting regulation of weights and prices. You gain freedom to use common resources by limiting how much any individual can take. These oddly specific medieval rules about bells and bread, markets and noise, hospitality and forests, they weren't signs of oppression, though they certainly could be oppressive when enforced unjustly. They were signs of communities figuring out how to live together, how to balance competing needs, and how to create systems that benefited most people most of the time. They were practical solutions to practical problems, tested and refined over generations, until they became the invisible infrastructure that made medieval life possible. The medieval approach to community regulation offers lessons that remain relevant. In your interconnected world, where your actions affect people across the globe through environmental impact, economic ties, and digital connections, the question of how to balance individual freedom with collective welfare is more pressing than ever. Medieval people had no choice but to grapple with this balance, because their physical proximity made the consequences of individual actions immediately visible. You face similar challenges on a larger scale, with consequences that may be less visible but no less real. So as sleep finally claims you, maybe these medieval rules don't seem quite so odd after all. Maybe they seem remarkably sensible, different in detail but similar in spirit to the countless rules that structure your own life. Maybe the Middle Ages weren't so dark after all, at least not in the sense of being ignorant or chaotic. Medieval people were solving problems, building community, and trying to make their lives work with the tools and knowledge they had available. They created systems that acknowledged human nature. the tendency to cheat, to take more than your share, to disturb others for your own convenience, and built structures to channel those impulses toward more productive ends. They understood that left entirely to individual choice, communities would fracture and essential resources would be depleted. So they created rules that limited everyone equally and protected everyone equally, trading individual autonomy for collective security. And on that thought, with the peaceful certainty that comes from understanding how even strange-seeming rules can make sense in context, let yourself sink into sleep, grateful for the continuity of human wisdom across the centuries, grateful for all the invisible regulations that make your own life work, and grateful most of all for the quiet dark that medieval people fought so hard to preserve for everyone's benefit. Sleep well, knowing that people have been solving similar problems for centuries, finding ways to live together despite all the challenges, and creating order from chaos through the simple but profound tool of shared rules and mutual respect. You're stepping into the everyday world of late 16th century and early 17th century England, away from the theatres and printed folios. Here, in the regular rhythms of streets, lodgings and households, William Shakespeare lived a life shaped by work, travel and quiet observation. This is the story of his ordinary days. You wake in a room where light filters through small windows. The air smells of wood and wool. Whether you're in Stratford-upon-Avon or in London, mornings begin with simple tasks. You pull on clothes that have been worn before and will be worn again. Shoes are practical. The floor is cool beneath your feet. In Stratford, the house on Henley Street holds the familiar sounds of family. Doors open and close, voices carry from room to room. Your wife, Anne, manages the household. Your children move through their own routines. You spend time here between stretches of work in London, returning to a place where the streets are known and the faces are constant. The house itself is substantial. Timber frames support the walls. The rooms are divided by function. There is a hall for gathering, chambers for sleeping, and a kitchen for cooking. The structure has stood for years. It will stand for years more. You know every corner of it. Your daughters, Susanna and Judith, have their own lives within the household. Susanna is the elder, serious and capable. Judith is quieter and more reserved. You see them when you return from London. The time between visits means you notice their growth in sudden jumps rather than gradual changes. Anne is practical. She manages the property, oversees the servants and handles daily necessities. Your marriage is not passionate, but it is functional. You respect each other. You fulfill your roles. When you're home, you share meals and discuss household matters. When you are away, she continues without you. The town of Stratford is small enough that everyone knows everyone. You walk through the streets and greet neighbours, the baker, the smith, the tailor. These are people you have known since childhood. They know your family. They know your business. There is comfort in this familiarity. The River Avon runs through the town. You walk along it sometimes, watching the water move. The sound is constant and soothing. In summer, the banks are green. In winter, they are bare. The river marks the seasons more clearly than the calendar. London is different. The city is larger, louder, and more crowded. You lodge in rooms near the Thames or in neighbourhoods where theatre workers gather. The buildings lean close together. Smoke rises from chimneys. The river moves steadily, carrying boats and barges. You walk the same routes often enough that your feet know the turns. Your lodgings in London change over the years. You move from one set of rooms to another. Sometimes you stay with other theatre people. Sometimes you rent a space above a shop. The accommodations are temporary. You do not invest in making them comfortable. They are places to sleep and work, nothing more. The city streets are busy from the early morning until late evening. Carts rumble over cobblestones. Vendors call out their wares. Apprentices hurry to complete errands. You navigate through the crowd without much thought. The motion is automatic. You pass the same landmarks daily. Certain churches, certain bridges, certain corners where streets meet. These markers help you orient yourself. Even on foggy mornings or dark evenings, you know where you are by the shape of buildings and the sounds around you. Mornings in London begin with the sounds of carts and voices. You leave your lodging and step into streets already busy with work. Bakers, brewers, merchants and labourers move through their own schedules. You pass them without much notice. The rhythm of the city is constant and you are part of it. The smell of the city is distinctive, smoke from fires, the tang of the river, horse dung in the streets, cooking food, unwashed bodies. You stop noticing after a while. It becomes background, like the noise. You walk to the theatre. The Globe stands south of the river, a round wooden structure visible from a distance. You cross the Thames by boat or bridge, depending on the weather and the time. The water is cold in winter and calm in summer. Boatmen call out to passengers. You pay your fare and step aboard. The boat ride is brief. You sit or stand among other passengers. Some are going to the theatre as workers or patrons. Others have different destinations. The boat rocks gently. The boatman works the oars with practised efficiency. You watch the water or the far bank. The walk from the bridge to the theatre takes you through streets lined with workshops and homes. You see the same buildings, the same signs, and the same corners. The route becomes automatic. Your mind wanders while your feet carry you forward. You think about the work ahead, a scene that needs revision, a line that felt awkward in yesterday's rehearsal, a conversation you need to have with an actor. These thoughts occupy you as you walk. Inside the theatre, the day's work begins. The space is open to the sky in the centre. Wooden benches and galleries surround the stage. The smell of sawdust and costumes fills the air. Actors arrive and prepare. You speak with them about the day's performance or the next rehearsal. The conversations are practical. Lines are reviewed. Blocking is adjusted. Costumes are checked. The stage itself is a raised platform. Trapdoors allow actors to enter from below. The balcony above serves as battlements, bedrooms, or upper windows depending on the play. The architecture is simple but versatile. You write with these physical constraints in mind. The backstage area is cramped. Costumes hang on pegs. Props are stacked in corners. Actors change quickly, pulling on robes or armour. The space is organised chaos. Everyone knows where things are supposed to be, even if they are not always there. You write in the mornings or afternoons, depending on the schedule. A table, a chair, paper and ink. The tools are simple. You sit and work through scenes, revising lines that felt rough the day before. The process is slow. You cross out words, rewrite phrases and test rhythm aloud to yourself. Writing is not magical. It is work that requires focus and repetition. The ink you use is black and thin. It flows from the quill easily when the quill is sharp. When the point dulls, the writing becomes scratchy. You sharpen the quill with a small knife. The motion is familiar. You have done it thousands of times. Paper is expensive, but not prohibitively so. You use it carefully. Margins are filled with notes. Crossed out lines remain visible beneath new ones. Each sheet represents money, so waste is minimized. You read what you have written aloud. Hearing the words reveals problems that reading silently does not. A rhythm that seemed fine on the page sounds awkward when spoken. A line that felt clever feels forced. You adjust accordingly. Between rehearsals and performances there are hours to fill. You walk, you observe, you listen to conversations in markets and taverns. People speak about their work, their families and their complaints. You remember fragments of speech, turns of phrase, and the way anger or humour sounds in different voices. These pieces find their way into your writing later. The marketplace is particularly rich with material. Arguments over prices, flirtations between vendors and customers, complaints about the weather or the quality of goods. You watch and listen without seeming to. People do not perform when they think they are unobserved. Their natural behaviour is more interesting than any performance. You notice physical details, how a merchant shifts his weight when lying, how a woman adjusts her shawl when cold. How a child tugs at a parent's sleeve for attention. These small gestures reveal character. You file them away. In Stratford, the pace is slower. You walk through the town and into the countryside. Fields stretch out in all directions. The air is quieter. You visit family, handle business matters, and attend to property. There are documents to sign, rents to collect, and agreements to make. These tasks are necessary and unremarkable. You own property in and around Stratford. Some of it produces income. Some of it is for your family's use. You check on these properties when you are home. You speak with tenants. You inspect buildings for needed repairs. The work is mundane but important. The countryside around Stratford offers space and silence. You walk along paths you have known since childhood. The landscape changes with the seasons but remains fundamentally the same. Hills in the distance, fields divided by hedgerows, sheep grazing. The occasional farmhouse. You think while walking, not focused thoughts but a kind of mental wandering. Ideas for scenes, memories, observations about people you have seen. The walking itself helps the thinking. Movement and thought are connected. You eat midday meals wherever you happen to be. In London, this might mean a tavern near the theatre, or a stall selling bread and cheese. In Stratford, meals are taken at home. The food is plain and filling. Bread, meat, vegetables, and ale. You eat without ceremony and return to your work. Taverns in London vary in quality. Some are clean and well kept. Others are dark and smell of old beer. You choose based on location and familiarity rather than quality. As long as the food is edible and the ale is drinkable, the tavern serves its purpose. You sit at communal tables. Strangers sit beside you. Sometimes conversation starts. Sometimes everyone eats in silence. You are comfortable with both. You can be social when it serves you. You can be invisible when you prefer. The bread is coarse and dense. It fills your stomach. The meat is whatever is available that day. Beef, mutton, pork, and chicken. It is cooked simply, roasted or boiled. Vegetables are mostly roots. Turnips, carrots, and onions. They are soft from long cooking. Afternoons bring performances or more writing. If a play is being staged, you watch from the side or assist with last-minute changes. The actors perform the same lines you wrote, but they add their own interpretations. You notice what works and what does not. You make mental notes for future revisions. The audience is varied. Groundlings stand in the yard, close to the stage. They are loud and active. They heckle, laugh, and gasp. Their reactions are immediate. The wealthier patrons sit in the galleries. They are quieter but no less engaged. You gauge the audience's response. When do they lean forward? When do they shift restlessly? When do they laugh? When do they fall silent? These reactions tell you what is working. A joke that lands in rehearsal might fall flat in performance. A serious moment might get an unexpected laugh. You adjust future performances based on what you learn. If a scene drags, you tighten it. If a joke misses, you replace it. The plays are not fixed. They evolve with each performance. When there is no performance, the afternoon is open. You might read, walk, or visit someone. Time is not scarce, but it is not wasted. You move through the hours with purpose, even when the purpose is simply rest. Reading offers its own pleasures. You read histories, classical texts, and poetry by other writers. The reading informs your writing without direct imitation. You absorb styles, ideas, and structures. Later they emerge transformed in your own work. You read in your lodging or in quiet corners of the theatre. The light needs to be good. You cannot read by candlelight for long without your eyes tiring. Daylight is better. You position yourself near a window when possible. Some books are borrowed, some are purchased. Books are valuable. You treat them carefully. You do not mark the pages or bend the covers. When you finish, you return borrowed books promptly. Evenings approach gradually. The light changes. Shadows lengthen. The city begins to settle. In London, you return to your lodging or meet colleagues at a tavern. In Stratford, you remain at home. The transition from day to night is gentle. The quality of light in late afternoon is soft. The harsh brightness of midday fades. Colours become richer. Shadows are longer and more dramatic. You notice these changes. They affect your mood without you thinking about it consciously. In summer, the days are long. Evening seems delayed. You work later because the light permits it. In winter, darkness comes early. You adjust your schedule accordingly. The seasons dictate rhythms. You do not live a life of constant excitement. The days are built from routine. You walk the same streets, see the same faces, and perform the same tasks. This repetition is not dull. It provides structure. It allows you to notice small changes, to refine your observations, and to build a life that supports your work. The routine is comforting. You know what each day will bring. There are variations, but the overall pattern remains consistent. This predictability allows you to focus on the work rather than on logistics. You develop habits. You wake at the same time. You eat at the same times. You work during the same hours. These habits create efficiency. You do not waste energy deciding what to do next. You simply follow the pattern. Your relationship with both cities is practical. London offers work, income, and connection to the theatre world. Stratford offers family, property, and a slower pace. You move between them regularly, adjusting to each place as needed. Neither feels more real than the other. Both are part of your life. The journey between the cities takes 2 or 3 days depending on conditions. You travel on horseback or by coach. The roads are rough in places, smooth in others. Rain makes them muddy. Dry weather makes them dusty. You stop at the same inns along the way. The innkeepers recognise you. They know your preferences. A room that is quiet. A meal that is simple. Ale that is fresh. These small familiarities make travel easier. You carry very little with you when you travel. A few clothes, papers, and money. The journey between Stratford and London takes time, but it is familiar. You know the roads, the inns along the way, and the rhythms of travel. You do not rush. You arrive when you arrive. The landscape changes as you travel. Flat fields give way to rolling hills. Villages appear and disappear. You watch the scenery without much interest. It is pleasant, but not captivating. The real interest is in arriving, not in the journey itself. Other travellers share the roads, merchants, messengers, and farmers bringing goods to market. You exchange greetings or nods. Sometimes you ride alongside someone for a stretch. Sometimes you travel alone. At night, you settle into whichever space you occupy. The room is dark or lit by a single candle. You prepare for sleep by setting aside the day's concerns. Tomorrow will bring more of the same work, the same streets, and the same routines. This predictability is comforting. You know what to expect. The transition from waking to sleeping is gradual. You do not fight it. You let tiredness overtake you. The day ends. The night begins. Sleep will restore you for whatever tomorrow brings. You earn your living by writing. This is not a romantic pursuit. It is a job that requires discipline, skill, and attention to deadlines. The theatre company depends on new material. Audiences expect variety. You provide both. Your writing process is methodical. You sit with paper and ink. You begin with an idea, a character, or a situation. The first draft is rough. Words come quickly, but they are not always the right words. You write through scenes, testing dialogue, building conflicts, and moving characters from one moment to the next. The initial inspiration for a play can come from anywhere. A story you heard, a historical event, an old play you want to improve, a character type you want to explore. The source matters less than what you do with it. You often work from existing stories. Histories of English kings, Italian tales, Roman biographies. These provide frameworks. You adapt them, change them, and reshape them to suit your purposes. The bones of the story come from elsewhere. The flesh is your own. Revision is where the real work happens. You read what you have written, you You cross out lines that feel false. You rewrite speeches that lack rhythm. You tighten scenes that drag. The process is slow and repetitive. You might spend days on a single act, adjusting until it feels right. You read passages aloud to yourself. The sound matters. A line that looks good on paper might not sound right when spoken. The rhythm needs to match the meaning. Stressed syllables need to fall in the right places. You count beats. 5 beats per line for most speeches, 10 syllables. The pattern is flexible, not rigid. You break it when breaking it serves the meaning. But the underlying rhythm provides structure. You revise dialogue to sound like speech, not like writing. People interrupt each other. They leave sentences unfinished. They repeat themselves. They use contractions. Your written dialogue needs to capture this naturalness while remaining clear enough for an audience to follow. The plays are written for performance, not publication. You write with the voices of specific actors in mind. You know their strengths, their ranges, and the types of roles they perform best. This knowledge shapes your characters. You give certain actors the roles that suit them. The writing is collaborative in this way, even when you are alone at the table. Richard Burbage gets the leading tragic roles. He has the voice and presence for them. Will Kempe and later Robert Armin get the comic roles. They can improvise, and you write space for them to do so. The boy actors play the women. You write female roles that suit their voices and abilities. You know who will be available for each production. If a key actor is ill or away, you adjust. You rewrite roles. You redistribute lines. The play must go on, so you make it work. You also write poetry. Sonnets are longer narrative poems. These are different from plays. The structure is tighter, the language is denser. You write them for patrons, for publication, and for your own satisfaction. The income from poetry is less predictable than the income from plays, but it adds variety to your work. The sonnets follow a strict form, 14 lines, a particular rhyme scheme, specific metre. The constraints are part of the appeal. You find freedom within the restrictions. The form forces you to be precise. You write narrative poems on commission. A patron requests a poem on a particular subject. You research, plan, draft, and revise. The work is similar to writing plays, but with different technical demands. The language can be more elaborate. There is no need to consider how it will sound on stage. The theatre business is not just writing. You're part of a company. You attend meetings. You discuss which plays to stage, which roles to cast, and which costumes to commission. You help manage finances, divide profits, and handle disputes. The work is administrative and necessary. The company is organised as a partnership. Several members own shares. You are one of them. This gives you a say in decisions and a share of the profits. It also means you share the risks. If a play fails, everyone loses money. Meetings can be contentious. Different shareholders have different priorities. Someone wants to stage a particular type of play. Someone else disagrees. You argue. You compromise. Eventually decisions are made. Financial matters are complex. Ticket sales, cost for costumes and props, rent for the theatre space, and payments to actors and musicians. The accounts must be kept carefully. Errors can lead to losses or disputes. Rehearsals fill many hours. You sit with actors and read through scenes. You clarify intentions. You suggest line readings. You adjust blocking when something feels off. The actors offer their own ideas. You listen. Sometimes their suggestions improve the work. Sometimes you hold firm to your original vision. Blocking is the physical movement on stage. Who enters from where? Who stands where during a conversation? Who moves when? These decisions affect how the audience understands relationships and intentions. You work with the actors to find natural movements. An actor might instinctively turn away during a particular line. This reveals something about the character. You notice and incorporate it. Some actors need more direction than others. Experienced actors bring their own interpretations. Younger actors need guidance. You adjust your approach based on who you are working with. Props and costumes are discussed during rehearsals. Does this character need a sword? Should this character wear a cloak? These are practical questions with artistic implications. The visual elements support the story. Performances are the culmination of weeks or months of work. You watch from backstage or from the galleries. The audience responds in real time. They laugh, gasp, grow silent, or lose interest. Their reactions tell you what works. You take note. Future plays will reflect what you learn here. The groundlings are the most vocal. They shout comments. They boo villains. They cheer heroes. Their energy affects the performance. Actors feed off it. The galleries are quieter, but you can still gauge their engagement. Do they lean forward during tense moments? Do they whisper to each other during boring stretches? You watch and learn. Some performances go better than others. The actors might be particularly sharp one day. The audience might be particularly receptive. Everything clicks. Other days, the performance is flat. The actors miss cues. The audience is restless. You accept both. The theatre is a commercial enterprise. Success is measured in ticket sales and repeat performances. You write plays that people want to see. This does not mean you write only for popularity, but you are aware of audience preferences. You balance your own interests with what will draw a crowd. Comedies generally draw larger crowds than tragedies. People want to laugh. They want entertainment. But tragedies have their audience too. The key is variety. You write different types of plays to appeal to different moods. Historical plays are popular. English audiences want to see stories about their own kings and battles. You give them these stories, shaped to emphasise themes you find interesting. You write quickly when needed. A play can be completed in weeks if the company requires it. Other times, you take longer. You revise old plays for new productions. You adapt stories from history, from Italian sources, and from English legends. The source material is a starting point. The finished play is your own. Speed does not necessarily mean lower quality. Some of your best work comes quickly. The ideas are clear. The execution is smooth. Other plays labour along, requiring extensive revision. You keep old drafts. Sometimes you return to a play you wrote years ago and see ways to improve it. You revise, and the company stages the new version. The play is renewed. Your income comes from several streams. The theatre company pays you for new plays. You receive a share of profits from performances. Patrons commission poems. You invest in property. The combination provides stability. You're not wealthy, but you are secure. The share of profits varies depending on how well the play performs and how many performances are staged. A popular play brings in significant money. A play that closes after a few performances brings in little. Patronage is less reliable, but potentially more lucrative. A wealthy patron might pay handsomely for a poem, but patrons are unpredictable. Their favour can shift. You do not depend on patronage alone. Property investment is your long-term security. You buy land and buildings in Stratford. These provide rental income. They will support your family after you stop working. The investments are practical, not speculative. Writing is solitary, but it exists within a social structure. You rely on actors, stagehands, musicians, and managers. They rely on you. The work is interdependent. A play is not complete until it is performed, and it cannot be performed without all these parts working together. The musicians provide interludes and accompaniment. They play before the performance, during scene changes, and sometimes during scenes. Their music sets the mood. You consult with them about what is needed. Stagehands manage the physical elements. They move props. They operate the trapdoors. They handle the curtains. Their work is invisible to the audience but essential to the performance. The theatre manager handles business matters, scheduling, ticket sales, negotiations with authorities. You work with him to ensure the company operates smoothly. You keep notebooks, small observations, fragments of dialogue and ideas for scenes. You write things down when they occur to you. Later you return to these notes. Some become plays. Others remain notes. The process of collecting and refining is ongoing. The notebooks are small enough to carry with you. You pull them out when something strikes you. A phrase overheard in the market, an interesting face in the crowd, a situation that could become a scene. You do not organise the notebook systematically. Ideas are recorded as they come. When you need something, you page through until you find it. The disorder does not bother you. The notes are for you alone. The work has its frustrations. Lines you laboured over fall flat in performance. Actors forget cues. Audiences are distracted. Weather affects attendance. The roof leaks during rain. These are practical problems with practical solutions. You adjust and continue. Rain drives away the groundlings. They will not stand in the yard getting soaked. The galleries stay fuller, but the energy is different. You might cut the performance short or cancel entirely. Actors forget lines. It happens. They improvise. They get back on track. If the problem is severe, you add extra rehearsals. You work with the actor individually. You also experience moments of satisfaction. A scene lands exactly as you hoped. An actor delivers a line with perfect timing. The audience is silent during a tense moment, then erupts in laughter or applause. These moments are gratifying, but they do not change the nature of the work. Tomorrow you will return to the table and write again. The satisfaction is brief. You enjoy it in the moment, then move on. There is always more work to do. The next play is already forming in your mind. You do not think of yourself as exceptional. You're a working playwright in a city full of working playwrights. Some are more successful, some are less. You're somewhere in the middle, producing work that is reliable and occasionally excellent. This is enough. Christopher Marlowe was exceptional before his death. Ben Jonson is talented and ambitious. Thomas Dekker writes prolifically. You are one among several. The competition is healthy. It pushes you to improve. The rhythm of writing, rehearsing and performing becomes second nature. You know how long it takes to complete a draft. You know how much time actors need to learn their lines. You know when to push for changes and when to accept what has been done. Experience teaches you these things. You can estimate accurately now. You know a 5-act play will take 6 to 8 weeks to write if you work steadily. You know rehearsals will take 2 to 3 weeks. You know a successful play will run for a dozen performances or more. You write in different moods. Sometimes the work flows easily. Other times it is slow and difficult. You do not wait for inspiration. You sit down and write regardless of how you feel. Discipline is more important than mood. On difficult days you produce fewer pages. The words do not come easily. You force them anyway. The forced work can be revised later. The important thing is to keep moving forward. On good days you write more than you expected. The ideas flow. The dialogue sounds right on the first try. You ride the momentum as long as it lasts. Your relationship with your own work is practical. You do not romanticize the process. You do not agonize over every word. You do what is required and move forward. This approach allows you to produce a large body of work over many years. You're proud of some plays more than others. Some represent your best thinking and your finest language. Others are competent but not exceptional. You accept this range. Not everything can be your best work. At the end of the day, you set aside the papers. The ink dries. The words remain on the page. Tomorrow you will return to them. This is the pattern. Writing is not an event. It is a habit. The papers stack up. Pages of dialogue, notes and revisions. The physical accumulation represents hours of work. You keep the drafts organised well enough to find what you need. You waste paper when necessary. If a page is so heavily revised that it is illegible, you copy it fresh. The time spent copying is worth the clarity. The work continues. There is always another play to write, another performance to attend, and another revision to make. The cycle repeats. This repetition is not tedious. It is the structure of your life. You spend time with other people. The theatre world is small, and the same faces appear regularly. Actors, playwrights, managers, and musicians. You know them by name. You know their habits, their skills, and their temperaments. Richard Burbage is serious about his craft. He prepares thoroughly for roles. He thinks deeply about character. Conversations with him are focused on the work. You respect his dedication. Will Kempe is boisterous. He jokes constantly. His energy fills a room. He can also be difficult. His improvisations sometimes go too far. You have learned to write roles that channel his energy productively. Robert Armin, who replaces Kempe, is more subtle. His humour is verbal rather than physical. You write different types of fools for him. The shift changes the tone of your comedies. Taverns are common gathering places. After a performance or rehearsal, the company goes to a nearby tavern. You sit at a long table with others. Ale is poured. Bread and cheese are shared. Conversations overlap. Someone tells a story. Someone else argues a point. You listen more than you speak, but you contribute when it feels natural. The tavern is warm and noisy. The smell of ale and bodies is strong. The space is crowded. You sit shoulder to shoulder with others. The proximity is comfortable after years of it. You have your preferred seat. Near the end of the table, close enough to hear but not at the centre, this position allows you to participate or withdraw as you choose. The talk is often about work. Which plays are drawing crowds? Which actors are improving? What other companies are staging? The theatre world is competitive but not hostile. People share information. They offer advice. They complain about shared frustrations. You learn about other companies through these conversations. The Admiral's men are staging a new play by Decker. The children of the chapel are performing at court. This information helps you understand the landscape. It informs your own decisions. You also talk about other things. Politics, gossip, and family matters. The conversations are ordinary. You learn about someone's sick child, someone's new lodging, and someone's dispute with a landlord. These details do not affect you directly, but they are part of the fabric of social life. Politics are discussed cautiously. The authorities monitor public discourse. Saying the wrong thing can lead to trouble. You listen to political talk but contribute little. You are aware of the risks. Gossip is safer and more entertaining. Who is feuding with whom? Who is courting whom? Who has fallen out of favour with a patron? The stories are repeated and embellished. You take them with scepticism. Friendships form slowly. You work with the same people for years. Trust builds through repeated interactions. You rely on certain actors to deliver difficult roles. They rely on you to write parts that suit them. This mutual dependence creates a bond that is professional and personal. You have friends you do not work with often, writers you respect, actors who have moved to other companies. The friendships persist even when work does not connect you. You see each other in taverns, on the street, and at gatherings. You have friends outside the theatre, people from Stratford, neighbours in London, merchants you deal with regularly. These relationships are less intense but still meaningful. You exchange greetings. You help each other with small tasks. You maintain a presence in each other's lives without constant contact. Your family in Stratford is a separate world. Anne manages the household. Your daughters grow older. Your son, Hamnet, is buried in Stratford. This loss is part of your life, but you do not speak of it often. Grief is private, you carry it quietly. Hamnet died in 1596. He was 11. The loss was sudden and painful. You were in London when it happened. By the time you returned to Stratford, he was already buried. The grief did not diminish over time. It simply became part of you. You do not write about the grief directly, but it seeps into your work. Fathers losing sons, children dying young. The themes appear in plays written after his death. The connection is unconscious but real. When you are in Stratford, you participate in local life. You attend church. You visit neighbours. You handle business matters. People know you as a local man who works in London. Your fame as a playwright is secondary to your role as a property owner and family man. Church attendance is required. You go to Holy Trinity Church most Sundays when you're in Stratford. The service is familiar. The same prayers, the same psalms. You sit with your family, the ritual is comforting, you know the vicar, you contribute to church repairs and maintenance. These are expected responsibilities for someone of your standing. You fulfil them without complaint. In London, you are more anonymous. The city is large enough that you can move through it without constant recognition. You are known within the theatre community, but outside it, you are just another man on the street. This anonymity is useful. It allows you to observe without being observed. You can sit in a tavern and listen without people performing for you. You can walk through markets and watch people interact naturally. This freedom to observe is valuable. It feeds your work. You watch people. You notice how they walk, how they speak, and how they react to each other. Markets, streets, taverns, churches. Every space offers examples of human behaviour. You collect these observations. They inform your writing without you thinking about it consciously. A woman haggling over fish, the way she gestures, the tone of her voice when she feels cheated, the expression on the fishmonger's face. You file these details away. A child crying in the street, the parent's response. Impatient, comforting, angry. The interaction reveals the relationship. You remember it. Two men arguing, their postures, their volume, the moment one backs down, the dynamics of power and submission. You note it all. Social gatherings are informal. Someone invites a few people to their lodging. You sit and talk. There is no formal agenda. The conversation drifts from topic to topic. You might discuss a recent play, a piece of news, or a shared acquaintance. The atmosphere is relaxed. The gatherings happen spontaneously. Someone mentions an idea in passing. Others express interest. By evening, a group is assembled. Ale is shared. Stories are told. Laughter fills the room. You enjoy these moments. The easy companionship. The lack of pressure. No one is performing. No one is trying to impress. People are simply present with each other. You do not seek the company of the wealthy or powerful. Your patrons are part of your professional life, but not your social life. You maintain a respectful distance. You fulfill commissions. You express gratitude. You do not pretend to be something you are not. The Earl of Southampton was an early patron. He commissioned your narrative poems. You dedicated Venus and Adonis and the Rape of Lucrece to him. The relationship was cordial but formal. You understand the difference between patron and friend. Patrons provide money. Friends provide companionship. The two are not the same. Your relationships are built on practical foundations. You help people. They help you. You share resources, information, and time. These exchanges are not calculated. They are simply how things work. An actor needs a place to stay. You know someone with a room. You make the introduction. Later, that actor returns the favour in some way. The reciprocity is natural. A playwright needs information about a historical event. You lend him your book. He lends you something later. The exchanges build goodwill. You see the same people in the same places. The predictability is comforting. You know where to find someone if you need them. You know who will be at the tavern after a performance. You know who to ask for help with a particular task. The theatre community has its regular spots. Certain taverns, certain streets, certain shops. You move through these spaces and encounter familiar faces. The rhythm is steady. Conflicts arise occasionally. Someone feels slighted. Someone disagrees with a decision. These disputes are resolved through conversation, compromise, or simply letting time pass. You do not hold grudges. Neither do most of the people you know. The community is too small for long-term enmity. An actor feels he was given a role beneath his abilities. He complains. You explain your reasoning. He accepts it, or he does not. Either way, the work continues. A disagreement about profit sharing. Numbers are reviewed. The accounts are checked. A resolution is reached. The dispute is forgotten. You also spend time alone. Between social engagements, you walk or sit in your lodging. Solitude is necessary. It allows you to process what you've seen and heard. It gives you space to think without distraction. You need solitude to write. Conversation fills your mind with other people's words. Alone, you can hear your own thoughts. The characters can speak. You need solitude to rest. Social interaction, Even pleasant interaction requires energy. Alone, you can simply be. Your social life is neither vibrant nor dull. It is consistent. You see people regularly. You maintain connections. You contribute to shared activities. You receive support when needed. This network of relationships is part of the structure that supports your work and your life. The network is invisible most of the time. You take it for granted. But when you need help, it is there. Someone knows someone who can solve a problem. Information is passed along. Favours are exchanged. At the end of the evening, you part ways with friends and colleagues. You walk back to your lodging. The streets are quieter at night. You move through them without hurry. Tomorrow, you will see many of the same people again. The continuity is reassuring. The familiar faces are comforting. You do not have to explain yourself. You do not have to establish your identity. You are known. You are part of the community. This belonging is simple and deep. Rest is woven into your days. It is not separate from work. It is part of the pattern. You take breaks during writing. After an hour or two at the table, you stand and stretch. You walk to the window. You look out at the street or the river. The movement helps. It clears your mind. When you sit back down, the words come a little easier. Your body grows stiff from sitting. Your back aches. Your shoulders tighten. Standing and moving releases the tension. You roll your neck. You flex your fingers. The relief is immediate. The view from your window changes depending on where you're lodging. Sometimes you see the river. Sometimes you see a narrow street. Sometimes you see a courtyard. The view does not matter much. Looking at something distant, rest your eyes. Afternoons often include pauses. If there is no performance scheduled, you might sit in the theatre courtyard. Other company members do the same. You talk quietly or simply sit in silence. The sun is warm. The breeze is cool. These moments are unhurried. The courtyard is paved with stone. Benches line the walls. In summer, the space is pleasant. In winter, it is too cold for lingering. The seasonal rhythm affects how you rest. You watch clouds move across the sky. You notice the angle of the sun. You feel the warmth on your face. These sensations are simple and restorative. Travel between Stratford and London includes rest. The journey takes time. You stop at inns along the way. You eat a meal. You sleep in an unfamiliar bed. The next morning, you continue. The rhythm of travel has its own slowness. The forced rest of travel is different from chosen rest. You cannot work while travelling. You cannot write effectively on horseback or in a jolting coach. You must simply be present in the journey. You watch the landscape. You think. You sometimes drowse in the saddle. The horse knows the road even when your attention wanders. In Stratford, rest looks different. The town is quieter than London. There are fewer demands on your time. You walk through fields. You sit in your garden. You spend time with family without the pressure of performance schedules or writing deadlines. The garden behind your house is modest. Vegetables, herbs, and a few flowers. You sit on a bench and watch things grow. The pace of plant growth is slower than any human activity. Watching it is calming. You pull a few weeds. You inspect the vegetables. These small tasks are restful because they are simple and tangible. The results are immediate and visible. You do not think of rest as indulgence. It is necessary. Your mind needs time to recover from the focus of writing. Your body needs time to recover from the physical demands of travel and city life. Rest is practical. Without rest, your thinking becomes muddy. Words do not come. Ideas feel forced. Rest clears the fog. It restores clarity. Without rest, your body protests. Headaches, stiff joints, exhaustion that sleep alone cannot fix. Rest prevents these problems. You nap occasionally. In the middle of the afternoon, you lie down and close your eyes. The nap is short, not deep. When you wake, you feel refreshed enough to continue the day's work. You do not undress for these naps. You simply lie on the bed or on a bench. You close your eyes. You drift for a quarter hour or half an hour. The rest is light but effective. The room is quiet during these naps. The city sounds fade to the background. Your breathing slows. Your thoughts scatter and dissolve. Waiting is also a form of rest. You wait for actors to arrive at rehearsal. You wait for performances to begin. You wait for the weather to clear before travelling. During these times, you are still. You let your thoughts wander. You notice details around you. Waiting used to frustrate you. Now you accept it. The time will pass whether you are impatient or not. Better to be calm. You observe while waiting. The way light falls on a wall. The sound of someone's footsteps. The smell of bread baking nearby. Waiting becomes observation. Evenings bring a natural slowing. The light fades. Work becomes harder. You accept this and shift your focus. You might read instead of write. You might sit with others instead of sitting alone. The transition is gentle. The transition happens without decision. Your body knows when the working day is ending. Your mind begins to release its focus. You do not fight this. You allow the shift. You rest your eyes by looking at distant things. After hours of reading or writing, you look out the window. You watch people move on the street. You watch clouds or birds. The shift in focus is soothing. Close work strains the eyes. The small letters blur. Your eyes water. Looking at distant objects relaxes the muscles. The blur clears. Physical rest matters. You walk regularly, which keeps your body active, but you also know when to sit or lie down. You do not push yourself to exhaustion. You recognize the signs of fatigue and respond to them. Exhaustion makes you stupid. Your judgment fails. Your patience thins. Rest prevents this deterioration. You protect your capacity to think by protecting your energy. Rest is not always silent. Sometimes you rest by talking with others. The conversation is light. No one is performing or making arguments. You simply exchange words. The social connection itself is restful. Talk about nothing important. The weather, a meal someone enjoyed, a minor inconvenience. The topics do not matter. The companionship is the point. Laughter is restful. A good joke. A funny story. The release of laughter eases tension. You feel lighter afterward. You rest in familiar places. Your lodging in London, your home in Stratford, the theatre when it is empty. These spaces are known. You do not have to navigate or adjust. You can simply be. Familiar spaces require no thought. You know where everything is. You do not have to orient yourself. The mental ease is part of the rest. You have favourite spots, a particular chair, a certain bench in the garden, a corner of the theatre. These places hold associations with rest. Sitting in them triggers relaxation. Sleep is the deepest rest, but it is preceded by smaller forms of rest throughout the day. These pauses accumulate. They prevent the kind of exhaustion that makes work impossible. They sustain you over long periods. The small rests are invisible. You do not think of them as rest, but they add up. They maintain your capacity to work. You do not schedule rest rigidly. It happens naturally. When you are tired, you stop. When you are refreshed, you continue. The rhythm is intuitive. Your body tells you when to rest. Heaviness in the limbs, difficulty concentrating. These signals are reliable. You listen to them. Sometimes rest is interrupted. An urgent matter arises. A performance is scheduled unexpectedly. You adjust. You rest when you can, not always when you prefer. Interruptions are part of life. You do not resent them. You handle what needs handling, then return to rest when possible. The quality of rest varies. Some days a short break is enough. Other days you need more. You listen to your body and mind. You respond accordingly. Deep fatigue requires deep rest. A full night's sleep. A day without work. You recognize when you need this and try to provide it. Light fatigue requires less. A brief pause. A walk. A change of activity. You calibrate your response to your need. Rest is not dramatic. It is not an escape or a reward. It is simply part of living. You work, you rest, and you work again. The cycle is steady. The steadiness is reliable. You trust the rhythm. You know rest will come. This trust allows you to work fully. because you know restoration is built into the pattern. At the end of the day, rest prepares you for sleep. You slow down gradually. You complete final tasks. You settle your thoughts. By the time you lie down, your body is ready. The evening wind down is deliberate. You do not work until the moment you collapse into bed. You create space between work and sleep. This space eases the transition. You eat simple food. Bread is a constant. It is fresh in the morning and harder by evening. You eat it with butter or cheese. Sometimes you dip it in ale or broth. Bread is the foundation of every meal. When bread is scarce, hunger feels more urgent. When bread is abundant, even a plain meal feels adequate. The bread varies in quality. Sometimes it is light and well risen, sometimes it is dense and coarse. The grain used affects the taste and texture. Wheat bread is preferable, but rye or barley is more common. You develop preferences. Bread from a particular baker, the right degree of doneness. You notice these things without being particular about them. Meals in London are often taken at taverns. You order what is available: meat pies, roasted fowl and vegetables boiled or baked. The food is hot and filling. You eat without ceremony. The plate is emptied. You return to work. Tavern food is reliable in its mediocrity. It is rarely excellent. It is rarely terrible. It serves its purpose, which is to fuel your body for more work. Meat pies are convenient. The crust holds the filling. You can eat while walking if needed. The filling is usually mutton or pork with some gravy. Roasted fowl is chicken or capon, sometimes duck. The meat is cooked until tender. The skin is crisp. You eat it with your fingers, tearing pieces from the carcass. In Stratford, meals are prepared at home. Anne and the household staff cook over the fire. You eat at the table with family. The food is familiar. Mutton, pork, root vegetables and bread. Meals are served at regular times. You know what to expect. The predictability of home-cooked meals is comforting. You know the cook's habits. You know what will be served on particular days. The food is simple but carefully prepared. Anne manages the household accounts and ensures nothing is wasted. Meals are planned around what is available and affordable. You eat together when possible. The family gathers at the table. You say grace. Food is passed. Conversation happens naturally. The meal is a point of connection. Ale is the common drink. Water is less reliable. You drink ale with meals and between meals. It is mild, not strong. It quenches thirst without affecting your ability to work. Ale is brewed locally. The quality varies by brewer. You know which alehouses serve better ale. You prefer them when you have a choice. The ale is slightly sweet and slightly bitter. It has substance. It is more nourishing than water. You drink from wooden or pewter cups. The cups are refilled as needed. Drinking is continuous throughout the day. Wine is occasional. When you have extra money or when a patron offers it, you drink wine. It is richer than ale. You drink it slowly. It accompanies special occasions, not daily routines. Wine is imported and expensive. Red wine from France or Spain. White wine from the Rhine. The taste is complex and unfamiliar to your everyday palate. You appreciate wine when it is offered. You savour it, but you do not crave it. Ale suits you fine. You eat fruit when it is in season. Apples, pears and berries. The fruit is fresh for a brief time, then gone. You enjoy it while it lasts. In winter, you eat dried fruit or none at all. Fresh fruit is a summer pleasure. Berries picked from hedgerows. Apples from the orchard. The sweetness and juice are welcome after the heavier foods of winter. Dried fruit keeps through winter. Apples and pears sliced thin and dried. Raisins and currants. They are sweet and chewy. Cheese and eggs are reliable. You eat them often. Cheese is packed for travel. Eggs are cooked in various ways. Both provide nourishment without much preparation. Cheese is hard and keeps well. You cut slices from the wheel. You eat it with bread. The flavour is sharp and salty. Eggs are boiled, fried or scrambled. They are filling and quick to prepare. You eat them for breakfast often. Meals with colleagues are social. You sit together at a long table. Food is passed around. People serve themselves. The conversation continues while you eat. The meal is not the focus, but it creates a shared space. Eating together builds camaraderie. The act of sharing food is bonding. You talk and eat simultaneously. The informality is pleasant. You learn about people over meals, their appetites, their manners, their preferences. These details add to your understanding of them. You do not overeat. Portions are moderate. You eat enough to feel satisfied, not stuffed. Excess is rare and unpleasant. Overeating makes you sluggish. Your mind dulls. Your body feels heavy. You avoid this when possible. You eat until the hunger is gone, then stop. The discipline is automatic. You do not need to think about it. Inns along the road between Stratford and London offer predictable meals. You order the stew or the roast. You drink ale. You eat bread. The quality varies, but the format does not. You know what you are getting. Inn food is utilitarian. It fills the stomach. It provides energy for the next day's travel. You do not expect pleasure from it. Some inns are better than others. You remember which ones. You plan your stops accordingly when possible. Comfort comes from warmth and routine. A hot meal on a cold day, a familiar dish after a long journey, the taste of bread baked the same way your family has always baked it. These small consistencies matter. Hot food on a cold day warms you from the inside. The heat spreads through your body, you feel restored. Familiar food connects you to home, to childhood, to continuity. The taste is memory made tangible. You do not spend much time thinking about food. It is fuel. It is comfort. It is part of the day. You eat when you are hungry. You stop when you are full. Food serves a function. It does not need to be more than adequate. When it is better than adequate, you notice and appreciate it, but you do not require it. Special occasions bring different food. A feast at a patron's house, a celebration with the theatre company. The food is richer and more varied. You enjoy it, but you do not crave it regularly. Feasts include dishes you never eat otherwise. Elaborate roasts, rich sauces, imported delicacies. The abundance is impressive and slightly overwhelming. You eat more at feasts than usual. The social expectation is to partake generously. You do so, though it makes you uncomfortable afterward. You appreciate good cooking. When a meal is well prepared, you notice. You might comment on it. You might ask how something was made, but you do not require excellence. Adequacy is enough. A well-cooked meal is a pleasure. The flavours are balanced. The textures are right. You notice the care that went into it. But most meals are not well cooked. They are adequately cooked. This is acceptable. You do not complain. Hunger is not constant. You eat regularly enough to avoid it. But when hunger does come, it is simple. You find food. You eat. The problem is solved. True hunger is rare. Your income is sufficient to keep you fed. The hunger you feel is usually just the body's signal that it is time to eat again. When you do feel hunger, it sharpens your focus on food. The simplest meal tastes better. Your body's need makes the food more satisfying. Some foods remind you of childhood, certain breads, certain stews. You eat them and remember other times. The memories are not sharp. They are soft and vague, like the comfort the food provides. The bread your mother baked, the stew from feast days. These tastes carry associations. They are pleasant in a way that has nothing to do with the food itself. You eat alone sometimes, in your lodging with a plate and a cup. You chew slowly. You think about the day or about nothing. The solitude is peaceful. Eating alone requires no performance, no conversation, no manners beyond basic cleanliness. You can simply eat. The quiet is meditative, chewing, tasting, swallowing. The actions are simple and grounding. You eat with family in Stratford. The table is full. Conversations happen around you. You participate or you listen. The meal anchors the day. It gathers everyone in one place. Family meals have their own rhythm. Anne serves. The children talk. You listen and occasionally contribute. The structure is familiar and comforting. Meals mark time. Breakfast, dinner, supper. The day is punctuated by these gatherings. You do not waste food. What is left is saved. Bread becomes crumbs for thickening soup. Bones are boiled for broth. Nothing is thrown away lightly. Food costs money and effort. Wasting it is careless. You are raised to value what you have. Leftovers are used creatively. Yesterday's roast becomes today's pie. Stale bread becomes pudding. Drink provides its own comfort. A cup of ale at the end of a long day. A shared drink with a friend. The warmth of it. The taste. The ritual of lifting the cup and drinking. Drinking is social. You toast. You clink cups. You drink together. The act creates connection. A drink at day's end signals transition. Work is done. Rest begins. The drink marks the boundary. You do not drink to excess. You have seen what that does to people. You drink enough to relax, not enough to lose control. Moderation is natural to you. Drunkenness is ugly. Slurred speech, poor judgment, loss of dignity. You avoid this state. 2 or 3 cups of ale are enough. You know your limits. You recognise when you have had enough. You stop before you become impaired. Food and drink are part of the rhythm of life. They mark time. Breakfast, midday meal and evening supper. They provide structure. They offer comfort. They sustain you. The daily rhythm of eating is one of the reliable patterns. No matter what else happens, you will eat. This regularity is reassuring. Food and drink are shared experiences. They connect you to others. They connect you to place. They connect you to yourself. Evenings begin when the light fades. If there has been a performance, it is over. The audience has left. The actors have changed out of their costumes. The theatre is quiet. The theatre after a performance has a particular quality. The energy is dissipated. The space feels larger and emptier. Voices echo differently. Props and costumes are put away. The stage is swept. The work of preparation for tomorrow begins quietly. You leave the theatre and walk back to your lodging. The streets are less crowded than during the day. Shops are closing. People are heading home. You move with the flow of the crowd, then break away to your own path. The evening streets have a different character. The urgency of the day is gone. People walk more slowly. Conversations are quieter. You know the route so well you could walk it in complete darkness. Your feet find the familiar turns without thought. Your lodging is modest. A room with a bed, a table, and a chair. Sometimes a small hearth. The space is functional. You do not need more. You light a candle. The room becomes visible in the soft glow. The candle is tallow, not beeswax. The smell is slightly unpleasant. The flame flickers and smokes. But it provides light, which is what matters. The room is cold in winter. The walls are thin. You light a fire if there is wood. If not, you wrap yourself in a blanket. In summer, the room is stuffy. You open the window if there is one. The air from outside is only slightly fresher than the air inside. You sit at the table. You might read. Books are not abundant, but you have a few. Histories, poetry, and classical texts. You read slowly, absorbing the words. Reading is different from writing. It is receptive rather than active. You own Holinshed's Chronicles, Plutarch's Lives, and Ovid's Metamorphoses. These books are resources for your work and also pleasures in themselves. You read passages you have read before. Familiarity does not diminish the enjoyment. You notice new things in familiar texts. Reading by candlelight is difficult. The light is dim and flickering. You hold the book close. Your eyes tire quickly. Sometimes you do not read. You simply sit. Your mind is still active, but it is not focused on a task. Thoughts drift. You think about a scene you are writing. You think about a conversation from earlier. You think about nothing in particular. The drifting mind finds its own paths. Ideas connect without your direction. This mental wandering is productive in ways that focused thought is not. You might solve a problem that has been troubling you. The solution arrives without effort, emerging from the drifting thoughts. If you are in Stratford, the evening is spent with family. You sit near the fire. Anne might sew or manage household accounts. Your daughters might be nearby. The presence of others is comforting, even when there is little conversation. The fire crackles. The light shifts and moves. The warmth radiates outward. You sit within range of it. Anne works quietly. Her needle moves steadily. She's comfortable with silence. You appreciate this about her. Susanna reads if there's enough light. Judith might prepare something for the next day. Everyone is occupied but together. In London, you sometimes visit a tavern in the evening. Not the same tavern as after a performance. A quieter one. You sit in a corner. You drink ale slowly. You listen to the murmur of other conversations without participating. The quieter taverns attract older patrons. The energy is subdued. People drink and talk, but without the rowdiness of the afternoon taverns. You choose a spot away from the door, away from the fire, somewhere you can observe without being central. The conversations around you are fragments. You hear pieces of stories, bits of arguments and laughter. You are present but separate. Writing can happen in the evening, but it is less common. Your mind is tired from the day. The focus required for writing is harder to summon. If you do write, it is often revision rather than new material. Crossing out a word, adding a phrase, small adjustments. Evening writing is finicky work. Correcting errors, smoothing rough lines. It does not require the creative energy of drafting new material. The light is poor for writing. You squint at the page. The letters blur. You work slowly. You might copy a clean version of a heavily revised page. The copying requires attention, but not creativity. It is meditative work. Lamplight or candlelight creates a different atmosphere than daylight. The shadows are deeper. The room feels smaller, more contained. The world outside the circle of light seems distant. This isolation is not uncomfortable. It is simply a fact of evening. The lit space becomes your entire world. What exists beyond the light is irrelevant. The intimacy is focusing. Shadows move as the flame moves. The walls seem to breathe. The effect is hypnotic. You prepare for the next day. You set out clothes. You check that you have paper and ink for writing. You plan your route if you need to go somewhere. These small preparations make mornings easier. Laying out clothes saves time in the morning. You do not have to search or decide. The choices are already made. Checking your supplies prevents frustration. Running out of ink mid-sentence is annoying. Preventing it is simple. Mental preparation is also part of this. You review what tomorrow requires. You set intentions. The planning is light, not burdensome. You think about the work ahead. Not with anxiety, but with awareness. There is a play to finish. There is a rehearsal to attend. There are meetings to hold. The tasks are clear. You do not need to solve them now. You simply acknowledge them. Acknowledging tomorrow's work prevents it from intruding on rest. You have named it. You have noted it. Now you can set it aside. The tasks do not overwhelm you. They are simply what comes next. You have done similar work many times before. Evenings are also when you feel the separation between London and Stratford most acutely. In London, you're alone, or with colleagues. In Stratford, you're with family. Neither is better. They are different. Both are part of your life. The separation creates a kind of doubling. You have two lives, two selves, the London self and the Stratford self. They overlap but are not identical. You miss your family when in London. You miss the work when in Stratford. The longing is mild and manageable. You stretch your body. Writing and sitting leave you stiff. Your back aches. Your shoulders tighten. Standing and moving releases the tension. You roll your shoulders. You flex your fingers. The movement is small but necessary. Your body protests the day's stillness. Joints creak. Muscles are tight. Movement reminds them they can still move. You walk around the room. You touch your toes. You reach overhead. The stretches are simple. The relief is immediate. Your body softens. Blood flows. The discomfort eases. Sometimes you pray. Not long or formal prayers. Just a moment of quiet reflection. You think about the day. You express gratitude for what went well. You ask for strength for what comes next. The practice is private and brief. Prayer is a habit from childhood. The words are familiar. They provide structure for reflection. You do not pray for specific outcomes. You pray for the ability to do your work well, for the health of your family, for peace. The prayer is between you and God. No one else is involved. The intimacy is complete. You hear the sounds of the city or town settling, fewer voices, the occasional call of a night watchman, the creak of a building. These sounds are familiar. They mark the transition to night. The night watchman calls the hour. His voice carries through the quiet streets. The sound is reassuring. Someone is watching. Buildings settle as temperatures drop. Wood contracts. Joints shift. The sounds are gentle and constant. If you're tired, you feel it in the evening. Your eyes are heavy, your thoughts slow. You accept this. There is no point in fighting fatigue. You prepare for sleep instead. Tiredness is a signal. Your body needs rest. You honour the signal rather than pushing through. Fighting fatigue only delays the inevitable. Better to surrender to it and get the rest you need. You might write a letter, to a friend, to family, to a business associate. The letter is practical. You share news, ask questions, and convey information. You write clearly and simply. When the letter is finished, you seal it. It will be sent tomorrow. Letters maintain connections across distance. You write to people in Stratford when you're in London. You write to London contacts when you're in Stratford. The letters are brief. You're not verbose in correspondence. You state what needs stating and finish. Sealing the letter with wax makes it official. The seal is a small mark of completion. You tidy the room before bed. You put away papers. You close books. You bank the fire or extinguish the candle. The space is ready for sleep. Order brings calm. Tidying is a transition ritual. It signals the end of the day's activities. The room is reset for tomorrow. Finding things is easier when the room is orderly. Morning you will appreciate, evening use organisation. The act of tidying is calming in itself. The simple motions are meditative. Evenings are not eventful. They are the space between the work of the day and the rest of the night. They allow you to transition. They give you time to settle your mind and body. The transition is necessary. You cannot go directly from work to sleep. The gap allows decompression. Your mind needs time to stop churning. Your body needs time to relax. Evening provides this time. You do not rush through the evening. There is no deadline. You move at your own pace. When you're ready, you go to bed. Until then, you occupy the quiet hours without pressure. The lack of pressure is itself restful. No one expects anything. No one is waiting. You are free to simply be. The evening is yours. It is not dictated by performance schedules or writing deadlines. It is time that belongs to you alone, or to you and your family, or to you and a quiet room. This time is valuable in its simplicity. Owning your time is a luxury. Most people's time belongs to others. In the evening, yours is your own. The simplicity is the value. Nothing complex, nothing demanding. Just time passing gently. You prepare for bed when the evening winds down. You change into a nightshirt. The fabric is worn and soft. You set aside the clothes you wore during the day. They will be there in the morning. The nightshirt is comfortable. It has been washed many times. The fabric is thin but warm enough. Changing clothes signals the final transition. Work clothes come off, sleep clothes go on. The boundary is marked. You fold the day's clothes or hang them on a peg. This small act of care maintains order. The bed is simple. A wooden frame, a mattress stuffed with straw or feathers, blankets, and a coverlet. In winter, you add more blankets. In summer, you use fewer. The bed is not luxurious, but it is adequate. The mattress in London lodgings is usually straw. It rustles when you move. It flattens over time and needs restuffing. The mattress in Stratford is feathers. It is softer and quieter. It shapes to your body more comfortably. Blankets are wool. They are heavy and warm. They smell slightly of lanolin. You lie down. The mattress yields beneath you. Your body relaxes into it. The day's tensions begin to release. Your muscles loosen. Your breathing slows. The horizontal position itself is a relief. Your spine releases. Your muscles do not have to hold you upright. You feel the weight of your body against the mattress. The pressure is grounding. You are supported. Your breathing naturally slows. The rhythm becomes steady. The regularity is soothing. The room is dark. If there is a moon, faint light comes through the window. If not, the darkness is complete. You do not mind. Darkness is restful. Complete darkness is rare in the city. There is always some ambient light. But it is dark enough. Moonlight creates shapes and shadows. You can see the outline of furniture. The effect is soft. Darkness removes visual stimulation. Your eyes can finally rest. They do not have to focus. You hear the sounds of night. In London, there are distant voices, footsteps, and the occasional cart. In Stratford, there is wind, animals, and the creak of the house. These sounds do not disturb you. They are part of the background. London night sounds are human. People moving through the streets, doors closing, voices calling. Stratford night sounds are natural. Wind in trees, an owl calling, a dog barking in the distance. The sounds form a kind of music. They rise and fall, they overlap and separate. They mark time passing. Your thoughts slow. The concerns of the day fade. You do not try to solve problems or plan ahead. You simply let your mind drift. Images and fragments pass through your awareness. They do not form coherent narratives. They are just thoughts dissolving into rest. The mind empties gradually. Thoughts become less frequent, less insistent. Images appear and fade. A face from the day, a line from a play, a memory with no context. The dissolution is pleasant. Conscious thought gives way to something quieter. Sleep comes gradually. You do not notice the exact moment. Your breathing deepens. Your consciousness dims. You slip from waking into sleep without effort. The boundary between waking and sleeping is invisible. You cross it without knowing. Your body knows before your mind. Muscles twitch. Breathing changes rhythm. The transition is smooth. No struggle, no resistance, just a gentle falling away. The night passes. You sleep deeply at first, then more lightly toward morning. You might wake once or twice. You shift position. You adjust the blankets. You fall back asleep quickly. Deep sleep is dreamless, or dreams are not remembered. Your body does its restorative work. Light sleep brings more awareness. You hear sounds. You notice temperature. But you remain mostly asleep. Waking briefly in the night is normal. You register it and return to sleep. It does not disturb the overall rest. Dreams occur, but you do not remember most of them. Occasionally a dream lingers after waking. It is strange or vivid. You think about it briefly, then let it go. Dreams are not significant. They are just the mind working through the day's impressions. Dreams are ephemeral. They fade quickly after waking. Details slip away as you try to hold them. A vivid dream might stay with you through the morning. You puzzle over it. Then it loses its power, and you forget. You don't look for meaning in dreams. They are random firings of a sleeping mind. In winter, the cold wakes you. You pull the blankets tighter. You curl into a smaller shape to conserve warmth. The cold is uncomfortable but not unbearable. You wait for morning. Winter nights are long and dark. The cold is invasive. It finds gaps in the blankets. You pile every available blanket on the bed. Still, your nose and the tips of your ears are cold. Sometimes you get up and add a layer of clothing under the nightshirt. Then you return to bed and sleep better. In summer, warmth can be oppressive. You push the blankets aside, you lie still, trying to catch any breeze. The discomfort passes. You sleep again. Summer nights are short. The heat persists even after dark. The air is still and heavy. You remove blankets until only a sheet remains. You kick that aside too if the heat demands it. Any movement generates warmth. You lie as still as possible. Eventually sleep comes despite the discomfort. Your body rests, muscles repair, your mind processes. Sleep is restorative. You do not think about this consciously, but you feel it when you wake. The rest has done its work. Your body heals itself during sleep. Small injuries mend, strained muscles relax. Your mind sorts and stores the day's experiences. What is important is kept. What is not is discarded. You wake feeling different than you felt when you went to bed. The change is subtle, but real. You're restored. You share a bed with Anne in Stratford. She sleeps on one side and you on the other. You're aware of her presence without it interrupting your rest. The shared warmth is comforting. Two bodies in a bed generate more heat than one. In winter, this is welcome. You know the rhythm of her breathing. The sound is familiar and comforting. Sometimes she wakes when you wake. Sometimes she sleeps through. The companionship exists even in sleep. In London, you sleep alone. The bed is entirely yours. You spread out or curl up as you choose. There is freedom in this, but also a kind of loneliness. You do not dwell on it. Sleeping alone, you can move without consideration. You can sprawl. You can take all the blankets. The freedom is pleasant, but the bed feels larger, emptier. You miss the companionship sometimes. Other times you appreciate the solitude. Both are valid. The quality of sleep varies. Some nights you sleep soundly from dark to dawn. Other nights sleep is broken. You wake repeatedly. You lie awake for stretches. By morning you are less rested. You accept this. Not every night is perfect. Good sleep is a gift. You wake feeling strong and clear. The day ahead seems manageable. Poor sleep leaves you fuzzy. Your thoughts are slower. Your patience is thinner. You do what needs doing anyway. You cannot control the quality of sleep. You can only create conditions that favour it. The rest is beyond your power. Morning comes with light. You wake slowly. You lie still for a moment, orienting yourself. You remember where you are. You think about the day ahead. Then you rise. The first light of dawn is grey and soft. It grows brighter gradually. You hear morning sounds. Birds. People beginning their work. The city or town is waking. You stretch in bed before rising. Your body protests the transition from horizontal to vertical. Then it adjusts. You dress. You step into the day. The night is behind you. Sleep has done what it can. You're ready to begin again. Dressing is automatic. The clothes you laid out are there. You put them on without thought. The day begins. Work waits. People wait. The routine continues. Sleep is not dramatic. It is not an escape or an adventure. It is simply rest. Your body requires it. Your mind requires it. You give yourself over to it each night, trusting that it will restore you. Sleep is fundamental. Without it, nothing else functions properly. You trust sleep. You surrender to it. It has never failed to restore you. The routine of sleep is steady. You go to bed around the same time. You wake around the same time. The consistency helps. Your body knows what to expect. Regularity aids sleep. Your body develops a rhythm. The rhythm supports rest. When travel or work disrupts the rhythm, sleep is harder. You notice the difference. You do not fight sleep. When you're tired, you sleep. When you're rested, you wake. The rhythm is natural. You follow it without resistance. Resistance is futile. The body's need for sleep is non-negotiable. You have learned to listen to your body's signals. When it says sleep, you sleep. When it says wake, you wake. Sleep connects the days. It marks the end of one and the beginning of the next. It provides a pause, a reset. When you wake, you're the same person, but the day is new. Sleep is the boundary between yesterday and today. It separates and connects them. The new day brings new possibilities. The problems of yesterday might look different. The work continues fresh. You're continuous across days, but sleep renews you. Each morning is a small rebirth. Your life is not shaped by grand events. It is shaped by repetition. The same streets walked again and again. The same tasks performed day after day. The same people are seen over and over. This continuity is the foundation of everything. The grand narrative of your life is actually composed of tiny repeated moments. Walking to the theatre, sitting to write, eating bread, sleeping. The repetition creates depth. Each time you walk a street, you know it better. Each time you write, the process is smoother. Continuity is underrated. People seek novelty and drama, but life is built on the ordinary. You write many plays over many years. Each one is created through the same process. Sitting, writing, revising, rehearsing, performing. The process does not change. The plays do. But the work remains constant. By now, you have written dozens of plays. The number is less important than the accumulated practice. Each play is different. Different characters, different conflicts, different language. But the making of them is the same. The constancy of process allows variety of product. Because you know how to make a play, you can make many kinds of plays. You observe the world around you. You see how people speak, how they move, and how they react. These observations accumulate. They become the material of your writing. The process is slow and unconscious. You do not set out to collect material. It simply happens as you live. Every interaction is potential material. Every conversation, every gesture, every conflict. The accumulation is invisible until you need it. Then the material is there, stored without your knowing. Living and writing are not separate. One feeds the other continuously. Your influence grows, but you do not notice it happening. People begin to quote your lines. Your plays are performed more frequently. Your name becomes known. But to you the work is the same. You write, revise, rehearse, and perform. The external recognition does not change the internal routine. Success creeps up slowly. There is no single moment of arrival. You hear your lines quoted in taverns. You see other playwrights imitating your techniques. These are signs, but you do not dwell on them. The work matters more than the recognition. You focus on the work. You maintain your commitments to the theatre company, to your family, to your patrons. These commitments require steady effort. You show up. You do the work. You fulfill your obligations. This reliability is what sustains your career. Reliability is more valuable than brilliance. People depend on you to deliver. You meet deadlines. You honour agreements. You show up when expected. This builds trust. Trust compounds over time. Your reputation is built on consistency. Your legacy is built in moments that are not recorded. The conversation in a tavern that inspires a character. The walk through London that shapes a setting. The quiet hour of revision that turns a weak scene into a strong one. These moments are ordinary. They are also essential. The important moments do not feel important when they happen. They feel like ordinary moments. A stranger's phrase becomes Hamlet's line. A gesture you noticed becomes Lady Macbeth's movement. The legacy is built from invisible pieces. No one knows where the ideas came from. Only you know, and even you forget most of them. You grow older, the work continues. You do not slow down dramatically. You simply keep going. The rhythm of writing and performing does not stop because you age. It continues as long as you are able. Your body ages. Your eyes weaken. Your joints ache. But your mind remains sharp. The work adapts to your changing body. You write less when your hand tires. You rest more. But you do not stop. Age brings perspective. You see patterns you could not see when younger. The work benefits from this. You invest in property. You secure your family's future. These decisions are practical. They are not about glory or fame. They are about ensuring that your wife and children are cared for. The work is necessary and unglamorous. You buy New Place, one of the largest houses in Stratford. You buy land. You make investments. These purchases are insurance. If the theatre fails, your family will still have income and shelter. The business of securing a future is tedious. Contracts, negotiations, legal documents. You do it anyway. You return to Stratford more often as you age. The pull of home strengthens. You spend more time with family. You manage your property. You participate in local affairs. The transition from London to Stratford is gradual. It feels natural. London exhausts you more than it used to. The noise, the crowds, the constant activity. Stratford is quieter. The pace is slower. Your family is there. The pull is strong. You do not make a dramatic decision to retire. You simply spend more time at home and less time in London. The transition is organic. The theatre continues without you needing to be there constantly. Other playwrights write. Other actors perform. The company adapts. Your role shifts from central to supportive. You accept this. You have done your part. The company does not need you as much as it once did. This is success, not failure. Younger playwrights bring new energy. You support them. You offer guidance when asked. Stepping back feels right. You have earned rest. The company will continue. You look back on the work with satisfaction, not pride. The plays exist. They are performed. People enjoy them. That is enough. You do not need more than that. Pride would be inappropriate. You did your work. The work succeeded. That is all. Satisfaction is quieter than pride. It is contentment with effort made and tasks completed. The plays will outlast you. This is pleasant to consider, but not essential. You wrote them for now. What happens after is not your concern. Your habits remain. You walk, you write, you read, you sit with others, you eat simple meals, you sleep when tired. These patterns do not change. They are who you are. The habits have carried you through decades. They will carry you to the end. You are comfortable in your routines. They fit you like old clothes. Change is unnecessary. The patterns work. Why alter them? You think about the future rarely. You focus on the present. There is work to do today. There are people to see. There are tasks to complete. The future will arrive when it arrives. You do not rush toward it. The future is abstract. The present is real. Planning too much for the future distracts from living now. You handle what needs handling. You trust the rest to work itself out. Your relationships endure. The people you have known for years are still part of your life. Some have died, others have moved away, but many remain. The continuity of friendship is comforting. Richard Burbage is still acting. Your daughters are grown. Anne is still managing the household. The faces change over time, but some remain constant. These constants anchor you. Long friendships are deep. They require no explanation. The shared history speaks for itself. You do not seek legacy consciously. You do not write to be remembered. You write because it is your work. The plays are created for the present, for the audiences who come to see them now. What happens after is not your concern. Legacy is what others make of your work after you're gone. You have no control over it. You write for the audience in front of you, for the actors, for now. If the plays last, that is pleasant. If they do not, you will not know. Either way, you have done your work. Your life has been steady, not without hardship, but without catastrophe. You have worked, you have rested, you have maintained connections. You have fulfilled responsibilities. Life is ordinary in many ways, but it is also full. Hamlet's death was hard. Financial worries existed, conflicts arose, but overall life has been stable. Stability allowed the work. Without it, you could not have produced so much. Fullness does not require drama. A life of steady work and care is full. The quiet moments matter. The walk through a field, the conversation with a friend, the hour was spent reading, the night was spent sleeping. These are not the moments that make history, but they are the moments that make a life. History records the extraordinary. Life is built from the ordinary. The small moments accumulate. Together, they are everything. You will not be remembered for walking through a field, but the walking shaped who you were. It shaped what you wrote. You have observed much. You have written much. You have lived a life of attention and care. Your work reflects this. The characters feel real because they are drawn from real observation. The language feels alive because it comes from a mind that has listened carefully. Attention is the foundation of good writing. You have paid attention for decades. The care you take shows in the work, the precision, the nuance, the humanity. The life and the work are inseparable. The work grew from the life. The life was shaped by the work. You continue. Day follows day. Work follows rest. Seasons turn. You remain engaged with the world around you. You notice. You remember. You create. The pattern continues. It will continue until it cannot. Engagement is the key. You remain interested, curious, attentive. As long as you engage, you are alive in the way that matters most. Life is not extraordinary. It is simply lived with consistency and purpose. This is enough. This has always been enough. Extraordinary lives are rare and often tragic. Ordinary lives are common and often rich. You have lived consistently. You have lived with purpose. These are achievements. Enough is enough. You do not need to be more than you are. When the day ends, you prepare for sleep. You settle into bed. You let go of the day's concerns. Tomorrow will come. There will be more work, more walking, and more observations. But for now, you rest. The day ends. The night comes. Sleep arrives. Tomorrow is another day. The pattern will repeat. For now, you rest. The work is done. The day is complete. The rhythm continues. The life continues. The work continues. This is how it has always been. This is how it will remain. Continuity is the deepest truth. Everything changes slowly within an unchanging pattern. The rhythm is reliable. You trust it. It has carried you this far. It will carry you to the end. And beyond the end, the work will continue in other hands, other voices, other times. But that is not your concern. Your concern is now, this day, this moment, this breath. And so you rest. And so the world continues. And so the story goes on. Your eyes open slowly, and the first thing you notice that is wrong is the light. It's not the clean, bright morning you're used to. Instead, a murky, yellowish glow filters through a window that seems smaller than it should be. The glass is thick and slightly wavy, and condensation has gathered in the corners like tiny pools waiting to spill. You're lying on something that feels like a mattress but isn't quite right. It's firmer than you expect, and you can feel the individual ridges beneath the fabric, horsehair stuffing, though you don't know that yet. The sheets are rough against your skin, not the smooth cotton you remember going to sleep in. They're linen, and they've been washed so many times they've achieved a texture somewhere between sandpaper and burlap. Though they're surprisingly warm, the air tastes different. That's the strangest part, actually. You can taste the air. It has a thickness to it, like breathing in soup. There's coal smoke, obviously, but also something organic and vaguely unpleasant that you'll later realise is the Thames at low tide mixed with a few 100,000 coal fires burning simultaneously. Victorian London doesn't just smell, it announces itself with every breath. As you sit up, your body feels the same, but the room is entirely foreign. The ceiling is high, much higher than modern rooms, but the space somehow feels cramped anyway. Dark wallpaper with an intricate pattern of flowers or vines covers the walls, and you realise with a start that there's no light switch. In fact, there are no electrical outlets at all. The room is lit by that strange window, and by the remnants of whatever coal fire burned in the small fireplace last night. You're wearing a nightshirt that feels like it's been cut from sail canvas. It's long, reaching past your knees, and there's absolutely nothing underneath it. The Victorians had very different ideas about sleepwear, and comfort wasn't high on their priority list. Modesty and practicality won that battle decisively. Standing up requires more effort than you expect. The floor is cold, proper cold that seeps through your bare feet like you're standing on a block of ice. The floorboards are bare wood, and you can feel every splinter and groove. There's a thin rug beside the bed, but it does little to combat the chill that seems to radiate from the very foundation of the building. The fog outside isn't like fog you've experienced before. This is the famous London pea super, a combination of natural mist and coal smoke that creates something almost supernatural. It presses against the windows like something alive, turning the street below into a series of shadows and suggestions rather than actual shapes. You can hear the city, though. The clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones, the cry of a street vendor somewhere in the murk, and the perpetual background hum of a million people going about their morning routines. Your modern instincts kick in, and you look for your phone. Of course, there isn't one. No phone, no laptop, no tablet, no screen of any kind. The silence in the room is complete except for the sounds drifting up from the street and the occasional creak of the building settling. It's the kind of quiet that makes you realise how much ambient noise you're used to. No refrigerator hum, no HVAC system, no electronics of any kind emitting their barely perceptible frequencies. There's a washstand in the corner with a ceramic pitcher and basin. The water in the pitcher has a thin skin of ice on it. This is how you'll wash your face this morning, by breaking ice with your fingers and splashing freezing water on your skin. The Victorians were apparently made of sterner stuff than modern humans, or perhaps they just didn't have a choice in the matter. A looking glass hangs above the washstand, and when you peer into it you see yourself but different. Your face is the same, but there's something in your expression. Perhaps it's the early morning confusion, or maybe it's the dawning realisation that you're about to spend an entire day without any of the conveniences you've taken for granted your whole life. The room tells stories if you know how to read them. There's a chamber pot tucked discreetly under the bed, because bathrooms in the modern sense don't exist in most Victorian homes. There's a small coal scuttle by the fireplace with a few lumps of coal still in it. Your clothes for the day are laid out on a wooden chair that looks hand-carved and probably older than some modern countries. Getting dressed in Victorian clothing is going to be an adventure unto itself, but first you need to face that icy water and prepare yourself for a day in a world where everything familiar has been replaced with historical authenticity. The fog continues to press against the windows, and somewhere in the distance you hear a church bell marking the hour. It's 7 in the morning, and London is already awake. Stepping out onto a Victorian London street is like walking onto a stage where every person is an actor, and the set design is both magnificent and slightly horrifying. The fog has lifted somewhat, revealing a world that's simultaneously more impressive and more disturbing than you imagined. The cobblestones beneath your feet are uneven, worn smooth in some places and jagged in others. You're wearing boots now, proper Victorian boots that button up the side and take approximately 10 minutes to put on correctly. They're stiff, uncomfortable, and will probably give you blisters by noon, but they're better than the alternative. The streets here collect things you don't want touching your bare feet. The buildings loom above you in a way that modern architecture rarely manages. Victorian London was built upward out of necessity, and the result is streets that feel like canyons with ornate facades. Every building is different, each one competing to be more elaborate than its neighbours. There's carved stonework, decorative brickwork, and architectural flourishes that serve no practical purpose except to demonstrate that the owner had money to spend on looking prosperous. But the real star of the show is the sensory overload that hits you from every direction. Let's start with the horses, because Victorian London ran on horsepower in the most literal sense possible. Everywhere you look, there are horses, pulling hansom cabs, hauling delivery wagons, carrying individual riders, and standing patiently while their owners conduct business. And horses, as you're rapidly discovering, produce waste at an impressive rate. The streets are covered in it. Not completely, because there's an entire economy built around collecting horse manure, but enough that watching your step becomes second nature within minutes. Crossing sweepers, usually children, wait at intersections with their brooms, ready to clear a path through the muck for a penny. It's clever, entrepreneurial, and deeply depressing all at once. The smell is democratic. It affects everyone equally, from the finest gentleman in his tailcoat to the poorest street vendor. Coal smoke, horse manure, unwashed humanity, rotting vegetables from the markets, and the peculiar tang of industrial chemicals all combine into a scent that you'll eventually stop noticing simply because your nose will give up in self-defence. The noise is extraordinary. Without modern sound insulation or noise pollution laws, Victorian London operates at a volume that would violate every noise ordinance in a contemporary city. Iron-shod wheels on cobblestones create a constant rumble like perpetual thunder. Street vendors call out their wares in practiced rhythms that cut through the other noise. Horses whinny, dogs bark, children shout, and everywhere there's the background percussion of a city made of metal and stone banging against itself. The people are the most fascinating part. Everyone is wearing layers upon layers of clothing because central heating doesn't exist, and Victorian morality demands that every inch of skin be covered. The men are in suits or work clothes, all of them wearing hats of some description. Top hats for the wealthy, cloth caps for workers, and bowlers for the middle class. Removing your hat indoors or when greeting a lady is mandatory. Social signalling was practically an Olympic sport in Victorian times. The women are engineering marvels, those dresses you've seen in movies. They're actually understating the complexity. Under those beautiful fabrics is a construction project involving corsets, petticoats, bustles, and enough fabric to upholster a small sofa. Women's fashion in the 1880s was designed to create a specific silhouette that required substantial architecture to achieve. The result is that women move differently, smaller steps, careful postures, and an awareness of their clothing that modern fashion rarely demands. Social class is visible at a glance. The wealthy glide by in private carriages, their clothing pristine and elaborate. The middle class walks or takes omnibuses, their clothes respectable but practical. The working poor wear whatever holds together, often visibly patched and worn thin from years of use. Children from poor families often go barefoot even in cold weather, their faces smudged with the ever-present coal dust that settles on everything. The street vendors add a carnival atmosphere to the urban landscape. Pie sellers carry their wares in wooden trays hung from their necks, calling out, "Hot pies!" "Meat pies," in voices trained to carry half a block. Flower girls offer posies from baskets that look bigger than they are. Men sell everything from matches to bootlaces to mysterious items you can't quite identify. Each one has their own pitch, their own territory, and their own regular customers who they know by sight. The omnibuses, horse-drawn precursors to public buses, lumber through the streets like mobile chaos. They're painted in bright colours, advertising their routes, and they're always full. The driver sits up top, exposed to the weather, while passengers cram inside or climb the stairs to the open-air upper deck. It costs a few pence to ride, and the conductor moves through the crowd collecting fares with practised efficiency. Hansom cabs zip through the traffic with the agility of sports cars, their drivers shouting warnings to pedestrians who don't move fast enough. These are the taxis of Victorian London, and their drivers are legendary for knowing every street and shortcut in the city. They're also legendary for their colourful language when other traffic gets in their way, though you're not supposed to acknowledge hearing it. The architecture tells you where you are in London's complex social geography. The grand buildings of Westminster and the West End advertise imperial power and wealth. The commercial chaos of the city, London's financial district, bustles with clerks and businessmen. The residential squares of Bloomsbury and Belgravia hide elegant homes behind iron railings and private gardens. And everywhere else is the vast middle and working class London that houses the millions who make the city function. You notice the air quality improving as you walk. Well, improving is relative. It's still terrible by modern standards. But you've moved away from a particularly smoky area. The fog has reduced to a light haze, and you can actually see the sky, though it's a grey that suggests the sun is more theoretical than actual today. Public buildings provide punctuation in the urban landscape. Churches tower above surrounding structures, their spires reaching toward heaven in defiance of the earthly muck below. The new post offices, Victorian Britain was modernising its communications infrastructure, stand proud with their official architecture and busy traffic of people sending letters and telegrams. Banks look like temples, which is probably intentional, given that money was its own kind of religion in Victorian society. The parks are sanctuaries from the urban intensity. Even small squares of green space offer relief from the stone and brick that dominates everywhere else. The grass is real, the trees are mature, and for a few moments you can breathe air that hasn't been processed through coal fires and horse lungs. By mid-morning, Victorian London has fully awakened, and the city operates with a complexity that rivals any modern metropolis. The difference is that everything requires doing by hand, with animals, or through mechanical contraptions that would look steampunk if they weren't completely authentic. The shops are opening, and shopping in Victorian London is nothing like pushing a cart through a supermarket. Most shops are small, specialised affairs where the shopkeeper knows their inventory personally and keeps it behind the counter. You don't browse, you ask for what you want, and they fetch it. The relationship between customer and shopkeeper is formal and ritualised, with proper greetings and polite inquiries about health and weather before anyone mentions what you're actually there to purchase. The baker's shop smells of yeast and coal smoke. The bread is baked in coal-fired ovens, and the result is delicious but distinctly flavoured by its cooking method. The loaves are crusty, dense, and absolutely nothing like modern sliced bread. They're sold by weight, and the baker's apprentice wraps your purchase in paper that will disintegrate if it gets damp. The butcher's shop is an experience that requires a strong stomach. Whole animals hang in the window, and the butcher prepares your order while you wait, cutting and wrapping with practiced efficiency. Refrigeration doesn't exist, so meat is sold fresh and meant to be cooked soon. The smell is strong, and you try not to think too hard about hygiene standards that won't be formalised for another several decades. The greengrocer offers produce that's seasonal, local and muddy. No plastic wrap, no refrigeration, no produce that's travelled thousands of miles to reach London. What's available depends entirely on what's growing in England right now or what's just arrived from Europe. The variety is limited compared to modern supermarkets, but the flavour is often stronger. Vegetables that haven't been bred for transportability taste like themselves in ways that modern produce sometimes doesn't. The working day for most Londoners started at dawn and will continue until dusk or later. Factory workers have been at their machines for hours already, operating equipment that's dangerous, noisy and exhausting. Office workers, a growing class in Victorian London, are bent over desks, copying documents by hand or operating the new typewriters that are revolutionising paperwork. Shop assistants stand behind their counters for 12 or 14-hour stretches because sitting down while working is considered lazy. The pace of life is simultaneously slower and more exhausting than modern work. Everything takes longer. There are no computers, no phones, and no quick communication of any kind beyond sending a messenger boy. But the physical demands are relentless. Even supposedly genteel office work involves writing by hand for hours, which is more tiring than it sounds. Street life provides constant entertainment if you're observing rather than participating. The urchins running errands, the ladies doing their morning shopping with servants carrying their purchases, the businessmen hurrying to appointments, the police constables walking their beats in their distinctive uniforms and tall helmets. Everyone is part of an intricate social choreography that operates on rules you're only beginning to understand. The postal system is remarkably efficient. Letters posted in the morning will be delivered that same day in London, carried by postmen who walk their routes multiple times daily. The telegraph, Victorian London's fastest communication technology, can send messages across the country in minutes, though it's expensive and used primarily for important business or emergencies. The class system is visible in every interaction. The wealthy don't acknowledge the poor unless they're servants or tradespeople providing services. The middle class imitates the wealthy while trying to distance themselves from the workers. The poor navigate a world where their existence is often treated as a necessary evil or an unfortunate reality to be ignored. It's uncomfortable to watch, even more uncomfortable to participate in, and completely normal to everyone around you. The afternoon in Victorian London operates on different rhythms than the morning. By 2 o'clock, the city has shifted gears. The frantic morning energy has settled into something more sustained and purposeful, though no less busy. Lunch is a concept that varies wildly by class. The wealthy are sitting down to elaborate multi-course affairs in their dining rooms, served by staff who appear and disappear silently. The middle class might have a simple meal at home or in one of the new restaurants that are becoming fashionable. Workers grab whatever they can afford from street vendors, a pie, some bread and cheese, perhaps a cup of tea from a vendor with a portable urn. The tea itself deserves attention, because Victorian Britain ran on tea the way modern society runs on coffee. Strong, black and sweetened with sugar that's still enough of a luxury that people measure it carefully. Milk is added if you can afford it, and the result is a drink that's more fortification than refreshment. Tea breaks punctuate the working day like markers on a timeline. Brief respites from labour that's often monotonous and always demanding. The streets have changed character since morning. The commercial deliveries that dominated early hours have given way to personal traffic. Ladies visiting for afternoon calls, gentlemen conducting business, and servants running errands for their employers. The traffic is still intense, but it's more varied, more social, and less about getting goods from one place to another. The public houses, pubs, are open, and they serve as social centres for working-class London. These aren't the charming establishments you might imagine from period dramas. They're often crowded, smoky, and filled with people seeking temporary escape from lives that are physically exhausting and financially precarious. The beer is warm, flat by modern standards, and considerably stronger than contemporary brews. For the middle and upper classes, afternoon visiting is serious business. Ladies call on each other's homes according to elaborate social protocols. You leave cards, and you sit in parlours drinking tea and engaging in conversation that's simultaneously gossip and intelligence gathering. Who's engaged? Who's in financial trouble? Who's been seen with whom? Information flows through these afternoon calls like data through modern social networks. The Victorian parlour is a stage set designed to display wealth and good taste. Every surface is covered with something. Doilies, decorative objects, photographs in elaborate frames, and books carefully chosen to suggest intellectual interests. The furniture is heavy, dark and arranged to encourage formal conversation rather than relaxation. Comfort is less important than propriety. Children from wealthy families are supervised by nannies and governesses, learning the skills and knowledge appropriate to their class. Boys will eventually go to schools that prepare them for universities or business. Girls learn accomplishments like music, drawing, and languages that will make them attractive marriage prospects. Working-class children are often working themselves, in factories, as servants, or helping their families with piecework done at home. The afternoon also brings educational and cultural opportunities for those with time and money. Museums are open, though many charge admission fees that limit access to the middle and upper classes. Libraries exist, but are primarily subscription services. You pay an annual fee for borrowing privileges. Public education is expanding but still limited, and literacy rates reflect this reality. Hyde Park and other green spaces fill with afternoon strollers, the wealthy parade in their finest clothing seeing and being seen. The middle class takes more modest walks, enjoying fresh air that's marginally less polluted than the streets. The very poor might pass through on their way to other destinations, because leisure time is a luxury they can't afford. The light begins to change as afternoon progresses toward evening. The sun, which has been filtering weakly through cloud and smoke all day, starts its decline. The shadows lengthen, and there's a subtle shift in the city's energy. The afternoon's purposeful activity begins transitioning toward the evening's different rhythms. Street vendors change their offerings. Fewer vegetables and flowers, more hot food and small comforts for people heading home from work. The pie sellers do brisk business, as do the chestnut roasters who appear with their portable braziers, filling corners with the smell of roasting nuts that provides temporary relief from less pleasant urban odours. Traffic intensifies as businesses begin closing and workers head home. The omnibuses become even more crowded, packed with people who can afford the fare. Those who can't walk, often considerable distances, to reach homes in neighbourhoods that are cheaper because they're farther from employment centres. The Thames, which has been a presence all day, you can smell it even when you can't see it, becomes more prominent as you move toward the river. The docks are busy with ships from around the world, loading and unloading cargo that will be distributed throughout Britain. The river itself is working infrastructure, crowded with boats of every size, all of them contributing to London's position as the world's largest port. Watching the Thames, you're reminded that Victorian London was the centre of a global empire. The goods moving through those docks come from India, Australia, Africa, and the Caribbean, everywhere that British power and trade have reached. It's impressive and troubling simultaneously. The foundation of prosperity built on colonialism that won't be questioned for decades yet. As twilight approaches, Victorian London transforms into something that's simultaneously magical and ominous. The lamplighters begin their rounds, men with long poles who walk through the streets igniting the gas lamps that provide nighttime illumination. It's a job that exists only in the brief window between the introduction of gas lighting and the arrival of electricity, and watching them work feels like observing a ritual from another world. The gas lamps create pools of yellowish light that push back the darkness without quite conquering it. The spaces between lamps remain murky, and the overall effect is less like illumination and more like punctuation marks of brightness in an otherwise dark text. The light itself is different from electric lighting, softer, warmer, and somehow less reliable, as if it might go out at any moment. The quality of the evening depends entirely on where you are in London's complex social geography. In the West End, theatres are preparing for their evening performances. The theatres themselves are architectural gems, built to impress audiences even before the curtain rises. Gaslighting illuminates elaborate interiors decorated with plush and gilt, creating an atmosphere of grandeur that's designed to make attendees feel special just for being there. The shows are varied. Shakespeare performed by celebrated actors, musical entertainments, melodramas that allow audiences to boo villains and cheer heroes, and pantomimes that combine fairy tales with contemporary satire. The theatres are social spaces where different classes mix but remain separate. The wealthy in their private boxes and premium seats, the middle class in the stalls, and the working class in the gallery, where tickets are cheap and behaviour is rowdy. Music halls offer different entertainment, variety shows featuring singers, dancers, comedians, and specialty acts. These are less respectable than theatres and more working class in their audience and content. The atmosphere is raucous, the humour is broad, and drinking is encouraged. The music hall is where you go to forget your troubles rather than be elevated by art, though the distinction between the two is often less clear than Victorian moral guardians would prefer. In residential areas, evening routines vary by class but share common rhythms. Families gather for dinner, the main meal of the day for those who can afford it. The wealthy eat elaborate affairs served in formal dining rooms. The middle class has simpler fare but still maintains proper table manners and conversation. The working class makes do with whatever they can afford, often eating in kitchens that also serve as living rooms because their homes are too small for separate spaces. After dinner, the evening stretches ahead with far fewer entertainment options than modern life provides. Without televisions, computers or phones, people read, engage in hobbies, or simply talk. Letter writing is a common evening activity. Maintaining correspondence with family and friends requires regular attention, and the well-educated are expected to be articulate writers. For the working class, evening might mean a few hours at the pub before exhausted sleep, or working on piecework projects at home to supplement inadequate wages. Children are put to bed early, partly because childhood is shorter in practical terms. They'll be working soon enough, so rest now is pragmatic rather than coddling. The streets take on a different character after dark. Respectable people don't linger outside once night falls, because Victorian London has a well-deserved reputation for crime that's not entirely exaggerated. The police, a relatively new institution still finding its footing, patrol in pairs, their presence designed to reassure law-abiding citizens and deter criminals. But the city doesn't sleep. Night workers are everywhere. Bakers starting their work for tomorrow's bread, night soil men collecting waste from cesspits and privies, and market workers preparing for the next day's business. London operates on overlapping schedules, with some people ending their day as others begin theirs. The fog, which cleared somewhat during the day, often returns at night, thicker and more oppressive. Combined with the darkness and the limited lighting, navigating Victorian London after dark requires local knowledge or considerable courage. Streets that were merely crowded during the day become maze-like and vaguely threatening. There's a romance to the evening gaslight that photographers and artists have captured, but the lived reality is less picturesque. The light is dim enough that reading strains your eyes, and many Victorians suffer from vision problems, partly because they spend their lives squinting at things in inadequate illumination. The gas flames consume oxygen, making rooms stuffy, and they produce their own smell that adds to the complex olfactory symphony of Victorian urban life. For those with evening social engagements, dinner parties, card games, social calls, elaborate preparations are required. Evening dress is formal and highly specific and takes substantial time to put on correctly. Women's evening gowns are even more complex than their day wear, with lower necklines that scandalise foreign visitors but are perfectly acceptable within the confines of private entertainment. The dinner party is a performance where multiple courses are served. Conversation follows strict guidelines about appropriate topics, and every gesture and word is evaluated according to social rules that have been refined over generations. Getting through an evening without committing some faux pas requires constant attention to etiquette that modern people would find exhausting. Deep night in Victorian London is when the city reveals its most honest face. The social pretences of daylight fade, and what remains is a complex ecosystem of people surviving, thriving, working, and sleeping in a metropolis that never completely stops moving. The darkness is profound in ways that modern urban dwellers rarely experience. Even with gas lamps, large portions of London remain pitch black after midnight. The moon and stars, when visible through the perpetual haze of coal smoke, provide supplemental light, but it's not enough to eliminate the shadows that dominate the urban landscape. In wealthier neighbourhoods, the houses are mostly dark by 11 or midnight, their inhabitants asleep behind heavy curtains that block both light and cold. The streets are quiet except for the occasional late cab returning someone from an evening engagement, the horses' hooves echoing off the buildings like a heartbeat in the darkness. But in working-class areas, night is when the city shows its desperation. Homeless people, and Victorian London has thousands of them, seek shelter in doorways, under bridges, and anywhere that provides minimal protection from the elements. The workhouses offer beds for those desperate enough to accept them, but they're so grim that many prefer the streets. The night soil men make their rounds, collecting human waste from cesspits and outdoor privies. It's disgusting work, but it pays relatively well because few people will do it. They work in the dark hours, partly for practical reasons. Waste is easier to transport when the streets are empty, and partly to spare Victorian sensibilities from confronting too directly where all that waste goes. The Thames at night is busy with different traffic. Coal barges move under cover of darkness, docking at industrial sites along the river. Passenger ferries continue operating until late, carrying people across and along the river because bridges are still limited and often congested. The water itself is largely invisible in the darkness, marked more by sound and smell than sight. Criminal activity, which exists at all hours, becomes more brazen after dark. Pickpockets work the theatre crowds and pub districts. Burglars prefer homes where the inhabitants are asleep. The police patrol with increased vigilance, but they're vastly outnumbered, and Victorian London has plenty of dark corners where criminal enterprise can operate relatively undisturbed. The sounds of night are different from day. Without the constant rumble of commercial traffic, individual sounds become more distinct. You can hear voices from open windows, the cry of babies, the arguments of couples who think the darkness provides privacy, the barking of dogs, the yowling of cats, and the scurrying of rats that are as much a part of Victorian London as the human inhabitants. Speaking of rats, Victorian London has millions of them. They live in the sewers, in the walls of buildings, and in warehouses and shops, feeding on the endless supply of waste and garbage that a city of several million people produces. At night, when humans are less active, rats become bold, venturing into streets and alleys in numbers that would horrify modern city dwellers. The night markets operate in certain areas, selling goods that might not stand up to daylight scrutiny. Used clothing, questionable food, items that might have fallen off the back of a cart. The informal economy thrives in the hours when official commerce is closed. These markets serve people who work odd hours, or who can only afford the cheapest possible goods regardless of their origin. Factory workers on night shifts experience a different London entirely. They enter their workplaces in darkness and emerge in darkness, seeing their homes and families primarily on their one day off per week. The factories themselves are lit by gas lamps that create their own hazards. The combination of open flames and industrial machinery has predictable results, and factory fires are a regular occurrence. The bakers start their work around 3 in the morning, firing up ovens and beginning the process of producing the bread that will be sold throughout the coming day. Walking past a bakery in the early morning darkness, the smell of baking bread provides a moment of pure sensory pleasure that cuts through the usual urban odours. The new technology of the telegraph operates 24 hours, with operators sitting in offices sending and receiving messages through the night. It's the beginning of the modern expectation that information should be available instantly rather than waiting for the next day's mail delivery. Some public houses stay open late, operating in a grey area of legal and illegal depending on their location and their relationship with local police. These late-night establishments serve people who work odd hours, people with nowhere else to go, and people who prefer the company of the pub to their own lodgings. The atmosphere is different from daytime drinking, quieter, more desperate, less social, and more about numbing whatever makes sleep difficult. Hospital wards operate through the night, staffed by overworked nurses who care for patients in conditions that are gradually improving but still shockingly inadequate by modern standards. Medical understanding is advancing rapidly in Victorian England, but practical application lags behind theoretical knowledge, and hospitals remain places where the poor go because they have no other option. The churches stand dark and locked, except for the very largest, which maintains small chapels open for prayer. Victorian religion is both intensely private and intensely public, and the after-hours availability of religious spaces reflects this complexity. Around 4 in the morning, London begins its transition back toward day. The earliest workers start appearing on the streets, servants beginning their daily routines, delivery drivers preparing their wagons, and market vendors heading to wholesale markets to purchase their stock for the day. The darkness starts to feel temporary rather than permanent, and the city prepares for another cycle of its endless routine. As dawn approaches and the sky begins its slow transition from black to grey, you find yourself in a quiet square, sitting on a damp bench, watching Victorian London wake up for another day. The experience of the past 24 hours has been overwhelming, exhausting, fascinating, and occasionally disturbing. Everything that reality should be when you strip away the comfortable filtering that historical distance provides. The fog is returning, or perhaps it never really left. The coal fires are being lit in thousands of homes, and the smoke is already beginning to accumulate in the morning air. Soon the streets will fill again with horses, people, and the complex machinery of urban life that somehow functions despite operating on principles that seem impossibly antiquated from a modern perspective. You've learned things that no book or documentary could have taught you. You now know what coal smoke tastes like when it's everywhere, what genuine cold feels like without central heating, and what urban noise sounds like without sound insulation. You understand in your body, not just your mind, what it means to live without electricity, without instant communication, without any of the technologies that define modern existence. The social observations have been equally educational. You've seen how visible inequality is when everyone shares the same public spaces, but clearly belongs to different worlds. You've noticed how much energy Victorian society spent on maintaining social distinctions, on performing class identity, and on signalling status through clothes, speech and behaviour. You've been struck by the physicality of Victorian life. Everything requires more effort. Getting dressed, staying warm, getting from place to place, obtaining food and staying clean. The simple acts of daily existence that modern people accomplish without thought required sustained attention and considerable labour in the Victorian era. But you've also noticed things that modern life has lost. The bread tastes better because it's made daily from flour that hasn't been processed into nutritional emptiness. The clothes, despite being uncomfortable, are made to last and often contain better craftsmanship than anything you own. The social interactions, while formal, involve actually looking at people and talking to them rather than staring at screens. The pace of life is paradoxical. Everything takes longer, yet people seem to accomplish enormous amounts. The Victorian era was one of incredible productivity, innovation and expansion, all achieved without computers, without modern transportation and without instant communication. It suggests that maybe modern efficiency isn't quite as efficient as we like to think, or perhaps that efficiency isn't the only measure of a society's success. The dangers of Victorian London have been real and present throughout your journey. Disease, accident, crime, and poverty, all of them are closer to the surface than in modern developed societies. The social safety net that modern people take for granted doesn't exist. If you're poor, sick or unlucky, your options range from limited to non-existent. The environmental conditions have been a revelation. Modern people think they understand historical pollution because they've seen photographs of smoggy cities. But photographs don't convey the taste of the air, the way smoke irritates your throat, the omnipresent coal dust that settles on everything, the smell of the Thames, or the sound of thousands of horses producing waste faster than it can be collected. Yet there's beauty here too. The architecture is genuinely impressive, built by craftsmen who took pride in their work. The gaslighting, however inadequate, creates atmospheric effects that electric lights can't match. The sense of community in working-class neighbourhoods, born of shared hardship and mutual dependence, represents something that modern suburban isolation often lacks. The people you've observed have been the most interesting part. They're not the simplified historical figures from textbooks, or the romantic characters from period dramas. They're complex human beings dealing with the specific challenges of their time while experiencing the universal aspects of human existence. Love, ambition, fear, hope, boredom, and joy. The children you've seen will grow up to be Edwardians, to experience the First World War, and perhaps to live into the 1950s and wonder at television and jets. The young adults you've watched rushing to work will be the elderly of the 1920s and 30s, living bridges between the Victorian world and modernity. History isn't separate eras. It's continuous human experience flowing from one generation to the next. You realise that Victorian London isn't past, it's the foundation. These sewers being built right now will still be functioning in the 21st century. The buildings you've walked past will survive wars and urban renewal. The institutions being established, public libraries, museums, schools, hospitals, will evolve but persist. You're not visiting a dead world, you're observing the roots of the world you know. The experience has given you a different perspective on progress. Yes, modern life is more comfortable, safer, and healthier, and offers opportunities that Victorians couldn't imagine. But progress isn't linear improvement in every aspect. The Victorians built things to last, invested in beauty even in utilitarian projects, and maintained social connections that modern efficiency has sometimes eroded. The moral complexity is impossible to ignore. Victorian Britain ruled an empire that brought prosperity to some and exploitation to many. The wealth visible in London's grand buildings came partly from colonial extraction. The cheap goods in London shops were often produced by colonial labour under conditions that would be recognised as exploitative even by Victorian standards. There's no way to separate Victorian achievement from Victorian imperialism. Similarly, the period's social progress coexisted with shocking inequality. The same society that was expanding education and improving public health also allowed children to work in factories and mines. The era that produced great literature and scientific advances also maintained rigid class barriers and severely limited women's opportunities. These contradictions don't resolve neatly. The Victorians weren't villains or heroes. They were people working within their society's assumptions while gradually questioning and changing those assumptions. Progress happened because some Victorians recognised problems and worked to address them, not because history automatically moves toward justice. The gender dynamics have been particularly striking throughout your day. Women are everywhere, but their possibilities are constrained in ways that would be intolerable to modern women. Working-class women labour in factories, shops and homes. Middle-class women manage households and raise children within narrow social confines. Upper-class women perform elaborate social rituals that constitute their primary occupation. The legal status of women is somewhere between persons and property, depending on their marital status. Yet Victorian women are also pushing boundaries. Women writers are achieving success. Women activists are campaigning for education and suffrage, and women workers are organising for better conditions. The changes that will transform women's lives in the 20th century are beginning here, in small acts of resistance and assertion that will eventually remake society. The religious atmosphere has permeated everything you've experienced. Victorian Christianity isn't just Sunday worship, it's a framework that shapes social policy, personal behaviour and public discourse. Churches are everywhere. Religious language infuses ordinary conversation, and Christian morality, at least its public performance, is expected of everyone regardless of actual belief. But religious doubt is also present, growing among intellectuals and workers alike. Darwin's theories are being discussed and debated. Scientific thinking is challenging traditional religious explanations. The tension between faith and reason that characterises Victorian culture isn't resolved. It's actively being worked through by thoughtful people on all sides. As you sit in the gradually brightening square, the full cycle of the Victorian day becomes clear. It's not so different in structure from modern days. People wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The surface details have changed dramatically, but the underlying human rhythms remain constant. People in 1880 had the same basic needs and desires as people in the 21st century. They just fulfilled them with different technologies and within different social structures. The experience has also highlighted how recent modernity really is. Electric lights, automobiles, phones, computers, the internet. All of these arrived within roughly a century, a tiny sliver of human history. The Victorian world of gas lamps and horse transport is separated from the digital age by just 3 or 4 generations. Your own grandparents or great-grandparents might have been born into a world that more closely resembled Victorian London than contemporary life. This proximity is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because it suggests humans are remarkably adaptable. Victorians coped with their challenges as effectively as moderns cope with theirs. Unsettling because it raises questions about what aspects of modern life will seem as antiquated to future generations as gaslighting seems to you. The technological changes are the most visible differences, but the social changes might be more profound. The rigid Victorian class system has softened in developed countries, though it has not disappeared. Gender roles have been dramatically reimagined. Racial attitudes have evolved, though imperfectly. Democratic participation has expanded. Individual freedom has increased in most areas, though surveillance capabilities have also grown. The Victorian world believed in hierarchy and tradition. The modern world celebrates equality and innovation, though both eras often fail to live up to their stated values. As the morning strengthens and the city fully awakens around you, you find yourself thinking about what this imaginary journey has offered beyond mere historical curiosity. What gifts does Victorian London give to a modern person willing to spend a day in its crowded, smoky, uncomfortable reality? First, there's the gift of proportion. Your own daily complaints. The Wi-Fi is slow, the coffee isn't quite right, the commute took an extra 10 minutes. Shrink when compared to Victorian challenges. This isn't to say modern problems aren't real, but perspective is valuable. The Victorians dealt with genuine hardship and found reasons to laugh, love, create, and persevere. Your own resilience is probably greater than you think. Second, there's appreciation for invisible infrastructure. You'll never take clean water, effective sewage, reliable electricity, or modern medicine for granted again after experiencing their absence. The complex systems that support modern life are easy to ignore until you imagine life without them. Thousands of people work to build these systems, often in difficult conditions, and their legacy is the comfort you experience daily. Third, there's understanding of historical change. Victorian London seemed permanent to its inhabitants. The way things were seemed like the way things would always be. Yet within decades, much of that world had transformed. This suggests that your own world, which seems stable and permanent, is actually in constant flux. The changes might be gradual enough that you don't notice them day to day, but the cumulative effect over time can be revolutionary. Fourth, there's recognition of human constants. Despite all the differences, Victorians worried about their children's futures, worked to improve their circumstances, fell in love, experienced loss, found joy in small things, and struggled with meaning and purpose. The external circumstances change, but the internal human experience remains remarkably consistent across time and place. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship offers another lesson. In a world of mass-produced disposable goods, there's something appealing about objects made by skilled hands to last generations. The Victorian building you've been observing, with its careful stonework and decorative details, represents an investment of time and skill that modern construction often skips. Perhaps there's value in slowing down and doing some things well rather than doing everything quickly. The social interactions you've observed, while often rigid and formal, involve genuine attention to the people physically present. No one is checking their phone during conversations because phones don't exist. People look at each other, listen to each other, and engage directly. The Victorian social world, for all its flaws, required presence in ways that modern life sometimes doesn't. The experience has also highlighted the value of struggle in ways that comfortable modern life sometimes obscures. The Victorians who improved their circumstances, learned new skills, or contributed to social progress often did so against significant obstacles. Their achievements meant something, partly because they were difficult. Modern life's convenience is wonderful, but perhaps something is lost when everything becomes easy. There's also a lesson in Victorian London's combination of grandeur and squalor. The same society that built magnificent public buildings and expanded museums and libraries also tolerated horrific slums and child labour. This suggests that material progress doesn't automatically produce moral progress. Societies must consciously choose to extend opportunities and protections broadly, not just to privileged groups. The Victorian relationship with nature, which you've observed in the carefully maintained parks and the disregard for air and water quality, reveals a society still figuring out how to balance industrial progress with environmental health. They hadn't yet recognised that natural systems have limits. Modern society knows this, but struggles to act on that knowledge. The Victorian mistakes offer warnings, but modern people can't claim moral superiority while making similar mistakes with greater knowledge. The diversity of Victorian London, immigrants from across the empire, visitors from around the world, and people from every British region, reminds you that cities have always been meeting places of different cultures. The Victorian response was often to maintain strict social hierarchies, but the mere presence of diversity was slowly undermining those hierarchies. Cities change people by exposing them to difference, and Victorian London was doing this work even when Victorian ideology resisted it. The evening entertainment options you observed, theatres, music halls, pubs, social visits, suggest that humans need more than work and survival. Even in difficult circumstances, people sought beauty, laughter, connection and meaning. The Victorian investment in public culture, museums, libraries, parks, performance spaces, reflected a belief that culture matters, that people deserve access to beauty and knowledge regardless of their economic status. Victorian earnestness, which modern people often mock, actually reflects an admirable quality. The belief that individual actions matter, that moral behaviour makes a difference, and that trying to be better is worthwhile. The specific moral codes were flawed, but the underlying commitment to ethical living and social responsibility offers something valuable. The square where you've been sitting is now fully awake. The vendors have set up, the traffic is building, and the working day has begun. And somewhere in this moment, you feel the gentle pull backward, toward your own time, your own world, and your own comfortable bed with its modern mattress and central heating. The transition happens gradually, like waking from a particularly vivid dream. The sounds of Victorian London, the horses, the street vendors, the peculiar accent of Victorian speech begin to fade. The smells diminish. The taste of coal smoke leaves your mouth. The physical sensations of Victorian clothing, Victorian cold, and diminish, and Victorian stone beneath your feet all gently recede. You're aware of your body in your own bed, in your own time. The sheets are soft, the temperature is comfortable, and the air is clean. You can hear modern sounds, perhaps traffic that's motorised rather than horse-drawn, the hum of electronics, sounds that wouldn't make sense to a Victorian. But you bring something back with you from your Victorian day. Not physical objects, you can't bring Victorian coins or newspapers into your modern world. What you bring is understanding, the kind that only comes from imagined experience rather than abstract knowledge. You understand now why your great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents might have had certain habits that seemed odd to their grandchildren, why they saved string and washed plastic bags and treated bread with reverence. They grew up in or closer to a world where such things had real value, where wastefulness wasn't just inefficient but genuinely harmful to survival. You understand why Victorian literature often focuses on social class and reputation. When your social position determined your opportunities so completely, and when reputation was the primary form of social capital, of course people obsessed over these things. The Victorian emphasis on propriety wasn't just prudishness, it was a survival strategy. You understand why the transition to modern life was both eagerly embraced and sometimes mourned. The Victorians who lived into the 20th century experienced changes that must have felt like moving to another planet. Indoor plumbing, electricity, automobiles, movies and radio, each one represented a fundamental shift in how daily life functioned. The experience has made history feel more real, less like a series of dates and events, and more like the lived experience of actual humans dealing with their specific challenges. The Victorian era wasn't a unified period moving inexorably toward modernity. It was thousands of days like the one you just experienced, filled with ordinary people making ordinary decisions that cumulatively created change. You also understand better why certain problems persist. Inequality, environmental damage, exploitation, and discrimination. These existed in Victorian London and exist now. The specific manifestations change, but the underlying human tendencies towards selfishness, short-sightedness, and tribalism remain constant. Progress requires conscious effort, not just the passage of time. The technological optimism you might have felt before this journey is now tempered by recognition that technology solves some problems while creating others. The Victorians thought railways and telegraphs would revolutionise society and bring universal peace. They were partly right about the revolution, but completely wrong about the peace. Modern faith in technological solutions might be similarly naive. Yet there's also hope in the Victorian example. They made genuine progress on many fronts. Public health, education, scientific understanding and social reform. The changes were often gradual and incomplete, but they were real. If Victorians could improve their society despite greater obstacles, perhaps modern people can address their challenges too. As you lie in your comfortable bed, fully returned to your own time, the contrast between Victorian London and modern life feels almost absurd. You can reach over and turn on a light without leaving bed. You can adjust the temperature with a thermostat. You can check the weather, the news, and messages from friends using a device that would have seemed like magic to Victorians. The bathroom attached to your bedroom would have been a luxury beyond imagining for most Victorians. Hot water from a tap, a flush toilet, a shower, towels that you don't have to wash by hand. Each element represents decades of engineering innovation and infrastructure investment. The simple act of taking a morning shower involves systems that Victorians would have considered science fiction. Your breakfast options would amaze a Victorian. Fresh fruit from other hemispheres, coffee from distant continents, bread that stays fresh for days, refrigerated dairy products, and cereals invented after the Victorian era ended. The Victorian breakfast was porridge, bread, perhaps eggs if you could afford them. Foods that were locally produced because long-distance food transport was limited. Getting dressed takes minutes instead of the extended process Victorian clothing required. No corsets, no button hooks, no layers of undergarments. Modern clothing prioritises comfort and convenience over the elaborate social signalling that Victorian fashion performed. You can dress yourself without assistance, which was a privilege reserved for lower classes in Victorian times. The wealthy needed servants to manage their complex wardrobes. Your commute, however frustrating it might sometimes feel, would seem miraculous to Victorians. Whether you drive, take public transit, or work from home, you're covering distances that would have required hours of travel in Victorian times. The modern city is physically larger than Victorian London, because transportation technology allows people to live farther from their workplaces. Your workplace itself reflects changes the Victorians initiated but couldn't complete. The office workers you observed in Victorian London were pioneering a new kind of work, clerical labour that required literacy and numeracy but not physical strength. Modern knowledge work extends that Victorian innovation, though it's now mediated through computers rather than paper ledgers. The safety standards you take for granted would astound Victorians. Workplace regulations, food safety, building codes, traffic laws, all of these represent hard-won victories by reformers who recognised that industrialisation without regulation was killing people. Every modern safety feature exists because someone suffered its absence. Your access to information would seem godlike to Victorians. The accumulated knowledge of humanity is available instantly through your devices. The Victorian scholar who spent hours in libraries researching basic facts would be astonished that you can access the same information in seconds while lying in bed. Your medical care represents advances that would seem miraculous in Victorian times. Antibiotics alone have saved more lives than any other single invention. Add modern surgery, diagnostic imaging, vaccines, dental care, and treatments for conditions that were death sentences in Victorian times, and the improvement is staggering. The Victorian infant mortality rate was roughly 150 per 1,000 births. In developed countries today, it's under 5 per 1,000. Your life expectancy is dramatically longer than the Victorian average. A baby born in Victorian Britain could expect to live about 45 years. A baby born in a developed country today can expect to live past 80. Those additional decades represent millions of person-years of additional human experience, of knowledge gained, of relationships developed, and of contributions made. Yet with all these advantages, modern life brings challenges that Victorians never faced. The constant connectivity that puts the world at your fingertips also means you're never truly unreachable. The abundance of choices can become overwhelming rather than liberating. The rapid pace of change can create anxiety about keeping up. The decline of traditional communities can lead to isolation despite unprecedented communication capabilities. The environmental costs of modern life are also becoming unavoidable. The Victorians damaged their local environments. The Thames was essentially a toxic waste dump. But modern industrial society has scaled up those impacts to a global level. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and ocean acidification. These problems didn't exist in Victorian times because human industrial capacity was more limited. Progress in material comfort has come with ecological costs that future generations will bear. The social fragmentation that characterises modern life would puzzle Victorians. Their society was rigid and often cruel, but it was also coherent in ways modern society isn't. Most Victorians shared basic assumptions about religion, morality, and social organisation. Modern pluralism brings freedom but also uncertainty about shared values and common purpose. The comparison isn't meant to suggest Victorian life was better. It clearly wasn't by almost any measure. Rather, it's to recognise that progress in one dimension doesn't automatically mean progress in all dimensions. Modern life is more comfortable, safer, healthier, and offers more individual freedom than Victorian life. But it's also more complex, more fast-paced, and in some ways more isolating. As you start your modern day, going about routines that would seem fantastical to Victorians, you carry something valuable from your imaginary journey. It's not nostalgia for a past that was genuinely harder and often cruel. It's perspective, the ability to see your own life with fresh eyes by comparing it to a different way of living. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship might inspire you to value quality over convenience sometimes. Their investment in public institutions might encourage you to support libraries, museums and parks. Their social connections, however formal, might remind you to occasionally put down your devices and actually talk to the people physically present. The Victorian struggles for reform, better working conditions, expanded education, improved public health, remind you that progress requires effort. The improvements you enjoy weren't inevitable. They were achieved by people who recognise problems and work to solve them. Your generation faces different challenges, but the principle remains the same. Change requires intentional effort, not just complaints about current conditions. The Victorian mistakes, their environmental damage, their imperialism, their rigid social hierarchies, their limited opportunities for women and minorities, serve as warnings. Having more knowledge than the Victorians doesn't make modern people morally superior unless that knowledge produces better actions. The test isn't what you know, but what you do with that knowledge. The sheer human resilience you observe throughout your Victorian day offers encouragement for handling modern challenges. If people could maintain hope, find joy, create beauty, and work for better futures while dealing with Victorian hardships, perhaps modern problems are also manageable despite their complexity. The Victorian day you've imagined has given you a gift that history always offers when approached with openness: context. Your own life exists within a specific historical moment, shaped by decisions made by previous generations and shaping the options available to future generations. Understanding this continuity can be both humbling and empowering. As you move through your modern day, driving cars that Victorians couldn't imagine, using technology that would seem like magic, solving problems that didn't exist in Victorian times, you might occasionally think about the Victorian day you experienced. Not to wish you were there, but to appreciate where you are. And maybe, just maybe, you'll wonder what someone from 2150 would think about your life in the early 21st century. What aspects of your daily routine would seem charmingly antiquated? What problems would they be amazed you tolerated? What technologies would they find amusingly primitive? What aspects of your life would they envy or want to preserve? History isn't just about the past. It's about understanding that the present is temporary, that change is constant, and that every generation faces its own challenges while benefiting from and dealing with the consequences of previous generations' choices. Victorian London is gone, transformed by more than a century of change. But it's not lost. It lives in the infrastructure it built, in the institutions it established, in the ideas it developed, in the problems it created, and in the solutions it pioneered. You walk on Victorian foundations every day, whether you realise it or not. And perhaps that's the most important lesson from your imaginary Victorian day. You too are building foundations for futures you'll never see. Your choices, your actions, and your society's decisions, all of these will influence the world that people experience generations from now. The Victorians couldn't have imagined your life, but they shaped it nonetheless. You can't imagine the world of 2150, but you're helping to create it with every choice you make. Sleep well tonight in your comfortable bed with its modern mattress and climate control. Dream perhaps of gas-lit streets and horse-drawn carriages, of a world that managed to function without any of the technologies you consider essential, and wake tomorrow with fresh appreciation for the complex, imperfect, remarkable world you inhabit. A world that's different from Victorian London, but connected to it by the continuous thread of human experience reaching back through centuries and forward into futures yet to be imagined.